Welcome to the game.
Welcome to the game and welcome to Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the longest running high stakes poker series in the world. Rye Guy alongside me, Chris Miles, in this action coming to you live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Casino located in sunny Los Angeles, California.
Rye Guy, you absolutely killed that. That was awesome. Thank you. I'm excited to be here. This is a high-stakes Friday game. This is legendary. I've been wanting to do this game for a long time, and glad I get to do it with a up-and-coming legend right here.
Absolutely appreciate the positivity coming from you today. I was looking forward to jumping on air with you for this very exciting edition of the Friday game live at the Bike. 25.50 with a $50 big blind ante. Mariano coming in here with 51,000 L, 20K. Mike 15, Brett 15, and Lynn and Woody both coming into this game with $10,000 respectively. Mariano and Woody both playing in the game yesterday alongside a legend of the game, Garrett Adelstein. A very entertaining contest yesterday we were privileged to see.
There is definitely no introduction needed for Garrett. And it looks like Mariano's not playing any games, coming in with the biggest stack at the table here.
So settle in, grab some popcorn, and let's all enjoy this edition of high stakes action.
Popcorn, adult bev, whatever. Whatever floats your boat.
It's a Friday.
It's a Friday. There you go. Happy Friday.
So we see at the top of your screen Lynn G settling in, one of the most recognizable women in the sport. I've played with her a few times, a really interesting character at the table, bringing a lot of positivity with her table talk and her ability to really make people around her feel comfortable in the game. An underrated skill for a lot of these professionals coming into lineups.
She's a gamer, you know, and wakes up with aces. So that always helps the game a little bit more, too.
Yes, I have 5 more.
Skills and gets pocket rockets.
Okay. 125. I'll just make it 500 then.
So Lynn jumping into the game, getting aces dealt to her, pocket jacks for her opponent, Brett, and this might be blood on hand number 2 of the game. Lynn sitting 10K deep, so 200 big blinds effective. And we might see all that heading into the middle at some point in this hand.
I mean, what a hand to start the show. I mean, the first hand, aces against jacks. Brett, three bets here. 3 Bretts. Yeah, fireworks for sure. 4-bet from Lynn here.
So a very wet and connected board here. King, 7, 8, a couple of hearts. Unfortunate for Lynn that an overcard to Brett's pocket jacks right on the flop might not allow her to maximize on this board as opposed to if it was a deuce, deuce 5, for example.
Right, and but I don't think that's going to stop Brett very much, which it doesn't. He makes a quick call here.
Yeah, Brett coming along with just a call.
Ooh, that makes things interesting.
So both players picking up a flush draw. Lynn obviously with the better flush draw. Brett drawing to a jack or a 10 on this river. And the 10 of hearts would give Lynn the nut flush. Brett a straight flush, bricks out on the end. Lynn sitting here with just a bit more than pot left in her stack. Let's see what size she wants to use here, and if Brett wants to put the money in as well.
Lynn definitely taking her time here. Looks like she's going to put in, what, about 30? No, 4,000 even.
I really want to fold, Val. Not good at it.
So Brett in a very tough spot right off the bat. A premium in the
Choose
small
automatically
blind.
take a time king.
3-betting, getting played back at, and Lynn is a capable opponent.
What a first hand.
Nice hand.
Okay.
Brett makes the fold. I mean, that's, like you said, it's a very tough spot, especially, you know, the pre-flop action. King comes, it slows it down, but he continued, started to improve, made it really difficult to let go of the hand, and on the river, what's a tray of diamonds? You're thinking,
Okay, wow.
maybe she's stabbing at this. You know,
But
she
did
bet,
they
what,
both
pot?
say yes?
Yeah,
I mean, it
both
looks
say
kind
yes.
of fishy. So,
would ask
great play
Al.
by
You
both
messed
players.
it all up. I mean, geez.
There's still a long ways to go.
You bluff on me?
No, I don't believe in bluffing fish.
That was nice. Pretty sure I'm lifetime of a lot against you.
You probably are. Most people are, if we're being honest.
Brett made an interesting comment
need to
during that
talk
hand
shit when I
saying,
win.
I want to fold, but I'm
I
not
like
really
that.
good at it. But he still made the correct fold.
bluff.
I mean, what do you think about that?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, let's see if that plays into a bit of a level later on in the show. When someone says that, gives away that kind of information, it typically plays in the back of my mind for the next time I face off against them, maybe being a little more value oriented as opposed to sticking with a general baseline strategy. If someone claims they're not good at folding, if someone claims that they're too rich to fold, for example, you might just start value betting your good hands, checking back your bluffs, and really getting into that level. Also, I have to say, based off a game flow dynamic, people tend to be a lot more aggressive over the first few hands of the show. So even though there's an overcard to your jacks, there's 3 cards that are connected between the 7 and the 9. Pocket jacks is going to be good there a lot more frequently in the first few hands of the show as opposed to, say, the middle or the end of the show when people have settled in a little more and the attention's not necessarily on the play as much as it would be over the first 10 hands or so.
I agree with that. I think it's an interesting dynamic to have hands like that right off the bat. So, you know, both players played fairly cautiously as far as, you know, not inflating the pot too much in the beginning. But, I mean, both played great. Really nothing else to say.
Yes, you get it.
Right, yep.
Also, I very quickly busted every tournament I played, which means I had more time to socialize.
Yeah, if you're gonna bust a tournament, bust fast.
No time wasting.
That was my plan.
Yeah. Nothing worse than like a min cash.
Yeah. Although, nothing's worse than bubbling, yeah. I'm okay with taking a mid cash.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Chris. What would you
What's
rather
your
have,
favorite
mid cash or
spot
bubble?
for drinking?
Well, being
So I
always
really like
min cash for sure. If I had to min cash, I'm still profiting in some capacity. Whereas, you know, you bubble, you lose all of your money, right? So I think I'll take a min cash over bubbling.
I went to Lucky Day in Fremont, and my friend's wallet got stolen, so it was a lot of fun.
So L opening this one up, pocket 7's on the button. Very standard open. L, a very aggressive opponent. Certainly one of the most difficult players to play against in this entire lineup. He's accustomed to playing in the 100, 200 games with Garrett, with Berkey, with Jackie. So
I don't have nails because
from
I'm lazy, but
speaking
yes.
from experience, coming down to a lower stakes, you're
I don't
far
have a
more
problem with
willing
Last time she was here,
to put the money in, put people in difficult
Yeah,
spots,
I'm really into it at the moment.
and it really makes
buddies
life
just went.
very difficult for
He was
people
saying
playing in the quote-unquote small game for a guy like L.
You're definitely willing to gamble
So
more.
actually, you
Take
definitely
more
can have nails, but
chances,
having nail polish
get in
is
more
gonna keep
pots,
back your nail
which, I
polish.
mean,
It's an
in
added
my
layer of
opinion, is more
protection.
fun.
Oh, okay.
So you're going to create a little bit more action, it's a little bit more fun.
When I went to the gym and everyone just like had nails, like their nails painted, I thought it was like a weird hipster thing. So then I Googled it, and it's like, oh, there's a practical purpose.
You do mostly the indoor one, where like you're connected?
I've done outdoor a couple of times now. And I like the indoor one where you're not connected and you just don't go up as high.
Yeah.
Called bouldering, right?
Yeah, it's bouldering. It's super fun. You probably
Queen high
enjoy it.
flop. Mike
I'm gonna go with my buddy.
smacks the queen here.
Is he here in LA or?
No, he's my roommate.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Do you not live in LA?
I live like an hour east near Palm Springs.
Interesting. Checks around.
What about you, man? Where are you from?
I live in Arizona.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Which part?
Scottsdale?
Yeah, that's like my favorite.
We're getting a bet from Woody
Oh,
here.
yeah, it's super cool.
He's going to stab.
Not that I've spent like a ton of time in Arizona.
This will get quickly looked up by L here.
Really good to like visit, hang out.
Yeah. Every time I'm there, there's like so many cool places to eat.
Yeah.
things
I
to
wouldn't
do.
be surprised if
Crazy,
Mike
like,
puts in the
last 5 years,
overcall
there's,
behind.
like, a proliferation of,
The
like,
flop check through, the turn check through, and yeah, gonna look it up.
Yeah.
It's tough for L to have an ace. Woody's gonna be stabbing there a lot. And L played that hand to perfection,
Yeah, I went to
check back the
school and I,
flop.
like, just never left.
keeping his range strong in that position,
So
and
you've
bluff
noticed,
caught
like,
well
a
in the
blue-
river.
Oh, for sure. Like
So-
I was telling people like 5 years
Pretty
ago,
much
I'm
played
like,
itself
yeah,
for the
really
most
good
part.
restaurants, but it's the desert. It's like
But I like the
terrible.
stab
I'm
from
like,
Woody.
it was really cool.
Right.
It's kinda, like,
Just because
really
exactly how you
popular
mentioned it,
recently.
the checked around on the flop, it's like, okay, maybe I can kind of steal one here.
Yeah,
At least that's what I think he was thinking.
It's funny.
Always starting
Scottsdale
fights.
with like hot girls and good friends.
Yeah.
I was wondering if there was like a relationship there.
Yeah.
Is that where you went? Or
Yeah, I went to ASU.
Cool. It looks like such a fun place to go to school.
Yeah, I can't complain.
That's for you.
Thank you. Check. Check.
And so Woody rivering a set on this well-connected board. Lynn with king high, absolutely nothing,
2 months. 2 months.
and gets rid of it very quickly. $600 with pocket sixes.
Where did you go?
Dubai.
Woody dragging his first pot of the day. Woody, very stand-up gentleman.
Dubai is very
And I
hot.
say that metaphorically and literally.
Right now,
6'4"
right?
coming into today. And Garrett Adelstein pointed it out yesterday that he is probably one of the only
No,
Said no.
yeah, it's-
poker players that are taller than him.
Much hotter.
That's hard to do because I mean,
How can it be much
I've
harder
met some
than-
really short poker players.
Well,
I'm one of them.
so much
And then I've met
worse,
some
right?
extremely
Vegas is
tall
dry heat.
poker players. So
Oh,
it always
Dubai,
catches
yeah,
me off
Dubai.
guard when you see someone stand up and they're like as big as
Always humid, yeah.
Shaq, you know,
Worse.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
or at least feel like it.
250.
So pocket
I
jacks
guess I made a mistake.
for
I
Mike
asked you
and
guys.
for Woody.
Lynn, can I win today? Is that okay?
No, you can't.
Woody's got the aggression lead. Mike's got
At
position.
least I know where the pressure
Let's see if one of these players can fight the other one off. Do you think this is going chop pot, or do you think one of these
Not really. It's fine.
players are going to scoop the whole thing?
I'm going to give it to Mike in position. I think, you know, position does play an extremely important role in games like this.
Yeah.
And I love when two people have the same hand because then you get to really understand position in general. So, yeah, we're going to see some aggression here from Mike. And I think it could either pump the brakes for Woody or they go to a flop or they put all the money in the middle.
Alexis, yeah.
And I wouldn't be
She's
surprised here
Yeah,
if we
she's
saw
a
Woody
PR nurse,
rip it in
and she's pregnant.
and put
Oh my
Mike
God,
in the blender.
Yep.
We already know he can make shifty moves,
Yeah, get
right?
close.
Stabbing with 6 high. So I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to put in a 5 bet or just rips it.
So Woody just calling.
I think she had
5,000 in the middle, 7K behind to play for.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
I like the call being out of position. That's going to slow some things down.
What is it? 1,200. 1,200.
So Woody in a fairly tough spot here. I don't think Woody and Mike have any history playing alongside each other, but typically a 4-bet range is going to consist of a lot of hands.
Raise 3,000.
And Woody,
I mean, this is what we were talking about. He likes to make moves. Woody is going, you know, full aggression here.
so Woody pumps it up to
Is he
3,000
going to fold?
and takes it down.
He gets the fold.
Say different things. I didn't realize that till right now. Like the old school one.
I love Woody's play. I mean, I'm sure, and I mean, I haven't checked the chat yet. I'm sure some people are going, come on now, really? But when you're in that spot,
Nice
you're
one.
against someone who's out of position, showing that kind of aggression with an ace on the board, you pump the brakes. Flat, plain and simple.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy though. Most of the like big games are like mixed games. So if you just want to play like no limit, I mean,
Yeah.
there's like 10, 20 that goes a couple times a week, and then
Is this in a
just
casino or
5,
like
10.
a home game?
Casino.
Oh,
There's
cool.
home games too, but are we playing Deuce to 7? Did anyone negotiate that? No. Okay.
We could probably get it going with this group.
Or we can do
Well, if
kitty.
we thought there was action before, they bring
I don't
on
care.
7 deuce game, this thing is
I
going
don't
to
know what that
explode.
is, though. Maybe something cool that like.
Do you want to? Let's wait till KGB starts. We'll get his input.
Oh, perfect.
Kitty game, deuce to 7, triple straddle. Yep, sorry.
Can almost guarantee KGB is going to be more than willing to play the 7 deuce game.
What is my seal? We'll find out when the flop comes out. Red or black?
Little mistimed
Perfect
here.
timing.
Looks like we said.
We haven't reached the agreement yet.
No, you have to practice.
All
Oh,
right.
fine. What are you doing?
So KGB back-to-back-to-back games alongside Mariano. And speaking of alongside Mariano, it looks like that's the seat he's going to be choosing or assigned for this matchup, directly to the left of his good friend in seat 1.
I don't know if they get to choose, but if they do, a lot of meta strat going on by picking directly to his left.
No, so when you get
What's
into
the
the game,
impetus
you
for
pick
spending a
for
week with
cards, so it
everyone?
looks like he would either have been sat to
How much
the
you enjoy.
right of Woody or the left of Mariano.
Yeah.
Got it.
Awesome.
2 seats open to the
And,
right of
and we got
Mariano.
a sweet hookup on
The left
the
of
place. We have 1
Mariano.
week a month.
And those of you who have been
This
following
apartment
along
is
these
in
past few
Denver.
days,
Yeah.
And
a
so
lot
it's,
of
it all worked
needles
out.
That sounds
being
amazing.
thrown between KGB and Mariano, most of them
And I feel like I saw you
heading
post,
in
like,
Mariano's
thinking about
direction
moving to
from
Philly.
KGB, so it might prove to be part of the dynamic.
Oh, perfect.
It's definitely going to create some action. I love a good needle. I love trash
Yeah,
talk.
so it
Anyone
just
who knows
depends on what I
me,
wanna be like the
this
next
is
few
like
days.
what I think is my favorite
Yes,
part of cash
that's what I'm
games.
hearing.
You can't really do that in tournaments. It's a very different feel.
traveling a lot
It doesn't
this
really
summer,
matter
so
what
once I'm done
stakes you're playing.
traveling,
If you
I'm
have the right
pretty sure
hand
I'll
against the
get
right
something
person,
somewhere.
Okay.
a needle is
You don't have
warranted
your
if
place
it
in,
calls
I-
for
I
it.
do
So,
have my place
you
in
know,
Vegas,
I'm
but
a big
somewhere
fan of that.
else.
I love it.
Seriously, I didn't expect to be there. You know, I'll see. I don't know. I don't like making decisions.
Seems fair.
Hard.
And speaking
But
of
if you wanna
which, if
settle
you
down, I
like
think
needles or
settle
trash talk or high stakes cash game poker, please
Absolutely.
hit the subscribe button,
Yeah,
hit the
3
like
actually.
button,
Yeah.
turn the little bell on in the
2.2
corner
maybe.
for notifications because you do
Playing a lot of
not
tournaments.
want to
Patreon for
miss
that.
these games. Right, guy? You're doing a fantastic job. I'm impressed with you so far. going to be honest. This is for someone, you know, new, not just new to the bike in general, but new to this area. Because if I'm not mistaken, you moved here from Toronto, Canada. I've never been. I've always wanted to go. I've heard it's an amazing place. What is it? The birthplace of the legend Daniel Negreanu. So, I mean, that's pretty awesome. To have you come here, get in the booth, and kill it like you have been, very impressed.
Yeah, Daniel Negreanu definitely
It feels
one of the examples I would like to follow in terms of a career flow standpoint, not just trying to commentate, not just trying to play, but also become that recognizable brand similar to Daniel had been able to do about 15 years ago, coming from the same city I was from, playing at the same card clubs I play in Toronto.
Wow.
It all changed today.
And a very interesting story I'm happy to share with you as well as everybody at home. Daniel Negreanu wasn't always the crusher that you guys know. He would do really well in Toronto, absolutely crush this game that I'm frequently playing at. He would go down to Vegas, he would play with the Sharks, and he would dust it off. He'd come back to Toronto, he'd build up his bankroll, go back to Vegas, he dusted it off, and he did it about 5 or 6 times before it finally clicked for him. And it just goes to show everybody at home that Daniel Negreanu wasn't just born as kid pokers. He had to work for it. He came from baby poker to teenage to kid poker to eventually becoming the Daniel Negreanu we know today. And we'll put that to the side right now. We got a couple ace kings.
We got some all-ins.
In tight positions. Both players all in. Mike's got the suited. Mariano has got 2 flush draws, but both players are going to chop it up here. Seems pretty fair to me.
I almost thought the jack was a spade. I thought this would be a cooler for sure. Ace king of spades with 2 spades on the board, that would have been a cooler.
Mariano's like streaming himself, just practicing getting ace king.
Well, yeah.
Now, to touch on the story you're talking about, I've heard that story about Negreanu, but I never thought it was actually true. I've heard rumblings. I've heard things where he had, you know, it was like over and over. He would lose everything, go back home, build it up, come back, right? Like kid with a dream, just like we've all been there. And then eventually he just like, he hit it, right? He like crossed over and he started winning at a very high pace. And I think it came to, I heard the story about the pot limit World Series of Poker Hold'em bracelet that he won. He satellited his way in, and the rest is kind of history.
Let me be very clear, I didn't do any of those.
I'm actually, I hate the question all in.
Yeah, because it's almost asking if your opponent's all in or something. It's kind of weird, yeah.
I just said all in.
I really hope I get all in today and I can say it as a question.
I like to say it as a question, though, because I'm
for sure
genuinely
going to say it
confused.
as a question.
Like, is this a good idea? I don't know. We'll find out.
Or they're like, I don't give a fuck. All in.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
he
no.
left.
Yeah, so Daniel
Has anyone been
Negreanu,
following the main
in my opinion,
event?
is one of the people that anybody in poker should be looking to form their career around, not just being a great player, but also a great ambassador for the game, bringing a phenomenal attitude to each of the matchups that he attends and really pushes this game beyond just the play
When is the final
to
table?
a facilitative standpoint.
Today.
I also have a lot of respect for him because of the humility he had, you know, a few years back saying, you know, I need to relearn this game. I need to go back into the lab. I need to learn, you know, more GTO style strategy. And he started realizing he didn't have the edge he once had. And so for him to come back and then to reignite the career, I mean, it's like, yeah, I think we all dream to have a career like that, where you're consistently really good for many, many years, and obviously one of the most profitable players in the game, tournament-wise, and all those things. But then to become, like you said, a personality and an ambassador of the game on multi kind of levels. So the average person knows who he is. The diehard poker player obviously knows who he is, and I mean that's transcending the sport.
It's always nice to see those old heads really adapting to the new time as well. You know, we talk about a guy like
I have something.
Phil Hellmuth, for example, who is openly neglecting to bring his game to the new school approach, sticking with his old school field-based model, which has worked out extremely well for him. One of the best poker players of all time.
Quick way to
Period. Doesn't matter what any of these kids say about him.
I think just bringing his name up is controversial, obviously because of his antics, but you can't argue with the results. That's kind of what I always look at. If you're going to look at success of a career, the guy has done it all over obviously many years and is consistently beating the really tough tournaments. So you may not agree with him, you may not like how he is, but he clearly gets it done.
Have you still been playing a lot of golf?
I try to.
And also, really quick, I want to give a special shout out to my family, my girlfriend Ashley and my daughter Kylie at home. They do not watch poker. They knew I was coming in on YouTube. My daughter's obviously obsessed with YouTube. She's 8 years old. So hi Kylie, hope you're watching. Hope you're learning something. Hope you're learning how to check raise people in position, because that would make Daddy really proud, to be honest with you. That's my goal. Eventually I do want to teach her the game. She takes a little bit of an interest in it, but she knows it's just she likes the face cards, right? The king, the queens, the jacks. What are those? What are those? So eventually I'll teach her the game, but don't stay up too late. I'll get mad.
Right, exactly. I was like, you know what? Yeah, lock this up right now.
To be honest, your life seems amazing. So.
Where do you live?
Scottsdale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Back when I was on Instagram a lot more, I follow him and him and his then girlfriend, now fiance, were just always doing the coolest shit at the coolest places.
Before you impregnated her?
Right.
Well, I don't
Then
know.
I was like, stop all of that.
I think that they're probably still doing it based on what I know about them. I'm just not on social media as much these days.
She unfollowed me, I guess.
Oh,
I'm really just not on there much, but yes, I also have followed you.
right. Once the engagement happened.
Right, it's just not appropriate, you know?
Right.
Makes sense.
Oh, sure. Do you belong to a club out there?
No. Because I don't play enough, you know.
Okay.
Just-
Golf is really tough.
Yes, that is true.
I play 12 years, but still 90.
Do you still play?
Still boogie player.
Yeah,
But you have a handicap. You can gamble. Golf is the best gambling. I mean, this is a good gambling game.
It depends on how much worse you are than your friends.
Well,
I'm so bad that I can't gamble.
Oh, you play sometimes?
Right, okay.
Well, only tipsy, but yes.
Golf and poker go very hard, right?
I think it's way tougher
No,
than
poker's
poker.
way easier. Yeah, you can just get lucky. at
Yeah, there's a
poker.
bunch of pros here. that
Cool.
Like,
Golf
no, poker's
Confirmed.
easy.
Golf is a tough game. I just
In poker,
recently
you
picked
can,
it up.
beat anyone.
Right.
I am definitely
Golf
learning
is
how to be
Yeah.
humble
Never,
really
yeah.
quickly.
Golf
I
is
like
a very
games where I can get lucky.
difficult
Yeah.
game.
Golf
Very
is
enjoyable
fun.
game.
So fun.
I
It's also why I don't
too
play
partake
chess. Yeah.
in the sport.
Same thing with
I love it.
chess.
Similarly to Lynn when I'm
Too miserable
tipsy.
Going to the range, having a
want,
few brewskis, it's hard to beat.
at least,
But I am trying to take the game
High
seriously,
poker.
much like it's
Over the
studying
course of
poker.
2
You have to
years.
consistently
still
practice
play
things, and
boogie.
eventually you start hitting the ball straight, and then you start getting lower
Really-
scores.
Really tough.
Golf is one of those things I feel like to get really good at, you just have to put so much time.
KGB taking an
I'd like
unorthodox
to see
line,
it. I
Lynn
can take this
calling
one right now.
with his ace king.
I'm sorry. This is it.
I'm ready.
Play for an
Lynn
amount.
betting her range.
Gamble for an amount that you're uncomfortable losing. I swear to God, you will get better very quickly. You'll figure it out. That's it. That's all you do.
I like that. That's good wisdom. Sounds like someone that wants to.
300.
KGB putting in a small river
I
bet.
like how
Good
much,
fold from Lynn there.
gambling seems
Getting
to
a
be tied
really
to golf.
good price,
Me
but
too.
it's tough to
For
find the
sure.
bluffs that
So
KGB
much
would
like
be betting that
poker
size
players
for.
too,
So
like, take it out on
I
the
do
golf course and
applaud
stuff
the
like
fold
that.
there, getting
Yeah,
about
that's really
5 to
big.
1 on a call.
I didn't know that. I have
Yeah,
like,
I
some
think the double paired board was a little bit of
poker
bait
players who
too,
are, like, aren't
so
poker players or
KGB
whatever,
kind
and
of
they say they golf.
very
They were talking
sneakily
about how
put the
some
bet in on
points
the
on
river
the line.
there,
I thought
very
they were,
small,
like,
but yeah,
unique.
she made the right
Like,
fold.
oh, my friends gamble when they golf. Turns out everyone does that.
right.
You're a big flop.
It's interesting to see poker players gamble on golf because you can tell whether they're a naturally good gambler or just good at poker, right? Because handicapping things and stuff like that.
Right, yeah.
Some people are just really good at poker, but they're not natural gamblers.
Yeah, they don't know how to set the
Right.
stakes correctly.
Right.
I call the shot only worth
Oops, sorry.
$20, but you're so nervous about it.
Yeah, no, that's why it's fun. I mean, that's the whole point, right? Feel the pressure.
In poker, is betting 10,000 feels nothing.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Where you going? You are? We need anchovy here.
Good. How are you?
I said we need anchovy.
14.
We need anchovies. I don't know why we need anchovies.
Small fish.
Ah!
Yeah, just small fish.
Yeah, I was not getting there.
Need a whale, I got you though.
Just fucking with you.
I'll be honest, I like you so much better when you're commentating than when you're playing. So,
Right, plus 2.
yeah, could you just please stay in the commentary booth. Don't-
You want to come commentate with me today, Lou?
Kind of.
Yeah, come swing by.
Could I? Okay. Where is it?
Couple doors now.
Okay, nice.
Say what's up.
Can I swing? Should I swing by after the stream or like? Okay. Cool. Nice.
125.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, familiar face coming to the stream before the show. A little deja vu for myself. Always weird watching yourself and commentating in the booth as well. KGB launching a playful jab. Lin G extending an offer to join us in the booth, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see her jumping in about 3.5 hours from now.
I'd gladly give up my headset. She wants to come join us in the booth, absolutely, because I got some questions. I got to hear about some of these hands that I commentated in the past. But yeah, that would be a lot of fun. That'd be a lot of fun.
I think it would be. She'd be a very entertaining character to come join us in the booth. A lot of interesting discussions to be had with Lynn.
Check.
7.
Wait.
I like her comment of saying she prefers you in the booth as opposed to sitting down at the table with her. That's the best compliment you can really get, to be honest.
Yeah, I tend to get that frequently, unfortunately now.
You're at 90
You know,
right now.
I'll take the compliment.
They keep dealing me queen 10 and aces. Looking for a big 90.
Did you go party last night?
Mhm.
See the liquid IV?
Well,
being
not
brought
last
out?
night, but I'm just like drinking every day. So it's, you gotta get your electrolytes in when you drink every day.
Raise them.
Nice.
Al, you listening? I'm talking to you.
No, I did a lot of that when I was 24. So
I've seen Al take like 2 shots an hour and still play amazing. I was very impressed.
Elle seems like the kind of guy who would play better when he's drunk. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, I think I'm a little bit better when I'm drunk too. I'm not as tight.
So we got an interesting hand developing. Open and mid position. L 3-betting with ace queen off. Mariano coming through with a cold 4-bet with a suited ace in position.
I hate my seat.
L lamenting his seat draw. Going to be out of position against one of the toughest players at the table all game long. And that player just flopped middle pair.
7 spikes.
So domination, reversation on this flop.
Did you just make that up?
Just made that up at the
That's,
top.
I was like, that sounds like a thing, but it almost sounds made up too. I was right.
Mariano getting it done.
You ever
And
get fucked up enough where you need
it's always
an
nice to
extra
pull
idea?
in a
Like little
even
website
medium-sized
I
pot
mean, yes. but
after
I've
the
never
beating
actually
he took
used
yesterday. I talked to him before the show, actually,
very infrequently.
and I just told him that he played really well.
What do you guys want to do?
Because
Bomb
he
hunt?
lost a boatload of money,
Sure.
but he played really well. And sometimes it's just
Are we
not
doing
your night.
Single or double?
But the worst thing you can
Double
do
board if you're
when
doing
you're getting
double board?
dealt bad cards,
All right, there we go.
bad situations, is start compounding that almost like a snowball rolling down a hill. But he made the correct decisions time and time again. And unfortunately for him, it just wasn't his night.
That's probably the toughest part about the game, is you can do everything right in your power and still come out a loser. But like you said, you dust yourself off, you try again, and that's what makes Live at the Bike great, is every new hand is another opportunity. especially when you have action, you know, flops and 7-deuce games and all kinds of stuff.
No, I'm just saying.
That's what I thought.
I was just about to be like, can you guys turn the AC up?
The fuck? Can you take off your hoodie before you complain about the temperature?
Yeah,
I stayed quiet. I was like,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
realize it makes no sense, so I just kind of.
It works, it's cold. When it doesn't work, it's hot. So that's the point.
So we have a double board
Oh,
bomb
yeah.
pot,
KGB likes it.
which means that each player will toss in
No, I like it
$100
to have air. I
before the
don't
cards
need
are
the
dealt.
cold, but
They'll
if
see
it
two
doesn't
separate
work,
flops,
there is no air.
and in order
So
for you to
many
win
people
half
with
of the
those lights,
pot,
that's it.
you need to
I
show
think
down the winning hand on either the top
that's why I get
or
the
the
jacket
bottom.
all the
Ace
time.
from space.
Now, if you're able to apply maximum
No,
pressure
pink, please.
and get all of your
That's
opponents
it.
to fold,
King nine
then
is
you
a good
scoop the
hand now.
entirety of the pot. Simple, elegant,
$500.
pure.
And for those who don't understand why this is happening, it is a collection time, right? So this is pretty standard in games like this where you pay a time collection and then everyone goes, why don't we just go ahead and do a bomb pot? And the winner of the bomb pot typically pays
Don't
part of
touch
the
it,
collection, or
please.
pays the collection, right? Am I mistaken? I could be wrong.
So Woody with a stranglehold on the top board, top boat
I'm
on
gonna
King
do it.
King 9-9,
I'm gonna take
and
care
Brett
of
and
it.
Mike
Do you want-
competing for that bottom board.
No for now.
Okay.
It's hard.
Check.
Thank you.
And so here, if you're Woody, you want to put in a big bet and try to fold out
Thanks.
players who are playing that bottom board. You know your hand is likely going to be good. You only lose to a hand like Ace King, Pocket Nines, and that's literally the only two hands you lose to. But unfortunately for him, he checks it through and
Chop, chop, let's
he's gonna
go.
chop it up, taking a $550
Chop,
profit.
please.
Oh, you got the top king.
Did you already take the time?
I did.
KGB
Did
gracing
you take
us
some for
with the beautiful sound of him drinking, as we heard quite frequently during yesterday's broadcast. You guys have a computer on, hearing it in the background. We got a headset on. We hear that loud and clear,
It's right in my eardrums,
right in my
which
ear.
makes me really thirsty. It's weird.
Yeah,
makes me
You had the button.
I completely agree. I think it's absurd.
Wait a second.
I've seen worse too.
Wait a
gives me other feelings.
Yeah, button close to 10.
Or as
That's
the Brits
warranted
in
too.
Vegas would say, not like this.
25, 50, 50.
Not like this.
So once again, thank you guys for joining us on this beautiful Friday afternoon from sunny Los Angeles, California for this edition of Live at the Bike. We got some 25, 50,
yeah,
50
I
going.
went, like,
7-deuce
three-
game is on. Double board bomb
38
pots are
times.
flowing,
Played cash.
and the good energy is at the table once again
Or you fly?
We usually
Doesn't get
Chris
much better.
Miles.
It doesn't get much better than this, guys.
alongside
Yeah.
Rye Guy
It's like 4 hours.
in the booth.
Okay.
Thank you for each and every one of you for tuning in and spending time with us today. And if you guys are here enjoying this free content that we provide for you 3 days a week, make sure you smash the like and subscribe button. It costs you nothing, and it means everything to us.
There's
1,000.
So we got a raise on this 6-3 deuce 7 board. Mariano raising with some backdoors here. Will he decide to double down on his earlier bluff, turning some equity?
23.
And I think this will end the hand,
Mason.
wrapping a very thin range of value, but also understanding his image at the table. Not a whole lot his opponent can do there with just ace high.
This is why people groan when they're out of position to Mariano. This for the reasons exactly like that. So KGB's sitting there smiling ear to ear because he knows if he's in a similar situation, he has the power of position on his
So we
side.
just came and like sat in our room and watched the dog.
Aww.
It was so expensive to have, like, it's that expensive to watch a dog. I think
Although
it's
we
like
all know it still takes a little bit more than
Well,
position
like
just to beat
6
Mariano
hours.
in some pots.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you can just pay like.
Yeah, and
a
he also
personal
has
for $30
the
an hour.
luxury
Right.
I think you
It
might
was
be
just like a last minute thing, yeah.
of
Wanna
being
make sure
able
they're
to
qualified, you know?
avoid some of these spots against a guy like L, against a guy like Mariano, who are going to be the two most aggressive players at the table. You know, if L opens the pot, KGB's got a marginal hand. He can just
Good hand,
decide
Tal.
offload it.
Good hand.
Mariano opens a hand. KGB's got a marginal spot. He can just decide to pick another one.
Yeah, and
But-
I've been trying to decide if
I
L
obviously
stands
don't
for
have that
loose
effect.
or if it stands for let's raise more.
I think it's the latter. I think it has to be. I
Let's
think
keep
it's both.
let's keep raising. That's what it
10,
stands
10,
for.
10.
It's a bit of both. I would have to say.
I missed check. No way, nobody bites.
Lynn with the check mark here.
Picking off KGB. Nice call, Lynn. And L
You win.
thinking about it, but decides he's going to look for another spot. Lynn G taking down a $2,000 pot with
You sheriff in town.
pocket fives. Nice call.
I don't think she could have got the chips out there fast enough.
I
Not a
would
lot of
love a
hands
cowboy
beat
hat.
you.
I'm
You're getting
so
a good
into country
price,
music.
4-1.
It's,
KGB's
And I don't
table
have-
talk didn't seem too strong there,
No.
even though he's
I just think it's like nice and simple.
not a
and,
maniac.
There's like.
No, he's only beating you with a 9
No
or a
BS,
7.
I was just telling my mom, I was like,
He's got the
I woke up
goods.
at,
You
like,
got to pay that man
3
his money.
Vegas,
Especially at that
and
price.
there was a country like music video like on
Okay,
TV.
you had to throw in a
I like
Rounders
this
reference, and I
song.
almost got
Give
by
me a
me.
playlist,
It
you know?
almost got by me, so I'm
It's called
glad I
AA
grabbed
by,
that.
like,
Pick that one off just like Lynn did.
Walker or something. Probably just pushed that.
Don't make me start doing KGB impersonations because the stream will
What do you mainly
get
listen
shut
to?
down.
Oh, please. We'll get some of those going.
We got plenty of time, right? It's early.
We'll wait for a big pot, and then you got it.
All over
You
the
got the
place.
green light from me. You got the green light from
Yeah, I
production.
was the same way. Like, I was like, fuck country, it's not for me at all. And then
Right.
like last year, I just turned into.
We got a couple of offsuit
Right, that's-
aces.
I feel like it's happening.
Woody in there with the best hand, pocket 6s. 6 holding 4 now. And I'm a big fan of this river check from Mariano. See if he wants to add more money. He certainly is not folding.
I guess I'll just call.
Yeah. Nothing else to do but call. Tough to get called by worse when you check raise in that position.
I didn't like it when you said I'm just gonna call. I'm like,
And
okay,
I'm
Yeah,
a
that's
big
never-
fan of the way he
Like, oh,
played that
no.
hand. A lot of people, when they river that top pair on that queen 10 with 2 undercards kind of board, would just lead out there with that ace. But you got to think of what are you trying to accomplish
I
with
just
that
wanted to
bet.
know about, like, Nate
It doesn't look like your opponents have a queen.
Should I call?
It doesn't look like your opponents have a 10.
we will
I
And
think not
obviously
folding.
we
I think
saw in
both
this
had really
situation
strong
he had an
hands.
ace. But a lot of the time they're going to use that card to represent like they had that ace. So having that kind
The
of
other
hand
day I
in your
bet,
checking
like,
range,
this
so
pot
you can just
against
pick off the
Jay.
bluffs in a spot where
I
the
had a
button
flush.
with hands like 6-5,
Think for, like,
a bunch
few
of
minutes, and I was
nonsense are going to be
like,
overly
then he
incentivized
called
to
and
stab.
oh, I thought you had,
It allows
like,
you to
top
pick those
spots
off
and you had-
far more frequently as opposed to if you bet out yourself
He only lose-
into a range of hands that
he
are
only
quite
lose
weak,
to
getting
aces.
called by worse.
Yeah. Remember that hand?
I mean, that's really well
Yeah, I know.
put. And I know in terms of games like this where people can get over
Maybe he
aggressive
won't-
in
almost
spots
fold
like that too. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's hard to ever be mad at Jay though. He's such a cool dude.
Yeah.
I saw his screen name is Jay Scoops.
Yeah.
What is that about?
Scoops.
What is that?
Scoops the pot.
He
I
scooped you.
guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Why
I'm a
does everyone
fan
have
of
that
the
nickname?
J Scoops screen name, to be honest. I think that's an awesome nickname.
Can't let people find out.
Jay
who you
Scoops,
are.
Blind.
great name.
Mariano-
Stand-up individual.
Mariano's not your real name.
Very much so.
For sure. Right.
It's your first name?
Are you trolling me?
Green
No, I'm not trolling you.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
is.
Okay, I didn't know.
Ace nine is good.
I thought it was more likely to be your last name.
No, it's just my parents have like Italian descent. So
Okay, cool.
yeah.
You're from Argentina, right?
Yeah. It's funny because like my name is, I guess, really common in Europe. It's like like Michael or something. But here it's like, what the fuck did you just say? Like Mario?
Mario Kart?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Play another 5.
I'm sure Mariano's never heard that before.
Yes, please. Unless someone has chips.
So this whole time you thought you were just calling me by my last name?
Yeah. That is actually what I thought. I thought that's just what you went by, and I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll call people whatever they want.
150. Copy that, JJ? Yeah, right at
L's starting to
call
loosen
people
up
like-
here with the,
They're like,
I believe that is,
like I'll call people what they
and no
want,
action.
but it's like some corny.
I thought we were going to see some calls there.
You know,
I
That
was
was a
literally just thinking
difficult
the exact same
player
thing.
to play
I
against.
also don't call Ethan
like,
Rampage.
I call the man Ethan.
I certainly
Right.
I'm not gonna
do
call
not
the girl man
enjoy
Rampage.
But
seeing
I
L
call
on
him
the game sheet when
like
I am going to play.
Wolfgang.
He enters the pod
Yeah,
very aggressively
I don't do that
with
either.
a
I
wide
just
range of hands.
Okay.
Wait,
He
he's
puts a
not
lot
the
of
guy
people
with
in
the
very
restaurant?
tough spots.
He's not.
Oh.
And he plays a very
This is no
exciting
one.
I
brand of
genuinely was
poker.
like curious if that was the situation.
Great player. A lot of
150.
Like,
pressure
I won't call the
put on his opponents, and it makes
No,
it
I'll call
very
him, like,
difficult for
Nick or Nikolai.
even
yeah.
high-level
There's a
players to
guy
play
in
against him
Arizona that
because
goes
you
by
never
the-
really know what part of his
the
range he's in.
Dominator.
Now,
Yeah.
now I
It's
ask
so
only
over the
because
top that I
this
make
is what
sure
makes
I
sense in my head.
Okay.
But by
Maybe
being
that's
in
it.
here in the
Hey,
booth and
Dominator,
watching
what's
how
going
he
on?
approaches
Good to
certain
see you,
hands,
Dominator.
does that help you once you
I
go
think if
back
you're
out in this
16
game?
plus, though, you
Or
get
do
to
you
call
feel like it
people.
could add
I'll call
a little
Daddy-O,
bit too much to
Daddy-O.
think
I don't know who
about?
that is, but I would too, whoever that is.
Like you fall into the
He's
overthinking
like a really
syndrome.
friendly, like, old
No,
man. Who's, like,
not a whole lot of
potentially, like, a vet or
overthinking,
something,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
but I
You
do
make it
fall
to
into
that
a
point.
similar camp to L in
Can I just
our
get,
play styles, understanding value of position,
Cocaine black?
value of range
like,
advantage.
Check.
Ryan, I
And-
guess, goes by Rye Guy. Or Rye Guy or something?
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Your name's fucking Ryan.
Yeah.
Ryan, I'm gonna call you Ryan.
I feel like I call people by their names unless they're specifically like, I prefer this, and then
Right,
I'll call
yeah,
them
yeah.
whatever their preference is.
Yeah, you guys can all call me Ryan.
There was one time I made a
It sounds
big
like a
mistake
challenge just
for,
happened right now, you know?
100K pot, and I watching the comments, and I say, "What do you expect when you call yourself L?"
Oh, yeah, sure.
That was great.
Yeah, that's not a good name, man. I should switch my nickname to W. Just
I like that you looked at the comments.
I
of the 100K
love-
pot where you made a mistake.
I love it.
That's awesome.
he's looking for help in the
I
comments.
love it.
L, maybe you're trying to use his name to get into these big games.
I wanna know what people say.
Yeah, I like to know too, and it doesn't ever hurt, so.
You got
Might as
thick
well
skin,
try.
man.
And speaking of comments, we definitely see you in the chat, so we are not ignoring you. We definitely see you, and yeah, the comments make the show fun. You know, we hope that they stay positive, right? There's some negativity every once in a while, but for the most
Yeah.
part, the comments make the show even more interesting.
Man, I was absolutely blown away with the positivity in the game yesterday. The comments flowing in, overwhelmingly positive. We had Garrett, we had Mariano, we had Woody, Double H, the accountant, KGB.
I mean, it's a stacked game. It's. I mean, that was like I watched. I want to say maybe like almost. I would say not 80% of the stream, and I was
I gotta
pretty
know
blown
kids,
away.
Like some people I know that just had kids, they're like, we don't do anything now. But I feel like it's like a choice, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see how I feel after I'm
So you're getting some
responsible
love
for
in the
it.
chat there. Speaking of the chat,
What are you expecting?
everybody like Rye. See,
September
everybody. It's like that should be a new TV show.
Nice.
Everybody loves Rye.
I'm a fan. I would watch that.
11.
I would watch that.
11.
Are you guys gonna like get like a night nurse or anything, or do you think you guys will just do it on your own?
I think we're doing it just like on our own and like with family.
Family's amazing.
Yeah. Because she's a nurse, she gets like a lot of time off.
Yeah.
That's
okay,
cool.
Wait, what did you ask?
good. If they're gonna just like hire a night nurse or something, just have some help. Yeah.
Oh.
If it's really bad, then yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I thought you were asking like, I don't know why I heard like, where are you
300.
like giving birth or something like who's gonna deliver? And then like you were like, family's gonna help. And
Yeah.
Like, family's great.
One-
And I'm
yeah.
just picturing like your
Yeah.
family like,
All of us. Grab one leg, I'll grab the other.
I was like, wait, really? That's a thing?
Are you good, bro?
I don't know why I heard that.
What kind of molly water does he have?
Okay, so your family's not delivering the child.
No. I'm going to attempt to, like, take the child, like,
Yeah.
the birth canal, I guess.
I don't even know if you're
Yeah,
serious now.
No, I am. I'm going to try to do it.
Dead
Yeah.
ass, okay.
Yeah, some dads do that, right?
Yeah, I'm going to try to be down there, like, the fireman hat on. Maybe, what do you call those, like, cool little lights that you put on, like, right here, too?
Miner's cap?
Yeah, miner's
Yeah.
cap.
Straddle.
Like, hello. I'm going to get in so much trouble, huh?
She's cool as shit. But yeah, there's definitely some
Thanks.
women that would not appreciate this being said.
You okay with the round?
You what?
You okay with the round of straddle?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. I just started it if you want to keep going.
You started? Okay.
Yeah, I just started. You guys okay with the round?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, why not?
Do you know-
fun.
Do you know if it's a boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Thinking about Mariano is the name.
There you go.
I want to make sure he runs well.
Now you're not winning from him today.
No, I was trying to get some good favors.
Yeah. I think if anything, that should curry some
Quit
video.
4-betting light. Quit 4-betting light.
Well, if you're not going to call it a free bet, you may as well let him 4-bet, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe he was actually defending you.
It seems fair.
Do you actually have names lined up at all?
I checked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Axel.
For real?
Yep, I'm going for Axel.
Helmut style.
Badass. I like it. Yeah, that's strong.
Yeah, we're not scared.
I like it.
Still check.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you planning on having more kids? I know it's a little bit.
Kind of up in the air. I'm not sure.
Because I know some people are like super structured. Like they
Right.
know they're gonna have X amount. Or
That sounds insane to me.
We thought we were like wanted to have more, but I think through like this, like maybe one's cool. I don't know.
yeah.
We'll see.
I've given up on planning for like big things in life so long ago that like
Right.
I feel like Auntie Lynn is like cool with watching one, you know? But, like, Auntie Lynn watching two is gonna be like.
it might
more
be a
of
shit show. Yeah. One's a cancer.
Like I'll be like looking at the little kid,
Yeah.
like, all right, so walk across the street, go to beer, okay? Just hit the elevator.
You get back, she's
Scoops.
pumping them with like the liquid IVs nonstop.
Mom and yeah.
All the
Mom and
kids.
Dad
Jay
will see you.
Scoop
Just sitting there
in the
sipping on it.
building, ladies and gentlemen.
You're gonna stay hydrated, okay?
Yeah.
Flop comes out.
Tough.
Red to my left, black to my right. I'll know when the flop comes out.
Sound good? What happened to yesterday?
The game just
You left
got
me
a
alone
little
because-
more
Hey,
interesting.
how are you? We're going for a high five.
What's up, man? Brett. Nice to meet you.
What's up, buddy?
What's up?
You guys.
Jay Scoops won a
you
huge
got a
pot
good hand, but you got
a couple of days ago against Mariano. Pocket jacks against a
Jack
rivered
tens, yeah.
flush on a paired board.
Wait, who has Jack?
Who has Jack?
Me?
Mariano put in a
Me?
continuation
Who
bet,
does?
about half pot, put in a pot-sized turn bet
I'm gonna play like
when
I
the
have
board
Jack
paired and Scoops
you
turned his
can
full
do
house and then put in another
Oh
pot-sized
my
bet on the river, $11,000.
Definitely playing
Scoops
like
with
Jack.
20K total, deciding just to call and gave Mariano a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card in that situation when he rivered that flush. I
We can show
don't
it. We're going to
think
see it anyway. So.
Mariano would have paid it off, but then
Hold
again,
on.
you don't allow your
Shit.
opponents to make those mistakes.
How good are you?
Yeah. You sure he doesn't have his phone on
And
him?
Lynn just folding the ace to
Another
a
what
single
now?
bet.
Your phone on you.
That was a little
You're just
surprising.
calling out hands.
What
Nice
else
bet.
am I have?
But a big bet, in truth,
all
into
you
4
need.
opponents.
Pocket seven,
I
so-
don't think It's the worst fold in the world to make,
Do you have a jacket in your backpack?
just based off the
You have a
size
jacket in
of
your
the
backpack?
bet. How many players it would have to
I
get
have a
through,
sweater,
so
Lynn,
you
but
chat
don't
pros
like
at
it.
home,
No?
calling her
Probably
net,
will.
second guess yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, we love the chat pros.
Chat
We
pros.
love the chat pros.
Let me win this hand.
But until you guys are playing up on these stakes like Lynn G is on a regular
I'll check
basis,
out Brett's sweater first.
chickadee, check yourself.
I'll seize opportunities with
May I finish?
imagination.
Before you riggedy wreck yourself.
Yeah, no, anything's great. That's perfect.
Yes.
I'll get a
I
good
learned that
imagination.
Becker's
It was a layup. That was an assist.
Yeah, Mariano
Like
knows
John
he got
Stockton and Karl Malone there.
I hope I'm not.
Immediately.
Every time.
I hope I'm John Stockton.
Exactly, because he doesn't.
I'm fold.
I'll be the mailman. I will be the mailman, Karl Malone. That is fine. I will take that. But I am
I
a
don't
big
care.
John Stockton fan for sure.
Pick off a couple of hairs. And then
Shout out to all you Utah Jazz fans.
L, thank you, by the way.
No problem. It looks cold, yeah. I was
We got
gonna
L
offer you
opening
mine,
this
but
up with
I would be
pocket
cold.
fours. Mariano.
So ask Jay if you have a jacket.
That's genius.
For you, no. For Lynn, yes.
So you have Jack 10 or not, that hand?
No.
Get tense. Right?
No.
You got ace 10 in this case, ace 10. Ace 10 is good.
Okay, yeah. Call him 11. Call him 11. Yeah. Slice it. Straddle still on?
Again?
Same straddle, 300.
Just have playable hands.
I'm gonna do the same thing what he does to you.
Oh my God.
Oh, I keep thinking those are
You
5K.
guys just
So I'm like, wait, what the
punishing me,
fuck?
huh?
Because your imagination is so big,
Okay.
and we got real hands, so.
Oh my God.
You cannot push me out. I got what I represent, so I'm gonna call. So. You shall stop imagine. Wait for his king.
So KGB
Michael, I'm curious.
Yeah.
with a
I should.
15x
Some
open,
dealers are more
if I'm
anal
not
about
mistaken.
blinds getting
The
called,
graphic said
like,
300,
before
but
you
I
start
saw
trading or whatever. Is it because that's
3
just, like,
pink chips being thrown into the middle,
process
representing
behind
$1,500 right after that speech, and as expected,
when no one's actually like gonna sell?
Ace King.
Tell me otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, what else would it be? Aces? I mean, that's the only other, you know.
Yeah.
I think Ace King or Jacks.
Deal until at least
Yeah, you
That
probably
range.
wouldn't do that with aces. It's definitely yeah. The graphics seem to be a little wrong. If that was only 300, it looked a lot larger of a raise.
if you're like eating or something, I'll ask otherwise. 300.
Well, aces are going around like everyone is signing up for the aces party.
And like, it was so funny. The dealer would not deal me in until
Right.
the blinds were out.
Yeah, 100%.
So we got Lynn this time and Woody. An ill-timed
They were
3-bet
freaking out about the job.
with his big little offsuit ace. And I believe the price of
is only
poker will
good
go
for
up
casino.
once more once it
You
reaches
know they
back
take
to Lynn.
like
Can I get full
50%
server?
fees for that.
Full server?
Unfortunately for her, this formation,
It's insane.
Woody, an optically tighter player, you'd expect him to be far stronger than he is
But it
most
is
of the
fun when you
time
win
when he puts in a 3-bet from the big blind.
I'll say that.
You started with like 10.
But unfortunately for her, when she puts the 4-bet into
Have
2,500-ish,
fun somewhere else.
it's gonna
Doesn't
come to an end very quickly.
Very spot on
Aces again?
read on the
I
bet
did actually
size there,
raise, yeah.
which is about what I was thinking. So, but
wanna switch seats?
any amount over what Woody put out was going to get a fold.
Sounds like someone had an ace. Trying to see if you're full of shit.
I think it was diamond spade, actually. But I wouldn't be sure, so.
Well, mine was hearts clubs,
Oh, yeah?
so that makes sense.
Okay, perfect. It's nice of you to let me win.
Straddle is over, actually. You guys don't know that.
He just likes to straddle by himself.
He's a straddler. He's a straddler.
It's okay.
All right, one time.
13.
If Al calls, I call. If not, I fold.
Can't call that.
Mariano doesn't qualify. I fold. You want to show it badly for some reason.
I like your strategy. Folks, Rye Guy is standing in the booth here. And you know what? To get the blood flow, I'm going to stand as well. That's a fantastic idea. I like that.
Imagination doesn't work out.
Because sitting gets boring after a while.
I like KGB's strategy that hand, limping in with 4 deuce suited, saying he'll call if L calls, as L's getting the cards in his hand ready to fold. And of course, when L inevitably folded as was being represented, KGB follows suit over that $1,300 isolation raise.
No escape.
Price was a bit steep.
Boom.
Price of poker went up drastically.
Besides,
They smell like I got a deuce.
We have ramen noodles. Yes. We have a beef cups.
Beat Mariano out of a pot.
Speaking of prices,
Thank you.
just to drive around in LA, it's almost $7 a gallon.
it's like,
So they have to play in this game. Folks, if you need to afford a couple gallons of gas, I suggest you signing up for one of the games on Live at the Bike.
I'll just get the ramen. Seafood ramen.
If you're good.
I thought you said he was
Seafood
named
ramen.
after me.
You got like a cool 20,000 laying
We
around.
have a ramen.
So
Seafood is
yeah.
big
So why actually?
rice noodle.
Is there like a?
I don't know. We
The
just
Korean
we just
one.
liked it. Yeah.
Korean sushi.
We like go off
No.
roading a lot and stuff. And we just wanted.
Yeah.
We're trying to.
Speaking of
make a
prices,
kid who wants to play.
costs
in
you
the
guys
dirt.
nothing to watch this content.
I like it.
So why not leave a
ramen that
like?
comes with
Why
soup
not
and the
subscribe so we
seafood.
can continue to bring you
know
this
that one?
high-level poker content 3
Are
days
kids
a
on your
week?
radar anytime soon?
Costs
I
you
want my
nothing, but
money
it means
back.
everything to us here at Live at the
But
Bike.
you've had a girlfriend for a while now, right?
Yeah. It's just
It
like I
helps
can hardly
more
take
than
it.
you
I'm
can
assuming
possibly
that's a
imagine.
5K chip.
Yes,
And
sir.
it takes less than 30 seconds.
If I have a girl, I'm gonna name her Axel though.
Oh, I'll just get the
Want her to be like.
full.
The phone?
Full,
I like
full.
that.
lot.
Yeah,
I really wanted
I'll
to
just
play.
get the fall, actually.
To play.
Oh, can I see? There's one fault. Can I see the menu?
I want my money back. I'm tired of folding here.
Gamble.
We got some legends in the chat here. What's up, Natty Wit?
What is your name, sir?
Brett.
So I haven't been in the booth too frequently, so seeing a familiar name brings a nice warmness to my heart.
What's that?
I've been that room where you want to go twice. Labor room.
Oh, got you. I'm thinking of poker room. That's how the DJ. I'm like, what poker room did you go to? That's so cool.
Clint says, it costs us nothing. Yes, it costs you nothing. It is free to subscribe, like, hit the bell notification.
Awesome.
I'll never forget it.
You can go back and watch prior episodes whenever you want.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest advantage. If you miss the show, which you shouldn't, you should always be watching live. But if you do miss the show, you can go back in the archives.
Motherfucker.
Speaking of legends, we got Alex Lee in the chat. Live at the Bike legend himself.
It's okay,
Hope
we can
you
let him-
feel
he's
better
okay for
very
himself.
soon,
Yeah.
my friend.
Yeah. It's
It's
okay.
insurance pays for that.
And those of you in the
like
chat
insurance
right
doesn't
now,
pay for much,
you guys got
do
any
they?
Yes,
questions?
I will.
Oh, that's good.
Probably have decent
Toss them in there. We'll try to get to them throughout the
Yeah,
broadcast.
It's hard when there's so much going on. You got the, action with KGB and L loosening up the game, and then the chat goes crazy, and so we're going to do our best. So thank you for your
I
patience.
just keep thinking I'm gonna get stuck with a big bill.
No bills. Where she work? What hospital?
Honor Health.
Yeah, so it's all free for her for sure.
Like, what are you saying? I'm like, I don't know. There's this guy. His name's KGB. He said it's all free, so I'm not paying anything. Look him up.
That's amazing.
They're gonna take that as a threat or something. This guy's saying the KGB's paying for
Look
this.
him up.
What he's talking about.
Oh, I feel like I put more out, but oh no, I put exactly 100 in. Ah,
Yeah, you put 100.
Cool.
Jack of diamonds, jack of clubs, 10 of clubs.
Check.
No problem.
Got another bomb pot
I
here.
want a queen jack. Give me
Is
queen
it that
jack.
time already? I feel like they just had one.
No fucking way. I check.
Check, check.
Oh,
Check around.
oh nice.
This is the one I use.
7 of diamonds.
Oh,
Queen
The
jack is a
ramen
good
we
hand.
have
I
it.
know that.
I see.
If noodle soup
Very
doesn't,
hard to get.
this is the one you told me. Beef and
I'm
shrimp.
gonna bet 500.
500.
So Mike with a stranglehold on the bottom board, and Gonna try to bluff the rest of his opponents off the top, and it looks like it'll get through. Excuse me, Lin leading out here with 2 pair on the top, a 4-liner on that board as well, so any 8 has her in trouble.
No tender.
No tender, no brisket.
Okay.
Queen one.
It looks like the graphics are a little
This
bit
is
off,
Fine. Onions is fine.
but
Just no-
at the
this-
end of the day,
this
chop
only
hot.
sliced beef for meat. The other stuff is fine.
Now Mariano is getting the lesson. Very sad, very sad.
Why is he going to blast you?
Because of my hand.
Got it. I see.
Story checks out.
Natty
Okay,
Wit
not
mentioning
wrong.
it's 559 in his hood. I got to find out where that is because where I'm at, it's well like 680 a gallon. If you're getting 559, that is a screaming deal.
For fun? Yeah. Double straddle one time.
Double straddle.
All right.
For gamble.
Mike by the button, then straddle. Brett double straddle.
Which actually
You
brings
need
up
the
another
given
point.
source for sure.
When
Now it's for
people
fun, though.
go and play live cash,
Yeah, okay, cool.
a lot of them keep, an expense, some kind of an expense report, whether it's like a poker income app or something like that. Do you track other expenses
we
when
should
you
put
do
it
things?
together.
Like, are you
You
tracking
imagine you got
tips?
something and
Are
I
you
read,
tracking
so you
gas?
cannot
Or you're
call.
just like, hey, I'm just showing up and playing?
Wow.
Yeah, just show up to
Because
play.
we would believe
I love
it
it.
was hands
That's
at that
exactly
point.
what I wanted to hear. That's what I was hoping I would hear.
I were tracking my
800.
expenses over these past 3 months between
the
Toronto
hell?
and Los Angeles.
What's a flight right
Call
now
800 with-
to LAX from Toronto?
It's $1,000 round trip right now.
Okay.
I've done that 4 times in the
I
last
cannot call. I
4
want
months.
to.
Wow.
Not to mention what the hotels cost,
It
and
was very fun.
a friend of mine rents me his Jeep.
Come on,
That's
baby.
nice. You can get a vehicle to get around because it's not a very walkable
I'm playing
place.
seriously today. I'm not.
LA's a big
So
city.
today, yesterday.
I didn't
was-
realize there was a
I
No,
mean,
no,
you
no,
could
today's-
walk it, but I mean,
I'll play hard.
you
It's
get
casual
lost.
Friday, but it's serious poker.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Seems fair.
And yesterday
Is
was
this
what?
my straddle? Yeah.
We don't have a round straddle.
Oh, I thought we put it
We
out.
got the live straddle on,
Yeah,
folks.
It's fine.
We don't have to.
It's optional.
Yeah, optional.
I feel like once the chip is out, you can't take it back.
Yeah, that's a good point.
300. Straddle and then 300.
Well, that would be a very correct rule clarification. Once the chips are out, you cannot bring them back. That is right.
Yes.
12.
Raise it.
So we got Mike opening it up with 4-3
Oh, we
suited.
need to wait
Lin
for
3-betting
more
the
seconds. We cannot
small
just,
blind with
imagine
9-8
that
suited now.
Right.
Brett
You see what's
Ace
going
Jack off
Right.
in this tight formation. Let's see if he wants to enter this pot
I
somehow.
tried to
4-betting.
ask you,
I
tried to
like
speak
it.
almost all in. Doesn't
And
work.
taking it down.
Wow.
Mike's going to
Michael's
be
is
very
smooth as
wide when he
apples.
opens the button. Lin's going to be slightly
It
less
was
wide, but
imagined too.
just going to enter the
I
pot
had a
through
really good
aggression the
hand
majority of
that
the
I wanted
time.
to 3-bet and did not want to call 4-bet.
Imagining.
That was a very saucy 4-bet.
Very saucy 4-bet. And I think it's the right one. You don't really want to be calling
Hasn't entered
in that
pot with
position.
Calling yet.
You want to be taking the
raise.
aggression lead,
Just
and you want to be
raise.
punishing
It feels
not
weird.
only Brett's wide opening range, but Lin's wide 3-betting range. And you don't really want to see a flop with a hand like Ace-Jack offsuit. It plays very poorly
Trying to
when
get
you
it
see a
stuck.
flop and you don't connect in any meaningful way.
Okay, mister.
I know from experience.
So a very astute observation from Brett there, excuse me, betting his Ace-Jack in a spot that a lot of people would either find just to call or just to fold.
And he's keeping the foot on the gas here with King 3 suited.
And same story here. L just calling in the straddle. A little surprising to not see him toss in that 3-bet as well. Obviously, he rates to have the best hand the majority of the time when it goes small blind open, big blind call. But L trying to keep ranges wide, understanding that a lot of the times he's going to dominate both with his ace and his queen. So when he flops top pair, he can win a pretty sizable pot against those two players.
And it's a very interesting line, too, because once Woody leads out, it puts L in an uncomfortable position, which then saw the fold. Very astute read, though. You mentioned earlier Woody has this tighter image around the table, but he's making moves when he has the right kind of position and kind of read on the table. So, you know, I like Woody's strategy so far. He's picking up pots without having to get into any real trouble right now.
And after that,
Yeah, the biggest thing in these kind of games is understanding your image. What does it portray? What part of the spectrum, as I like to say, what part of the spectrum do my opponents think my game is on, and then how do I maximally exploit that? For example, Woody, a lot of people would optically think he's tighter, and he's been going into a few creative bluffs today. The last one working out, the one earlier against Lin when he 3-bet the ace-deuce offsuit, not quite working out, running into aces. But as you said, making some moves, and I think he's going to get a lot more credit in those spots as opposed to a guy like L, who's got a reputation of getting out of line.
Exactly. And I think, you know, if I had to play in a game like this, where I don't normally play high stakes like this, I'm definitely more of a mid-stakes guy, you know, 5-5, 5-10 kind of arena, maybe some 10-20, stuff like that. The games play very differently. You don't see spots like that as often. Aggression pays off big time in games like that, whereas here, this is obviously a really killer lineup. You have a lot of experienced players, and so Woody playing is, I would like to say I'd probably play a lot like Woody is right now. I would pick my spots. I would wait till I can find a spot to get a little more aggressive and pick up, you know, decent pots.
You straddled, I didn't expect it.
Yeah, you straddle already.
Oh, you did?
Nice. The min click. Tricked him.
Got him.
I can beat that.
So a couple of needles being tossed around between seat 1 and seat 2. KGB value betting the best hand. Mariano folding his ace high, nothing.
Straddle.
And the night is young, so there will be plenty of needles in the future, I'm sure. I can guarantee that.
KGB laughing at Mariano, saying, "Of course I didn't straddle, kid."
Those things, people.
I told Lane you weren't going to come. He was like, he's coming. I was like,
That's
Jay's
scary,
not
huh?
coming.
No, that's why I came Wednesday. I wasn't play Wednesday, but I kind of thought like there might be a big chance I can play Thursday. So that's why I pulled it.
I'll get the button now. Imagination grows fast.
100%.
I'm gonna surrender.
L with the suited ace-9 here is going to raise it up.
Pretty clean, man. I went into the
Jay Scoops calls with the 7-4 off. No, he does not. The graphics are wrong. My mistake.
I wanted to buy
And that will happen from time to time.
Got that funky you.
They were just like,
Although I wouldn't put it past Jay Scoops to play a hand like that in that kind of position.
Yeah, shoes aren't that comfortable.
they're not.
He likes the shoes a lot.
We got some chip counts here.
You know the slip-on
Mariano is still the big daddy stack at the table. We got Jay Scoops, who's recently entered the game with roughly around 20K. And then we've got the V pips, which Mike is the highest at 30%. That's actually not as high as I was expecting.
Those are some sad V pips today.
Yeah, that's a very surprising number. Lin is the biggest winner so far in the game, which if you're playing the predictor, I actually chose her as the big winner tonight. So I hope that continues, because that's my pick. My pick is Lin for the whole
I
game.
hope this is like under this much. It's
I'm
half
like
the price,
quick
and
to
I'm
ask
like, oh
them
shit!
like,
Like I feel
what
like
the
I got a
price is.
deal.
Before or after?
Before. Like I want to
want
know.
before,
Yeah, I
okay.
want to know like
I
how
want to
much.
make an unbiased decision first, and then, like.
Well, no, how bad I want it is a function.
And
of
as
how much it
always, our
costs.
leaderboard
If it's,
tonight
like, 10
is
or
brought to you by
10
Monkey
cents, I
Knife
want.
Fight, your home for fantasy player props.
I think
Sign up today and get a 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use promo code LATB.
Awesome. I was gonna buy them, and they're $2,300.
I'm going to sign up
All right,
immediately.
I'm out. I'm not doing it.
exactly. Yeah.
They're like at Dior.
Oh, right.
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 Of course. They were at Nordstrom, so.
Yeah, they were not.
I think it's pretty natural for most poker players that if you're going to play poker, you're probably going to get into fantasy sports. You're going to play other types of games, you know, where you can win prizes or money.
The price is cheaper, like, I'll buy it, and then you put it in your closet. you
Appealing
never
to
wear
the
it.
correct audience, and Brett ripping it in with
Yeah, my
Queen
problem
Jack
is there's
suited
like a lot of things
on
where
a
I'm
Jack
like,
high
I
board.
love this, I'm gonna wear it so much, and then it just sits in my closet. So I just don't trust myself anymore.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Taking
I'm
it
pretty sure
down.
girls are different. Girls love shopping, you know. So it's like, guys.
Girls like changing their clothes. Very often.
Girls
Guy-
like shopping
guys-
with somebody, not on their own.
Guys,
I like
you can
shopping
wear
on
the
my
same
own.
thing.
Yeah, it's less stressful. Like there's like, and there's just like.
And I'd rather like buy
Very
a pair
unbiased.
instead of buying like 10 jeans for like $60. I'd rather buy a pair of jeans for like $500. That's gonna last me, 10 times more.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like things that last for sure. Also, just like quality.
Yeah, more quality.
Jeffrey Monday in the chat asks, is this still in Cali or did this move to Las Vegas? Jeffrey, this is still at the beautiful Park West Bicycle Casino here in Bell Gardens, California. The studio got a massive upgrade. Bally's presents Live at the Bike. It's a very different show as far as aesthetics is concerned, and it feels like a sports arena. Like you walk into the actual room, and it is a massive upgrade from before. So kudos to Bally Sports and the entire Live at the Bike crew. But no, the game has not moved. It is still here in Los Angeles, California.
I just throw them in the laundry. Or like a softener.
I prefer buying expensive things that you can just throw in the laundry.
Yeah.
Like I like things that are like easy
But like,
to take care
of course, jackets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just call one time. You don't need to.
Oh, I should have limped, yeah.
Told you.
So I don't get punished.
KGB giving L some coaching lessons.
Okay.
You get everything just straight from their store.
But L did not go
That
to the
seems so
KGB
punty to
school
me,
of
to be
limp
honest.
calling ace
I'm not talking
king.
shit, but like it just seems
Brett
like
defending
every
the
other
big
friend
line
of
with
mine
ace
has,
king.
Like, someone that they know that just gets like a whatever percent.
Flopping king high. Pair of kings on a king queen four board.
board.
And L with range advantage.
That
I
never
could
occurred to me
definitely
either.
see L blasting off here.
Especially with the gut shot draw here.
It's just like you just know someone who works there.
Sure.
It's usually the situation.
I know somebody at one of my old assistants. He's like
So
pretty
front
high
door
up in
flush
GP,
coming
but
in,
I
and
don't know.
Brett's got the king of hearts as well. L deciding not to
like it.
continue on this board. And the six of hearts on the river. Let's see if Brett wants to get trappy here, or try to target a hand like the 10 of hearts or the 9 of hearts with a lead.
900?
So he's going to lead here, and L's just going to give it up with his jack high nothing, not considering coming over the top when it's very easy for Brett to have the ace or the king of hearts. And I do believe
I think
that
this will last 6 years.
L would have taken the bait.
I got this at a parking lot.
Could check to him 3 times on that river.
At a what?
At a dead show, Dead and Company.
It's a lot easier for L to have the ace of hearts or the king of hearts there than Brett in that situation.
I was waiting for a blast off moment for sure.
I could see it in the stitches.
That is, yeah.
Ooh, can I have these two? Nice.
So far, action's been pretty consistent, pretty smooth. You know, we haven't seen any major bluffs yet, as far as I know. I mean, Woody's made a couple of really good bets in position and things like that to take down some medium pots, but for the most part, you know, the hands are kind of playing themselves. We're seeing some major aces and queens hands and things like that. But I mean, again, the night is young, so I know we're going to see some major action here coming up.
Yeah, the night is young, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big pot and then someone just breaks a circuit and the game just blasts wide open.
I mean, I think that's what we're all waiting for.
It happens. We saw that yesterday. 4 hours of very clear, concise poker, and then that last hour just completely blew up, hand after hand after hand. Garrett versus Mariano battling. Garrett getting the better of Mariano that day, but nothing Mariano could have done based off of distribution. Both players playing their hands, in my opinion, nearly to perfection.
I'd agree, 100%.
How can I tilt?
As you'd expect with a couple of the best players in Los Angeles at that table yesterday.
I mean,
Want to know what I stand
dare I say some of the best of the best at that table.
Hold second nuts and take 5 minutes to call you.
Check.
Check.
8 high flop here with 2 hearts.
400.
So Scoop's going to bet his mystery hand here. Brett with a couple overs to his pair of sixes, but he still beats a lot on this board, continuing through a call, and L going absolutely nowhere with his top pair.
I actually like playing this game. Some people get upset when the graphics aren't completely correct, but I want to try and guess what Jay Scoops has. Right now, I might be putting him on a draw.
I think Scoops might have a hand like King Jack with the King of Hearts. That's what I'm gonna guess here. No reason why.
just because. I was thinking more suited connectors, but like a potential Jack 10 situation. However, obviously he would have gotten there with the 9.
And Brett repping range here.
Whoa.
Understanding that he's gonna have all the sets. He's gonna have pocket 9s, pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 3s, calling out of the small blind, and Jay's got a propensity to get out of line, so still with the mystery hand. And ripping it in. Scoop's a very capable player here.
Poker's hard, huh?
So Brett with an under pair, an open ender, but he could be dead to a lot of hands that Scoops is representing. Something like Jack 10, he's dead to, but he is ahead of a hand like King 10 of Hearts, for example, which would be a reasonable hand to take this line with, and we might never know what Scoops he had.
He had a set of 7s. I was way off.
I was way off.
I was way off. I'm very disappointed in my read there. Jay Scoops played that extremely well. He put Brett in the blender there with that all-in raise. So that was a very, very nice hand.
Thiago is gonna be happy now.
I thought we were going to see some blood.
We have a cell.
No
And I like that spot from Brett there too. He's got a lot of the best hands, and Scoops might be overplaying a hand like Pocket Kings on that board, where if you get played back at, you're in a miserable spot. And unfortunately for Brett in that situation, he just ran into top of Scoops' range.
And not seeing Jay Scoops' hand, I started to get a feel towards the end. He was very under-repped, and I was right.
Yeah, and when he went all in that quickly, I thought both of our reads were vastly off. Not a lot of people willing to put in that 3-bet bluff with a hand like Ace 10 of Hearts or King 10 of Hearts in that situation.
But I liked your King 10 of Hearts prediction because it just made a lot more sense than what I was thinking, because, I mean, Jack 10 of Hearts is just such a pure, like, dialed-in spot there. It's like, okay, what are the odds? So you pretty much nailed it in that regards, and we were both wrong.
You said he had set?
No, he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything.
Tell me if you had set.
You're gonna see that. So.
I want to know now, though.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Immediate gratification.
I'm not going to watch tomorrow.
Same.
Call.
You bet. Call. Never go over.
Once or twice.
Whatever you want. Don't care.
Twice.
Up there, button there. You call.
2 times.
On the flop. Calling.
Got an all-in here and a call. Nut flush.
The page 3 no good. Huh?
Has it locked up here. And we were talking about potentially some fireworks. And we certainly are starting to see it. Mike ripping it in with a pair and a gutter. Just running into the stone top of anybody's range there.
Or not.
I feel a little bit bad about the once or twice thing.
And Mike felted by Brett
I don't know what to say,
after
but I don't
Brett
know
pulling
if
off
you
the
could have a set or
heroic
something, so.
bluff the hand before, running into Scoops. This time, Mike running into the nuts.
The agony for Mike right there. Agony, pure agony. And he's got the courage to pull off moves, and then obviously, you know, if you do stuff like that, you can get burned. And then in that case, with Ace 10 suited, hitting the nut flush, max pain there for sure.
Thank you.
I didn't agree to any story, but whatever.
So that's a raise?
No, it's okay. Very.
And so Mike ripping it in for what looked like about 2,500. I don't believe he had the 7,700 in front of him that the graphics are showing.
I'll give you interesting idea in half an hour.
Unless there's a big chip in there, which I don't believe there was.
I'll tell you what we should do if you
So unfortunate for Mike, ripping it in for just around the size of the pot and getting stacked.
I'll get imagination and small blind now.
And the game finally looking like it's out of the muck.
It looks that way, and I believe Mike rebought, which is really good news. Because I want to see more of that.
7-3, probably. Yeah, imagination doesn't work in this game today. Everybody get their risk with imagination so far.
Basically, you like to. The reason why is if he straddles, he likes to straddle the whole game. He doesn't like the on and off, on and off.
I'll give you a proposal in 2 orbits. 2 orbits. Let's count 2 orbits, and I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Everybody's gonna be happy.
Okay.
Let him get off.
Yeah, thank you. He's a nice guy, dude. I'm getting closer.
If it was just on
So what are you opening it up from the button? L coming through with a frequent 3-bet with king queen off out of the small blind, and what are you deciding to pick a better spot with his
I think you'll like it a lot.
weak suited queen in position
It's like
of
a
a
jacket.
very aggressive, extremely competent player.
You're a Balenciaga fan, huh?
Well, I just like the style, like the fit. You know, the baggy fit.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like bigger. You know.
500.
What color is it, Jay? That flannel.
Same color. As
That's
light blue
3,000.
and
Because
black.
I've seen you in like a red.
Is it?
Oh no, that one was like a $15. I'm like,
Oh really?
what is it called? Sheens?
Sheen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like a lot of their flannels. I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a lot of them. Yeah, I know what you're.
Playing a private game once.
Yeah, that one was-
Now you got the button, even more
girl's like,
So
imagination.
ace king for both Jay Scoops and Mike. I expect all the money to be in here before the flop is
He's
dealt.
weak,
Woody
yeah.
calling
Woody
with
with an ace queen off.
500 to
L going nowhere with pocket tens. Let's see if he wants to pump this up one more time. And call and 4-bet are both reasonable options. Mike could be steaming after getting stacked. I think L's going to put in about $2,000 and call off the inevitable jam.
Oh my God.
Wayne in the middle of the hand being an ultimate gentleman, bringing a seat for a player here. Thanks, Wayne.
What do you got? Brett, nice to meet you.
There you go.
But L in there with just a call, which opens the door for Scoops to put in the 4-bet himself. Mike
L,
going
I think
nowhere,
L
ripping it in, reopening the pot, and Scoops going
5 crooks.
to flick in the call. So we got ace king of spades once again versus ace king off.
One time.
Always taking the ace king suited over the ace king
I'll
off.
take the 2 flush draws. Let's go. Scoops, one time for
Better
blood.
than yours?
Everybody did this. Nobody hold this king to go. Now it's a chop.
Backdoor potential,
Oh, don't do it.
but nothing there. Chop it up.
I was like, yo, don't
That's hilarious.
Major chopportunity there.
Everybody
So
loves
both
it.
players, they're going to take home about 550. Not too shabby.
I don't want to fold.
Not too bad for not really doing any work.
Call fold. Like that was my. Like I'll just call flat and fold.
That's my
That
thought.
looks like L's.
That's my thought.
Okay, Lynn, we doing that? 25 on the button?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Let's go. Kitty.
Well, you
Alright,
have
let's
me
go.
out, right?
For how
I'll
long?
now for everybody. I don't care.
Hey, we should just let him win once to hear his meow. Watch.
Yes, everybody in for Kitty?
Yeah, let's do it. Only the
Put it
small
in.
blind.
You not?
Only the small blind win the money on the button.
No imagination.
So like,
He
and
wants to
then
need
every
it so
time the
badly.
button moves, so every hand, the button
I like
moves
the
on
game.
$25.
You like it?
It was my first time the other day.
Only the small.
Oh, really?
Exactly.
For
So,
$25.
yes.
You
But
guys
if
play
the
like
small
the
blind doesn't
stand-up
win,
game
then it
or
keeps on growing.
Yeah.
I've never played that.
KGB,
Actually, I played it in.
are you barbecuing people or what?
Outside today.
Oh, okay.
There is a special place for you today.
Oh.
They're waiting for you.
All right.
Especially if you win, you're not gonna escape in San Diego no more with cash.
Oh,
I already told them.
oh shoot.
One idiot from San Diego get 90,000 cash. He was going to Vegas. We say, where's that guy? You see that crap? That's him. Get him.
You gotta know when to run, man.
It's at a race.
KGB maybe serious, maybe half joking. I don't know.
I really, you can never tell, which is probably what makes him so great at the table.
How's it going, man?
I'll get
Hey,
4
right, yeah, we
right.
played
There's
Oceans
only
like a while back.
For sure.
To say the
It's
least.
like a while back. It was like 2 a.m.
I remember. Yeah, you were in 6, right?
Yeah. We played like three-handed with this other guy there a long time ago. Like last year.
So we got an open
Yeah,
from
okay.
Brett.
Those two
Call in
decided
between
to
from
battle.
Al. Jay Scoops
Hey, we-
doing sub
with
optimal
imagination
time to use his suited
cannot win
connector to
today.
squeeze all this
Enough.
dead money.
No more.
Now win a
imagination.
single.
Brett proceeding
Power
through
play
a call.
tight, guys. Be careful. That's
Yeah,
it.
I watched a little bit of the stream yesterday. He said you went to Vegas for a little while. We were in Vegas for a little bit.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And Scoops popping bottom pair on 9-8-6 Rainbow. He's got a backdoor flush draw as well, but Brett with the overpair still.
700. Okay. Is that a small table or what kind of squeezed?
Yeah.
Feels like we squeezed, right?
So Jay Scoops turning the unlikely 2-pair. Let's see if he continues to bet his hand for value or wants to check his range here. Scoops checks it over. Brett, quick check back. And the king of clubs on the river.
Check.
2-pair.
Gaia?
Interesting check there. Obviously trying to induce. And unfortunately, for Jay Scoops, it did not happen.
Yeah, so Scoops running pretty well today.
It is on, $50.
Squeezing with 2 unders to the queens. Flopping bottom pair, turning 2-pair.
2 rounds and I'll tell you what we're
But
gonna
deciding not to go for any more value.
For now, yes. In like 14 hands, I will give you an idea what should be done if you want to obviously do it. First of all, we gotta send him to Balenciaga first to buy more T-shirts for us.
Oh, is that?
You call or?
I call.
That's weak.
Pretty weak.
Raise. 250. Heads up. Check, check.
Is that you or me?
I think it's you.
300.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm on stream right now. I heard my phone ring. It was like during a hand.
Mariano very much forgetting he probably has a mic on him. Fielding the call off camera. And if you're just tuning in, we thank you. It is Friday. High stakes action. Bally's presents live at the bike. It is the world's longest running high stakes poker series. I'm Chris Miles, along with Rye Guy, the man from Toronto. Good movie if you haven't seen that, by the way. If you have your Netflix subscription up to date. This is a cash game of, it's 25, 50, 100. Is that correct?
Yeah, 25, 50, 50.
Oh, 25, 50, 50.
Optional $100 straddle.
That's where I got the 100 because of the straddle. So you know the game's starting to pick up when there's a optional straddle that I thought was actually mandatory.
Yes, give him seven deuce.
And this is the matchup I'm most excited to see throughout this game. A couple of players putting some chips in there after, but I want to see if any fireworks take place between Mariano and KGB.
200.
Mariano betting his range here. He's got a gutter ball, he's got a backdoor flush draw, but most importantly, he's got range advantage on this king-queen 4 board, meaning he can have all the best hands while his opponents are capped to some weaker kings at best, maybe pocket 4s. But he can have ace-king,
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't show up.
kings, queens, aces, well, all his opponents cannot, so that's exactly what he's thinking when he bets over the size of the pot here with just a gutter ball. Repping range.
That's why I played Wednesday. I wasn't supposed to play Wednesday either.
How was the game Wednesday?
Let's see if we can get Mike off his top pair here. I don't think he's going anywhere on this street, but I would also not be surprised if an all-in is shown on this river for about the size of the pot. The backdoor flush does come in here. And so Mike's hand, relative to the board, has become worse on this river. A lot of the hands that Mariano would be overbetting on this turn with could include Jack 10 of hearts, but he decides to just give it up. Mike not seeming in the folding mood after getting stacked a few hands ago, so
That's yours. You get to keep that.
decides to cut his
Yeah, you want it.
losses and move on.
Thank you. Definitely can get into
You got the
trouble
new one on the
though
bottom
after
of
getting
it.
stacked and your mentals are all off and you're trying to kind of reprocess and regroup.
Bump
So
up, it
nice
doesn't
little
count.
pot to Mike
Depends
there
on
after suffering a little bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, it's always interesting to understand the psychology of different people after they, you know, get stacked, especially on stream. Are they more willing to put their money in with a marginal hand after that, or are they more prone to folding? And that's just one of the many vast assumptions that you're going to have to work towards to become one of the highest level people in this game. What are your opponents thinking, and how do their emotions shift after extreme circumstances take place?
I can definitely tell you, quick story time. I played on a game here on Live at the Bike against Aces Ron. Shout out RIP Aces Ron, Live at the Bike legend from a few years back. And I misplayed Pocket Kings against him. He came in with 9-7 offsuit. And turn 2 pair against me. I decided to rip it on the river. He obviously insta-calls the all-in. And I absolutely, I don't say blow up, but it's a very famous reaction of mine where I'm literally just in pure agony because it wasn't him making that move with 9-7. It was the fact that how bad I misplayed the kings to allow him to come through the back door like that.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's a result-oriented approach to it. A lot of the times, for example, I don't know the exact hand you're referring to, but I imagine that he hit, what, a 6-outer on the river? Something like that?
It was yes, and I think, you know, it allowed him to kind of slowly catch up because I checked the flop. I very small bet the turn. He looked at me dead. I remember I'm seat 1, he's seat 9. He leans over, and as he leans over, he throws the chips in because he absolutely didn't believe me because I was misplaying it so bad. And then on the river, he hits Jen, essentially, and is like, okay, I'm going to call whatever he puts out there, regardless if I'm beat. He thought his 2-pair was extremely good, which he had no reason not to, and I got felted on stream. And it's never a good feeling when you get felted on stream.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question as well to kind of play devil's advocate here. Let's say that, you know, you played this hand that you classify as incorrectly. You check the flop, so he catches up with a pair of 9s, I imagine. You bet the turn, he calls, and the river comes, pairs the bottom card, and now he just doesn't believe you one bit. And you bet 80% pot, he calls. You know, the conversation we're having here is completely different. So sometimes you can lose the hand and feel like you had misplayed it, but other times you can win the hand and feel like you played extremely well. And sometimes you just got to look through a framework of a non-results oriented approach and allow that at times you're going to view it as playing incorrectly, at times you're going to view it as playing optimal, and being able to separate those two emotions based off the result of the hand will allow you not only to play better long term, but to accept the results of your actions as well.
I think I agree with that 100%. I think it also was more of like, I just feel like the entire way the hand was played, it could have been better, and I could have avoided that disaster by not ripping on the river the way I did, because I just really thought Aces Ron was playing at me. Not, you know, we had some history, so I think that played into it too, and that's obviously what makes the show exciting. You get people like KGB and Mariano battling it out. It was kind of a similar situation. I love Aces Ron, loved him as a person, miss him dearly, and you know, those kind of things happen, and it made for good TV. I was willing to laugh at myself down the line because I was like, I should never have even been in that situation to begin with, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah, it was 3 people. Oh yeah.
So my hand is spoiled now. But
heads up is good hand.
Heads up, yeah.
Monster.
So Mariano betting with the Brunson with a gut shot, it looks like here. And Edgar looks pretty new to the game, just sat down a few minutes ago and makes a fold.
Yeah, Mariano really ramping up the aggression today. And right on cue, a couple of comments rolling through the comments pointing that out.
Gordon Hyatt in the chat says, we need a ladies' night, please. Yeah, I missed the ladies' night. Those were fun games. I've commentated on a few of those. We love our ladies in poker. I think Lynn would obviously be a part of a game like that. That'd be a lot of fun to watch. What do you think?
I think it would be great. We got Lynn in the game, someone like Maria Ho, Liv Barry, Vanessa Seltz.
Count me in.
Yeah. I toss a few of those people in the booth, too.
That would be amazing. It'd be fun.
Absolutely lovely.
Let's see.
Yours, young man.
I'm probably butchering the name, but Profion? Am I pronouncing that right? I apologize. I'm probably completely butchering that. I saw a comment earlier saying I'm really digging the adult vibe of Live at the Bike tonight. That's what we strive for. We strive for a fun yet mature audience with regards to poker commentary and the game in general, which everyone here is definitely making the game interesting.
Good, are you?
We are glad that everyone is joining us here for a Friday night and enjoying the vibes.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, yeah.
So who would you guys like to see on Live at the Bike? Leave a comment below. I'm going to shout out a couple of my favorite answers. And after this, I'm also going to preview a few very interesting players coming to the lineup next week. 3 interesting players coming to the lineup. I can reveal 2 of them.
Please do.
The third one will blow your mind, but unfortunately for you today, you're going to have to wait until the Wednesday game to see who he or she will be.
I know who I want to see next week.
Who's
I want to see some Rye guy.
I think you'll be getting that. I think you'll be getting some of that in the action with these notable headliners coming back to Live at the Bike.
I'll be watching for sure.
I want to hear you in the booth as well.
I will be more than happy to accommodate. Absolutely.
And she's straddling in for 200 here. Service.
And I mean, this really is the dream. When I talk to people and they go, you know, you commentate on a live stream for poker, I go, I can talk about poker for literally 24 hours straight. Like, I can talk about this game till my throat dries and my eyes bleed, and it's because I love the game so much. And when you get to see it played at a high level, especially in these high stakes games, you pick up stuff, you learn, but it's also entertaining, right? You get the table talk. You don't get that in tournaments as much, which is why I've always been more of a cash game player in general. I dabble in tournaments, but cash games are just more fun. They're more fun. You can pick up and go when you want, and if the game's really good, you can keep playing till the game breaks, or you just never stop playing. So, you know, this is definitely the dream, and to be in the booth for Live at the Bike here at the Park West Bicycle Casino. I mean, this is, can't ask for much more than this.
Yeah, very well said.
500.
So we got Lynn taking an extended break, coming back with a $200 straddle and deciding not to defend it with the Jack-9 off.
That's your launch?
And I kind of like this shot, actually. I was looking at this shot a few times. If we can keep it up there for a quick second, I want to point out a couple things about this specific shot. It is completely symmetrical between the right side and the left side. We got Mariano and L both with hoodies. We got Woody and KGB with the light blue t-shirts on. We have Jay Scoops and Edgar with the ball caps on. We got Brett and Mike with the black t-shirts, and Lin G right in the middle with the bright white hoodie on.
That's quite an observation. Very color coordinated, almost like it was planned.
It's like a painting almost.
It's like a painting. It is art.
Absolute work of art.
Much like the actual high stakes room in Live at the Bike.
I'll take your imagination on the bottom. Coming in.
You feel like he traps?
which we haven't seen too
Yeah,
much
let's
of
find
the
out
behind-the-table graphics go off. I don't know if that's something that's being put to rest for a few episodes, but I miss like the shark graphic and some of the bomb pot. We haven't seen the bomb pot graphic, so I don't know. That could be just taking a day off today. So
I got a monster. I check blind. Go ahead.
KGB and J Scoops with a very similar hand on this Queen 5 board, both turning nothing, but KGB with the jack kicker. And gonna chop it up right now. I don't think either player willing to try to bluff off ace high or value bet king high, so
You got ace high?
chop it up.
I win. Nobody wins.
definitely expected to see a little something out of KGB there, so I was a little surprised.
Similar flop too. Everybody was saying, "Oh, we got a lot of backdoor."
I don't have shit. Al couldn't call us. Imagination disappeared.
Are they just remodeling the Starbucks?
Imaginative
or are they
enough.
taking it out? Or
I see a world of possibilities on that queen brick board with my king jack, king 10.
Maybe a Dutch brother.
Definitely with the king 10 suited, you can get creative.
Oh, do they not have them out here?
Hardly.
Oh.
I've never even heard of Dutch brothers.
Yeah, that's such an error.
It is. Because I always get Dutch Bros when I go out there.
Is it that good? I think I heard of it like once.
I don't think it's like significantly better than Starbucks, but it's different.
Fun fruity tea that I like.
They have a lot more variety.
Well, like Starbucks is like the all-time goat. Like, they have
I like
everything.
Yeah, Starbucks is
They're like so like overly nice though. Like at Dutch Brothers, like if you go up, they're like, "So how's your day? What are you doing?"
Yeah, they are
like
so
just at fucking work. How about that? Like,
I don't like that shit.
you have to like have fake small talk. With
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing later?
Yeah.
Like,
I like Starbucks. They just like they give me my shit and they tell me to fuck off.
yeah.
But you know, it's like it's always the same at like every Starbucks, like the welcoming and everything.
Yeah. That's cool.
Like if you look at like any like successful like corporation, like the way they run the hey welcome, have a nice day, like that shit goes such a long way.
Yeah.
And don't forget, they intentionally spell your name wrong.
McDonald's,
Marketing
yeah,
tactic.
McDonald's.
Billions of dollars saved by Starbucks Corporation from intentionally spelling your name wrong. And the reason for that, believe it or not, those of you watching at home, is so you post that on social media platforms like Instagram, like Facebook, saying, "Wow, look at this stuff. They spelled my name wrong."
It's
And
free advertising, like in its purest form, and it's genius. It's funny you mention that because most people don't know that. I actually get disappointed when they spell my name right.
Almost getting there, one more round.
Completely understandable. I'm looking for a little note today I got when I got my name spelled. My name is Ryan, R-Y-A-N, and I told the person
right now, though,
taking my order that, and the name I got was B-R-I-E-U.
I'm gonna raise you.
Brayu. That's me. Brayu. Brayu guy.
So we're gonna now call you Bry Guy.
Gonna raise, I probably just threw it away.
Doesn't have the same ring to it though.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Raise to 100.
Raise.
Re-raise. 500.
So we got KGB with a loose open. 7-5 off. J Scoops coming in with a 3-bet. I like it.
I like the squeeze. I like the squeeze from J Scoops here.
I'm gonna throw it away.
KGB with just the min raise with a hand that is not even warranting that. Scoop jumping all over that, getting called by the small blind with a middling pair, and a great flop for pocket fours. If you're gonna have an under pair to the board, you might as well flop an open ender as well in a texture that's gonna be very difficult to connect with Scoops' 3-betting range.
I'm also noticing the speed at which each player is betting and calling in this hand. Now the straight opportunity heads in Scoop's direction with the gutter.
Yeah, so Scoop's now hoping the straight comes in. He'll have the super nuts, and Mike will be playing the board if the 8 fills in on the river.
The soup nuts.
Soup nuts. So J Scoops sitting here with the worst hand he will ever arrive to this river with, jack high. So let's see if he wants to put in a bet here. And that's exactly what he does. And Mike snapping it off.
I mean, snaps with the straight. I mean, there's really there's no point in raising there, right? It's like you're not going to get called by worse.
I wouldn't be surprised if you do. You know, it's very difficult for Scoops to have a straight there. He's not going to have a lot of 8x in that situation.
Maybe overpairs?
Maybe overpairs, maybe some sets, maybe some two pairs.
Sets.
It's unlikely based off of the action, but again, I wouldn't have been surprised if a 28 3K raise on that river gets called with a hand like pocket kings or a set or two pairs.
I mean, Mike snapped call. Like it was, that couldn't have been faster. I think we should have timed that. That had to have been at least like 0.08 seconds.
I think you nailed it on the speed of that call.
No, I'm not folding that sure.
1100 re-raise.
I'm not folding. I'm going
So Edgar
flop.
opening it up
I'm going
with ace queen off. Mariano 3-betting a suited king in position, using a chunky size, which he typically defaults to about just under 4x. And Brett, I like it. The cold 4-bet bluff. Something you will rarely see at your local 2-5 game, and he picks a huge sizing of $4,100. And Edgar now gonna offload his offsuit ace queen, and Mariano finds the muck before the camera can even get over to him. So Brett picking his spots. He's bobbing. He's weaving.
This is definitely a popcorn-ready moment.
Floating like a butterfly, getting ready to sting like a bee.
I mean, this creates some momentum for him. I mean, will he do this in another spot where he gets called? I mean, that's what I would see.
He's got that Muhammad Ali look in his eyes right now.
Right? I am the greatest.
Come on, everyone. They don't.
I'm beat by a lot.
You could have pocket deuces in your row. Deuce? You were good. What was the answer to your question? I'm curious to see that one. It starts at 3? Okay. Got it. You know what, we play for like, what, 5 hours? Or?
Yeah.
5 hours if you want to go later. Brett, that's totally up to you. I'm sure people will be more than happy to join you off stream in a game, which there is plenty of here.
Re-raise. 700.
Mariano getting played back at a lot
Let's
with
keep raising. Make it 2,300.
ace-9 of hearts, and Brett, an ill-timed cold 4-bet once again, coming through with aggression. Last time it worked out, Lynn's not going anywhere.
2,300.
Good.
And decides to make just a call here with pocket kings. I like it. Maybe she's picked up on the fact that Brett's been getting out of line frequently throughout this game. Decides the best way to make the most money is to just let him hang himself, under-repping her hand. It's a nice hand to have in your 3-bet calling range sometimes, especially when you're not that deep. It's pretty easy to get all the money in against jacks or queens here, and you want to give Brett the opportunity to get out of line. Brett coming through with a chunky bet here.
I had this guy stuck in there.
2,900.
Just south of 3,000, so about a pot-sized bet left behind. And if you want to pick a turn card to get all the money in for Brett, I don't see him doing anything but exactly that. Ripping it in. Lynn not snap calling yet, checking if she has the hearts. She does not love the fact that she does. She has the worst combination of pocket kings that she could possibly have here. She blocks hearts, she blocks clubs, which are Brett's most likely bluffs here. Ace king of clubs, ace king of hearts.
All in.
And Lynn
Throws in a time card.
throwing in a time chip here.
Jay, what's up, man?
What's up, man?
All in?
She loses to pocket queens now. I don't see Brett taking this line with jacks. I don't see him taking this line with a hand like ace jack of diamonds, for example.
Once or twice.
But she makes the call. She's a little too pot committed to consider any other decision, even though her suits dictate blockers to a lot of the best bluffs.
She's ahead here, but it doesn't feel very good.
That wasn't one, though.
Okay, there's one. So they decided to run it twice.
So looking for a 9 or a heart on this river to chop it up. And a jack, no good. So Lin G
scoops.
Gets a nice double up through Brett, getting out of line in back-to-back hands. He floated like a butterfly, but unfortunately in this hand, she stung like a bee.
That's about as good of a reference as you could have called right now. I would agree with that. And what I really like right now about Brett is his demeanor hasn't really changed. You know, when you take a beat like that, or I would say a beat, but when you put all your chips in and you don't come out with the result you want, it's really easy to be really bitter about it. He's in there smiling and he's handing her the chips. Like, that's the kind of guy I want in my games.
I also don't mind the guy cold 4-betting Jack Deuce off.
Not at all. But
suited, excuse me.
But I do believe that sometimes, and I've seen it on this stream more than once, they can flop huge in spots like that. So, it's a give and take for sure.
And that was the second best turn card I could have thought about to get all the money in every single time. And a guy like Brett, when he turns the world, is never going into check call or check fold mode. Chip counts. Mariano, top of the board. VPIPs, Edgar, the new player, jumping into a 36% VPIP. Brett, number 2, L, J Scoops, KGB, in that order. But the stat you guys all want to see the most, Lin G at the top of the cumulative winnings. J Scoops coming in at number 2, and at the bottom we got L quietly down $5,000. A bit surprising to see that. Mike, 10K in the red, and Brett, after taking a beating from Lin, down $11,000. And we mentioned it about 30 minutes ago. Fireworks starting to develop.
And even more importantly, my predictor choice is way ahead right now. So Lin is crushing the game, and I'm excited to get my hands on some merch here. So live at the bike, let's make this happen, huh? I mean, obviously it's early. I shouldn't speak too soon. We still have a few more hours, but the way Lin's playing and the cards running the way they are, I like my chances.
Let's hook up my main man, Chris. Give him some merch to give to his daughter.
There we go.
Let's make it happen. And as always, our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get a 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB.
Beautifully spoken. If there's some kid-size live at the bike merch, I am very interested in that, actually. I'd even pay for that, to be honest with you. That'd be really cool.
Let's get that. Let's
make that happen.
Let's make that happen. We got to get the kids into gambling.
You can never start too soon.
Almost.
And the game is starting to finally open up here. We got a open from L, 3-bet from Mariano in position. KGB calling with a dominating flush draw, ace-queen. Edgar calling out of the blinds with queen 10 of spades, and he flops the absolute world on ace king 5. Flush draw and a gutter ball. KGB continuing into the field after it gets checked to him. Mariano, the original raiser, flopping second pair, but not going to c-bet into 3 other opponents. Edgar now with a lot of options here. It's tough to represent a very strong hand after just calling out of the big blind, but you have a world of equity. You're also dominated by any king X of spades. So, for example, king jack of spades has you in absolute agony.
He makes a really well-timed raise, in my opinion, here in this position. I like it a lot, but I don't think, like you said, he's under-repped here for sure, and he's going to get some calls.
It's just very tough to represent anything on this board particularly strong when it goes raise 3-bet from a guy like Mariano who's extremely capable. It's tough to convince someone that you're flatting a hand like ace-king, which, for example, would be your best raise candidate in this situation. I just expect him to toss in that 4-bet almost 100% of the time.
Notice
survey.
L
Nice
has
survey.
not put chips in as fast as he normally would in a spot like this. He has definitely got his radar on. His alarm bells are going off, and he's starting to really kind of determine where he's at.
Really cold that night.
I wouldn't be surprised if L's a little more worried about KGB than Edgar in this spot, just because KGB doesn't 4-bet with almost anything in his range, meaning that I've seen KGB call 3-bets with kings, I've seen him call 3-bets with ace-king. L not going anywhere just yet, his hand is just far too strong to fold. And KGB cannot reopen the pot.
Yeah,
But he decides
KGB
to
looks
get out of
pained
the
to
way.
make that fold.
And so, very similar. Edgar and L just don't have the best hands on this board because of the pre-flop action, but Edgar wasting no time to catch his flush on the turn. So L making a nice call. Edgar now with the second nuts.
All in.
And ripping it in here for over the size of the pot.
This is a great move by Edgar right now.
The hand I just folded. Yeah.
Bit of a surprising shove here. He doesn't have a lot to protect against. And it's very difficult to find any hand he'd be bluffing with in this situation.
No, but if my mind is correct on this, Edgar has been paying attention and believes that L would be making a call like this, especially with the exact hand that he has, which is a paired ace queen, you know, so, or, you know, paired ace. I think, you know, obviously he made the fold. That was the correct fold, but I like the aggression. Edgar, I don't know enough about him. I like what I saw there. I thought that was really interesting.
I didn't realize that L was actually the effective stack, sitting at only 10k. I thought Edgar was shoving for over the size of the pot. So now that I realized that there was only 10k behind to play for, it seems a little more standard. I wouldn't mind a 3k turn bet to go all in on the river, but certainly not the over bet I had originally expected him to be putting in that situation. So Edgar, sitting down, making a speculative call pre-flop, but you give action, you get rewarded. That's how poker is, right?
That's my favorite part, right? You know, do something crazy and get rewarded for it.
So the game officially out of the muck. Back to back to back interesting hands on Live at the Bike on this beautiful Friday afternoon. You guys just getting home from work, turning on our YouTube stream, pull up a seat, grab a beverage, and strap in, because we got some exciting 25, 50, 50 coming through your television stream for the next 3 hours.
We're just getting started, folks.
Yeah, they're pretty clueless about that sometimes.
Looks like we have cameras on.
Like there's
We got two flush draws racing to a river here.
It's a big deal, you know?
So L hoping for a diamond, but we all know that would spell his inevitable doom. And Mike's ace high still ahead. L been fairly handcuffed this game. Haven't seen him been able to do anything too crazy, but he's repping the front door flush, and this is going to work out for him. Understanding that when it goes check-check on the flop, it's very difficult for Mike to have even a pair of nines in that situation. And once that front door flush comes in, L has a ton more of those combinations. So he decides queen high, I'm never winning at showdown, so I might as well turn that into a bluff.
GB, are you doing any traveling this summer? Or have you done any?
Maybe go to Colombia.
Colombia.
Maybe.
Been there before?
No.
You're gonna barbecue down there?
Only if you crab goes with me. We're gonna barbecue for sure.
300.
Feed you to the sharks on the boat.
Sharks. I'm not scared of sharks.
We'll find one for you and bite you.
Maybe you can buy me some more clothes down in.
No, he's in charge. He's in charge now. He's in charge. I can only take you to that outlet close by.
Citadel?
Hmm?
Citadel?
Citadel, yeah. I can take you there.
The Levi's store there is.
I've been to the actual Citadel in Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I was talking about
A lot
the
of
outlet.
history.
He doesn't know that outlet. He goes to North Morocco all
Oh,
the
yeah.
time.
He's from San Diego. Yeah, you should stop by.
Set of sevens here for
It's like
Brett
right down-
on the
Well,
river.
Actually, it's not even that.
What is it?
It's right next to Commerce, and it's like
Yeah, for a second I thought we were at Commerce.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mariano puts the call in
I
here.
guess it is kind of right down the street. Right?
You shouldn't be losing to anything more than you were losing to when you turned that 5. Brett's going to be betting all of his Jack 10 on the flop. He's never value betting a 7 on that river.
You need underwear and all of
But
that?
Mariano taking the more standard route of offloading his bottom pair in that situation.
He's too smart for that. You know, too smart.
Well, there's only 2 options.
Trade seats.
Ask Mike to take you somewhere. He knows spaces for you.
Bump putt? Sure. He's always laughing at you.
Huh? Don't put that evil on me.
Edgar getting a little more chatty after winning that big pot earlier.
I don't feel like
He's got talking chips. That's what we call in the biz talking chips. Because I can tell you, he would have been very silent if that went the other way.
Elle would have been the chatty Kathy at the table.
when I was a kid, and I like didn't. I seem to like have stores that I like there.
In Carlsbad?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Jack of diamonds, queen of hearts, king of diamonds.
So we got another double board bomb pot, meaning that
I check.
both boards are playing for half the pot, and in order to win the full pot, you need to bluff your opponents out or have the best hand on both boards. Mariano with top pair on the bottom, open-ended on the top. So he's got a nice hand here, but he's got a weak kicker to go along with it. KGB with the same draw on the top with a flush draw alongside it. 2 pair on the bottom board. L with a heavily dominated flush draw, open-ended on the bottom as well. This could be fireworks, actually.
Shit.
Especially if a diamond peels off on this turn on the top. Let's see an ace of diamonds on one of these boards. One time, dealer, please. Just for the action, not because I want to see any pain.
Of course not.
It's pretty nice for things to just show up at your door. And
So a couple of big bricks. And Mariano already folding his hand, so it's L and KGB heads up.
I live in like a super gated community, so like, oh, they always have trouble getting packages to me. So like, I hate
you have like a bot? You have like a
KGB middle 2 pair on the bottom now. L still open-ended, drawing to the flush on the top as well, so it's tough for him to get away in this spot. Little does he know, does not want to hit that diamond on the top.
No, if I lived in one of those upscale places, they probably have an area to drop all the packages. But my house doesn't have that. It's just like a normal.
And so L rivering bottom pair on the top. It goes check, check. Neither player willing to polarize, trying to get the other off the other board. KGV gonna chop this one up with L. Wry smile from L.
Hey, you have a monster flush draw and open ender.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
You didn't get shit.
KGB chewing that gum a little bit harder than he was moments ago.
I got a deuce.
Oh,
I hit a deuce.
Oh shit, he had 2 pairs.
KGB
Okay, so
would have stacked L on a lot of different rivers, but
oh, and
There's a lot going on, Jay.
There was a, yeah.
dang, I just like processed everything in my head. Like, how is that pot only?
a fistful of $1 chips heading KGB's way when he could have had a fistful of L's stack heading in his direction.
I'll always take a fistful of stack.
Just like on a whim.
Oh yeah, you're right. I bet.
For what?
Just to play.
Tournament?
No, nothing specific. But I got free
Speaking
I got
of
free
stacks,
users now.
if you find yourself in the LA area, the Park West Bicycle Casino is hosting a ton of tournaments right now. They got the Summer Open Series and then the Legends of Poker, which has always been my favorite tournament series, literally in the entire country, is coming July 25th. So if you are in the area looking for some tournament action on top of the amazing cash game action here, check out the calendar. Go on thebicycle.com, or the bike. I think it's thebike.com, and check out the tournament schedule, or just stop in. They got it posted everywhere. Definitely trying to get better in the tournament streets, though. That's like kind of a goal of mine. I've always been more of a cash game guy, but we'll be making some tournament runs here very soon before the summer's over.
I forgot the number. It was like a crazy number, like 20 million albums in like a digital.
Pretty cool that they're still together and they still perform.
So a couple of pretty strong hands and a bunch of garbage in between. Mariano waking up with a primo. Edgar with a semi-primo. Ace queen off versus pocket kings.
Queen nine's a primo in my book sometimes.
And 7-5 deuce rainbow. I do know this board texture very well. Played a hand with Yo Viral about a month and a half ago. 3-bet ace king off to about a third of my stack. He called with pocket sevens. It came 7-5 deuce rainbow. And spoiler alert, no more money went in the pot, thankfully.
I think I was calling that hand. I think I was there for that. I'll have to double check. I definitely saw that hand one way or the other.
And once again, Rye Guy alongside Chris Miles, the legendary Chris Miles. On my right, Mariano going for a chunky sizing here, understanding that he has all the best hands. So he's going to pick this 80% pot sizing with a lot of his bluffs alongside hands like pocket kings, pocket aces, pocket queens, in order to cooler hands like pocket jacks, pocket tens, and pocket nines that theoretically Edgar would have to be calling down versus this larger size against. So I do like this bigger size, and a lot of you guys, the chat pros, who are going to say, he only does this for value. I have personally seen Mariano use this size on both sides of the spectrum, so he's been in the lab. He's been studying. He's one of the best in Los Angeles, and he understands the value of balance in these spots. Visible frustration for him, though.
Definitely.
One more.
Well,
extremely dry board, though, unfortunately, as well. I mean, as always, we wish every hand was monster action, but that hand was Mariano taking control and applying the pressure and taking it down.
Exactly, but his goal in that situation is to just cooler the list full of hands that I had mentioned. He doesn't care about getting called by ace high if he bets 1/4 pot. He wants to put maximum pressure on those big pairs in Edgar's range that are lower than the king. He wants to bet 80% on the flop, 80% on the turn, and go for a healthy chunk of Edgar's stack on that river. So I certainly understand what he's trying to do there. Leverage his overpair advantage is what it's called.
Definitely prefer healthy chunks over unhealthy chunks.
How about
Good job, KGB.
How about PLO? Do a round of PLO and then a round of hold on? We'll switch this.
Let's do a round of
only if
triple
it's
as well.
5-card PLO.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Table trying to convince everyone to switch to the great game, the 4-card Hold'em, also known as Pod Limit Omaha.
Jeff, can you see if they can hear me?
Where do you live, Edgar?
I'm down in Carlsbad, like South Carlsbad, like yeah, right there where he meets Encinitas. Pretty low key.
Where do you play cards?
Usually Oceans, since it's just like
I've
it's just
never been
like
there.
yeah, it's just like right there. It's
Okay.
it's the closest.
Okay.
What about you? Where you live?
San Francisco.
Okay, cool.
But keep the 100 on.
Everyone okay with that?
Yeah, I come down one.
You folks at home are listening to the table chat. We get people from all over the country that come here and play on Live at the Bike. This is for sure a destination type game and type show, and we're just really appreciative of the players that can make it down here, create this action for all of you folks at home to watch. And if you like what you're seeing, subscribe. Click the like button, hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss any of the high-stakes action here on Bally's Presents Live at the Bike.
What are the games like at Oceans? Or Oceans?
Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. I mean,
how's the casino? Is the
Upgrades
casino, like,
here
nice?
are very stellar.
they
I've been
redid
coming
it.
to this
Yeah,
casino for, I want to say, almost 15 years now. And the last, I would say, 2 to 3 years has seen this entire place really turn into the premier card room that LA and California in general deserves.
They took that away kind of after COVID, but the food's not bad, actually.
2 diamond, king, queen, queen flop here.
They have like specials and stuff. Pretty
It's actually
fair.
so nice here. I've heard some people are willing to fly
Really good.
5,000
What are
kilometers
the games? Like, do they have a big
from an
big game
entirely
on
different
Friday?
country.
Usually on Friday.
It's
we do
almost
talk
like you're speaking a
recently.
foreign language because I do not know kilometers, which would make sense coming from Canada that you would be more kilometer-based than miles-based.
Well, I mean, I'm obviously going to be more miles-based than you, Chris.
Yeah, please.
Friday now.
Okay, yeah, so go do that, and then
Oh, I couldn't help but smile at that one.
Chris Miles, co-commentator today. Rye guy.
But 2-5, I mean,
Having a great time
pretty good.
with all of you at home.
I'm
Shooting the
having a
breeze.
blast. This is
Beautiful.
This has been awesome.
Friday night. Grab a beverage. Put your feet up.
It's pretty small room.
Enjoy the weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
I love watching this show on my big 70-inch TV in my living room, for sure.
It's bigger than this.
Like, if you guys are watching on your phone, awesome. We appreciate that. I know I've been more than once stuck in traffic flipping this on my phone. Probably shouldn't. And then, you know, of course, on the computer and all those things. But to really enjoy this show the most, it's better on a big screen.
So it's a little bit of a drive, and it's like 30 minutes for me, but very small room. They do run a really good PLO down there. Twice a week now.
Scoops is raising it up with ace-6 suited here. Brett 3-bets it with the saucy king-8.
We'll get a must move and then a main game, but realistically, you got to start the game because you'll wait for 3 hours, 4 hours to get a seat. But it's a really good game. Yeah, 7 Mile.
I apologize, the graphics were a little behind here.
I'm from Maryland, so we have a couple rooms there as well.
Scoops takes down a nice little 2K pot.
Oh, you have to do it. If you don't do it today, I'm not going to allow it.
Yeah, Scoops going into check call mode on
You
that
don't do it,
ace-high
you don't
board.
get money. So very simple.
What?
Al, you can also just do the little.
No money.
Dude, do it for all your girlfriends, you know?
Traditional man.
In Taiwan and China, man, they'll love it.
Against an aggressive opponent who turned
Old-fashioned.
hair, decided not to
Old-fashioned.
tell his story
Stand
as
with that.
convincingly as
KGB
Scoops
is
would have
old-fashioned
liked.
too. He does it every time.
Small blind game?
He does?
Yeah, he does
No,
it.
he doesn't.
Sometimes a puma, sometimes
Lawden
jaguar.
thinks. Lawden, yeah, because the
Any cat.
guy who came up with it was Johnny Lawden.
Yeah, any cat. Any feline. A lion.
Maybe we should play 50-1-1.
No.
No? Without
Don't push the
straddle.
luck.
No straddle allowed.
No.
50-1-1.
No.
No?
It's okay. Let's play. Let's have at least 5 rounds.
Oh,
or
wow.
something. You already won
Brett with some
more money.
animosity towards these pink chips.
I
What did
just
that
want
pink
a
chip
2-1.
ever do to you, Brett? You don't like it, just toss it over here. I wouldn't mind a pink chip or two.
Yeah, I'll take one. You know, if he's just going to hand them out.
I mean, there's 2 pink chips in the pot right now, so
Sacramento?
one for each of us.
No, the one in San Francisco. Is it?
Lucky chances.
Okay, that's one I forgot.
Yeah, that's right.
So Lynn, with a gutter ball backdoor flush draw,
Yeah, on Friday.
decided to go into check call mode. Brett putting in a
What's the spot that
1/3 pot size bet with his top pair, decent kicker.
Yeah, Lynn makes a very quick call here.
Check, check on the turn,
Oh yeah, great.
and
How much is it?
boating up on the river.
Sure.
Brett's gonna feel a lot more confident about the strength of his hand based off that run out. But Lynn's gonna have a lot more queens, and she also blocks ace queen and queen 10 suited.
Oh shit.
which is very important.
Scoops, what does your dog do all day long?
33.
Well, I have 3. So
But I
it's
think
yeah,
all the thoughts
So they're
of
just
putting in
home
a
by
raise
themselves, just running
on this river went out the window when he bets nearly
Do you have
2
anybody that
times the
don't-
size of the
okay.
pot.
I have my
Okay.
last day.
3 big dogs?
Yeah, so if I'm gone for like longer than like 4 hours,
3,300
take them out.
was the bet, not 13.
3 big dogs?
Small dogs.
How small?
3 pugs.
Oh, okay.
3 pugs.
Thanks. You got it?
The mom, dad, and son.
Oh, wow, nice family.
Yeah,
Can we get a
pondering a call, but
Bottle
just deciding to offload it in that
Bottle
situation. Which is a very
We should start bringing our own wine.
chunky
Whenever
river bet.
we're both playing, we should start coordinating the wine thing a bit.
We do that on Saturdays. Like everybody brings
Yeah.
their own.
I just
Tim
like-
brings sake.
how many glass? How many people?
I would like one.
3.
We're at
Anybody else?
Okay, I'll take one.
Wine?
4.
Mariano?
4?
5?
5 glass.
Brett, do you drink?
Yeah, I drink. I'll drink with you guys, yeah.
Okay,
6 glass.
8 glasses of wine.
2 bottles.
We'll need it anyways.
2 bottles.
Yeah. Thank you.
Third bottle to the studio,
Did you
please.
order food or did you?
No, not yet.
Take
I'm
a,
gonna ask her for the menu.
Pretty sure
Camus.
it's full.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure it's
but
supposed
you
to be
guys
rec
change it.
friendly.
Lynn, are you not listening to us?
She needs to check the stream. I mean, I know it's we're a few hours behind, but
Come on, Lynn.
come on, Lynn.
Come on, Lynn. Speaking of Lynn, she might actually be joining us
I'm not sure if I'm going to.
about an hour and a half to 2 hours. That'll be
Yeah, we
interesting.
got to be hitting really close here. For you folks at home, we're on a very large delay for obviously the integrity of the game and those things. So yeah, would love to get Lynn's
you can
input
come
on her
back,
play here. So that would be awesome.
Sweet, thank you. Thank you.
KGB will probably play
I've
too
seen her
much.
play pretty well today. She made that really interesting pre-flop call with kings,
Lynn,
and
what is it? What
that
are you-
certainly got her awarded against an
I'm eating,
aggressive
like,
opponent.
beef
So
and venison strips.
big fan of the way she played today. She
It's just
maximized.
like, huh? Is it good beef?
It says Wagyu. Wagyu.
She takes that
it says
standard
Wagyu.
route against
I mean,
most people.
I don't know. I feel like they just put Wagyu on everything these days.
She
It's pretty
wins
good. Kind of fatty.
$1,500.
Are you on a keto diet?
This actually has some carbs in it. No, but I find that if I eat less carbs, I get like less bloated and
Oh, so
I eat
cool.
less calories. So I try to eat low carbs.
It's great.
You? Oh, nice.
You're on the keto diet?
Healthy keto, a little bit different.
Wine price
A lot
not
of
that
salad.
bad.
I did it for like a little bit.
I also get sleepy if I eat like too many carbs. I don't think I put one on.
Great river.
It's a good bet, too. It's a good bet. I went for some value there.
200 struggle.
I was not expecting that hand. Thought you maybe had king 10.
Yeah, I like this one.
So we change it to just 25, 50, 100. No MC.
Even better.
Lynn is first.
No, it goes that way.
He straddled.
I'll fold for sure then.
It's looking for a raise.
So you straddle with 2?
Yes.
Okay, raise.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Al, where do you live? Here, local.
But the past 4 years, I was mostly in China.
You were stuck there for COVID?
Yeah. Now I'm stuck here for COVID.
Right.
Because lockdown everywhere, like whenever you're in touch with that group, the whole group have to quarantine. It's just a lot of COVID tests and a lot of quarantines. I mean, if I go back to, let's say I go to Shanghai, I have to quarantine 7 days in hotel. I go to my city, another 7 days in the hotel.
Wow.
Sounds fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Where do you like being stuck better, here or China?
I like both places.
That's fair.
I came here since I was 18, so I'm pretty used to here too.
Okay.
For college, I came here for college. Yeah.
Got it.
I like the weather here.
Yeah, me too. The weather. I like the people. I like the food.
Golf courses.
Golf courses.
You cannot get money. You got a meow.
You won the kitty. He says you got a meow.
Meow.
No problem, huh?
Scoops missed
I
that.
like the way he meowed.
Right.
Going
It's too much.
Mariano's shoulders and like arms or whatever, and then his meows were.
Oh, my son meows like that.
Cat kind of guy, you know?
Where's $25 on the button?
Oh, right. I thought you were going to pay for me.
Pay nothing. Call.
300.
Trap. Put the trap.
So we got KGB announcing a trap. What do you think he has? The cards aren't there yet, and I don't know if we'll ever see it, but
If it may just call, I lose.
Did you have a chance to look at the menu?
I think he had
Dealing for the first time.
pocket
That's
checks.
a fake $600.
That's what I'm gonna guess.
Salad.
But I guess we'll never know.
Really good.
Hard to say.
You been working on
Okay.
your pitch at all, or?
No, well,
No, the best tip is wear something sexy.
thanks. Practical life advice for women 101.
Have you been?
Elle's got you covered.
Thanks, Al.
Wear
Don't let
something
anyone
sexy.
take over the table.
Okay.
300.
But then also just like in terms of the mechanics.
Rates?
Lynn, very much
Just,
a
like,
fan
do
favorite in the
everything
chat
step by
here.
step and slowly.
Just follow the procedures.
I don't
Why
know
would
that
she
I
not
know
be?
all the procedures.
Big
Exactly.
fan of Lynn's
So,
game.
yeah.
Big fan of the energy that she brings
I
to
figured I was
the
gonna
poker
show up
table.
early,
And
watch.
And be very
I will
quick
personally
with
tell
your
you
hands
that
when you're taking the
every
risk.
time I've played a game
yeah.
with Lynn at the table,
Where are you?
the environmental feel around the game has been far superior to those games to which she is not playing in.
Sure, 2K4K.
I can't deal a game that I would rather be playing. Like if you're
Yeah, a
playing
lot of people
51
mentioning in
and
the
people's
chat here
glasses
they're
fuck off,
really
it's like,
happy
no,
to
like,
see
get
her
the
here
fuck
tonight.
out of the box
As we are.
Right.
So it needs to be.
I'm happy to
soft
see her here too, and unfortunately for me, she would rather see me in the booth than on the table with her, as we heard earlier.
But I'm
Again, I
excited.
take that as a compliment, you know,
Is this
but
your idea or their
yeah, I know you'll be probably mixing it up with her again really soon. So I'm very much looking forward to that.
I'm gonna try something new.
Hopefully, she is in one of the games next week,
Are you gonna vlog
Wednesday
your dealing
or Thursday.
experience?
I
And
don't
now
think they would want me
that
to.
we're here, I can reveal one of the 3 headliners coming in for next week's game.
Yeah.
And I will start with the most recent player to have played on this game, the biggest poker YouTuber in France.
That's part of restructure.
Will be your first hint, and we'll kind of build up towards it. Whoever guesses it first in the chat will get a big pat on the back from Chris Miles.
I think the chat. I'll be surprised if it doesn't happen in the first 3 guesses here in the chat.
I think it's going to be a pretty quick one. A recent player that I battled with on a couple of my earlier episodes on Live at the Bike, who happened to flop 3 sets against me in a matter of an hour.
It can be very defeating when that happens.
One of those, I am in a Live at the Bike clip on YouTube with about 30,000 clicks on. And there you go. Cowboy, congratulations. Chris Miles will give you a big pat on the back when you're in.
Pat on the back, a hug, maybe a
Kiss on the cheek.
a kiss on the cheek. I mean, whoa, we got to be careful with that one.
So
You know.
for wine.
So yeah, Yo Viral,
C3?
heading
Yo
back into the
Viral.
game.
C6.
I didn't want to give it away. I didn't want to say anything, but it was on the tip of my lips,
Should we like play some sort of game?
so to speak.
Okay, I think we should just.
We should do like
I'm
some
happy to
sort
just.
So
flip.
Yo Viral
Yeah, that's
coming
okay, so
into
sort
the
of like-
game
Can we just do it by seat number for the next spot?
next week. We're playing Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for what I've been told.
Whoever
And my next guest, the hint that I'm going to start with, he's another European pro
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
coming to the studio. And he's not directly affiliated with Live at the Bike.
So this is an outsider.
This is an outsider deciding that these games are too damn good
A European pro.
for him not to come mix it up with
You got the hand? You don't want me allowed.
one of the most popular people
I guess.
Thank you.
in high-stakes poker,
Right here.
a GG sponsor.
Oh, okay. My guess changed. My guess changed when you said that.
I order also?
He has a colorful personality that matches his wardrobe.
Nice.
That also matches his dyed hair.
Cowboy says Doyle Brunson.
KG,
Uh,
did you drink?
Not, I mean, not
Order
quite.
for me. Vodka.
He's not European,
Or
but
I drink vodka.
I wonder if
just only vodka. That's
if
pretty
he would be
badass.
an honorary European when he gets out there.
I like a vodka
Spraggy
base
is
and
another
vodka
guess.
Spraggy is a good guess,
That's you know what? I'll take. That's a solid guess.
but not quite.
Heels,
He's more of a tournament
high
guy,
ties.
Wait, what is it right now?
1,000.
but I like that guess. My original guess is completely out of left field, and I was going to say one of my favorite European pros of all time is the Great Dane, Gus Hansen.
That would be an interesting one, but still not
Still
quite
incorrect?
there.
Damn.
Limitless is a good guess, yet again.
I guess I was hoping.
We'll kind of put this on pause. Keep your answers flowing through the chat. L3 betting, the suited wheel ace. Woody waking up with pocket jacks. Mike calling out of the small blind with king queen suited. So fair match here. Woody with a pair, Mike with 2 overs, L with the biggest card in the deck and range advantage and position. And it comes king 10-5, so a little bit of everything for everyone. Mike with top pair, Woody with middle pair, L with bottom pair.
Thank you.
And poor Mike getting toasts literally right in his face while he's in the middle of a hand.
I mean, Mike's going to feel pretty good at the end of this hand most of the time.
No, I don't.
So
Oh, that's a run bad. She said
we
sorry.
got Woody,
Yeah, I don't.
second pair, deciding to offload it to L. I think that's a little...
Fairly tight.
Actually, no. Was
Yeah, you're welcome.
No, so Mike called in between before it got back to
Got
Woody. I
it.
think that's a good fold, actually. You know, you block a lot of the best bluffs that L can have, so I don't mind either
No, but that's for someone
approach
else.
for that. And Mike deciding to donk out on this turn
My glass was like real
for about half of his stack.
Floating
And I don't see L sticking around here for much longer.
Cowboy with another guess here. Elke. That's also a very solid guess. Grospellier.
Can you then check back in on us?
That is a very solid guess, and
Maybe less.
someone in the chat has it. I'm going to let this hand wind down
We flipped.
before letting you guys know who will be our honorary guest of the week next week. He might be number 2, actually. I don't believe
She won.
I can tell you who the third one is. I think the producers would be pretty upset with me if I did. I know it.
Like wine flips.
What if we pay you?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like just saying
How much?
Name your price.
Yeah, like it's.
A handful of L's stack.
That I can't happen as easily. Can't make that happen.
It's tough to get L's stack. It is very difficult to get a handful of L's stack.
Now cannot get
But
No way.
speaking of L, we have
Well, I know you know what I
the
have.
person who correctly identified both of our honorary guests for next week. But before that, we got the chip counts coming up.
I do
Which is
appreciate
what
that
I'm
a lot
looking
of
forward
just,
to.
like,
So we have Mariano, 49K, Scoops with 28K.
4 blinds now.
The VPIP, pretty even VPIP here. 35, 34, 33 with Brett, Edgar, and L respectively. I mean, this is a pretty standard game.
It's
I mean,
either-
that's
two options.
obviously in
Very
most games. I
colorful.
mean, probably 35%, a little bit higher. Lynn is still my girl. Lynn
Lynn got a
still
like, make it colder.
the biggest winner in the game so far. So, and she's just playing super solid. That's why she's a fan favorite. She plays well. She brings a lot of fun to the game. She's got a good energy, like you said, and it's paying off.
Yeah, anybody who's going to order a couple bottles of wine for the table is more than welcome.
I mean,
in my game,
definitely becomes a returning person you want returning to the game.
Check.
The action tends to ramp up as well when the drinks are flowing. The energy is lively, and everything tends to work out well for the person driving the action like that. And so, right after this bomb pot, we'll give you guys the winner of the contest. We'll let you guys know who the special guest will be next week.
I can't wait to hear about this third one. You got me hyped.
I can tell you.
Professional hype.
So we got another double board bomb pot taking place. Graphics taking a moment to catch up, but
Did you go to Vegas at all this year?
fair amount of chips in the middle between these two boards. And once again, our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get a 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB.
It lacks culture. It's too hot. There aren't beaches.
Wow, she's had this manifesto ready. It lacks culture, art, beaches.
I think dating I found to be worse in Vegas than pretty much everywhere.
I was gonna say, I feel like that's for sure true. Dating in Vegas is by far probably the worst.
I've heard that.
Seems pretty reasonable to assume.
Don't you have an apartment there or something?
There we go. Now we got some poker.
I
Elle and Mike
don't know.
both splitting this pot.
To keep it, but we'll see.
If it checks around, it doesn't look like.
Friends are just like in town a bunch. Someone else can just use it. So. As long as someone's using
So
it.
Mike rivering top trips with a good kicker on the bottom board. I think he's going to take it down. It doesn't look like anybody's got a whole lot to call down with. Elle's got a pair on both boards. He doesn't lose to a lot. He's calling 1,000 to win about 850. Assuming that Mike's at least got one board over him. So let's see if Elle wants to stick the money in here.
A cool place to live.
I think so too. I like all of like the different neighborhoods and everything as well.
There's beaches.
And Elle flicking in the call, so it's going to be a chop pot here.
Be a chop.
A little piece on both boards for Elle, so not too surprised to see the call. Also wouldn't have been surprised to see the muck.
Could have went either way.
Could have went either way. Calling 1,000 to win 850, so your pot odds aren't very good, but at the same time, it's tough for you to be beat on both boards.
Well, and that's the unpredictability of a bomb pot, too. Which is what makes them so fun. Okay, so you're going to keep us hanging forever, or can we find out who the second guest is?
So you know what we call this in sports media college?
A teaser?
You got it.
I know my way a little bit around the broadcasting booth, so to speak.
And so our second special guest, maybe the most unique one out of the three, coming back to Live at the Bike. Congratulations, Cowboy. You're 2 for 2 today. It's Elke. Elke will be playing at Live at the Bike next week.
It was literally in my head. It was kind of my first guess before you went into you started naming the color outfits and the hair, and I thought, well, who else could that be? I mean, that's Elke, right? But before that, I was hoping selfishly Gus Hansen, Great Dane, because that's my guy. That's one of my all-time favorite sickos in high stakes.
So a couple of the most notable French players come into play. Yo Viral alongside Elke.
Another Frenchie.
A couple of Frenchies coming to play.
And legendary, so to speak.
Differ.
The two most recognizable French poker players in the world, I would have to say.
Without a doubt.
One is 500, 1,000, 1,000, 2,000 PLO.
Coming to play live at the Bike alongside your boy on the mic.
No, the PLO game, they straddle to 5,000.
I'm excited.
That is exciting.
It's like every day or what?
Who is in the game?
Ozzy Matt, right?
You know the professor?
Okay, yeah.
Couple other good
Ozzy
guesses.
Matt was there?
Reading through here as we see Jay Scoops betting his jack.
Matt,
Mike
Ozzy
getting
Matt.
sticky with ace
Ozzy
high.
Matt.
Ozzy Matt. Who's Ozzy Matt?
You don't know him, it's okay. Yeah.
And Scoops putting in another big bet on this river.
He hasn't been seen a ton, lately.
And Mike deciding his ace high is no good, showing Mike what he had, and good fold, Mike. It's always nice when you make a fold, regardless if it's a big or a small fold, and getting shown the goods.
That 5 and 6 bet they both had.
A couple of the good guesses throughout this. Josie dropping in a handful of good ones and one not so good one. If I'm gonna be real with you, the two good ones, Fader holds,
Oh wait.
No.
Oscar?
Another
and the
legend.
not so good one, Lex. I think Lex is actually American, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's like 1 million.
No,
No, Lex
Lex
Veldhuis is who
from
he's
the
talking about,
Netherlands.
not
Yeah.
Lex O,
He
who is the more Lex Veldhuis. is
That's
a
who I
great
was
guess.
thinking of.
I was thinking of the American Lex O, the YouTube vlogger.
Very different Lex.
Very different Lex.
Very different
Once I
Lex.
said it, I kind of realized Lex Veldhuis also a great guess. Jungle Man was guessed. We had a couple of Gus Hansons. And Dan Cates. Dan Cates is a scary player.
Jungle Man on social media is the most entertaining thing I may have ever seen. So if you want to step into the world of very interesting, give Jungle Man a follow on Instagram.
Yellow, yeah.
Shout out to Machine Gun Kelly in the chat, always dropping some positivity. I believe MGK is probably a Canadian.
That's a
judging
good
from
question.
these comments.
That would be a solid guess.
Did you and Dr. H end up partying out there?
Appreciate the positivity. Always expect it to be rolling through from your end.
I guess kind of party.
I saw Dr. H a couple of times.
Oh, you saw Dr. H and they...
Ooh, we got a rivered straight here for
at the
Brett
series, but I don't
on the
really remember
against the
where.
trip 9s from Mike. A little bit of a cooler situation there.
And so yes, next week, Yo Viral versus Elky versus someone even more notable on Live at the Bike. Versus
I'm allowed to guess, right? You won't say anything, but I'm allowed to guess.
You're allowed to guess,
put
but I
the
cannot
idea in
confirm
people's minds.
nor deny if this person will be here during that day.
Yeah. Is this game going like every day? Or
I
what?
mean, it'd be pretty insane if you got Daniel Negreanu. I mean, I will leave I'll leave my family just to come and meet him for sure. I would be here fast.
Leave him for the day or leave him indefinitely?
I mean, determined. It depends on how much we hit it off, right? No, that's one guess, but I mean, I'm sure that's probably reaching pretty hard.
You can win $4 million at.
I'm trying to think. Who's like
Yeah, it's hard, yeah.
There's
Very
definitely some
impressive.
players out there that I've met a lot of. I've met a lot of big name players in my lifetime. Biggest one being Phil Ivey, who is definitely as scary in person as he is on television because he's very stoic.
So a bit of a baby cooler here. Brett checking it back and getting one of the worst turns for him to get value now. He had a Woody absolutely coolered on this flop. I wouldn't have been surprised if Woody put in a value raise as well. But unfortunately for Brett, and very fortunately for Woody, losing to a plethora of hands now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it go check on this river, and a lot of value missed out. Checking back that flop and getting an unfortunate turn.
Check.
Super.
And Brett's reaction is going to be that of one who knew he could have won a much bigger pot had he bet the flop and the run out was clean.
Definitely a missed opportunity there, but with the run out, there's really not a whole lot you can do. It slows the action down, and you get the check back.
Why is all the same to me? Yeah. It's not much difference. $1,500.
I think past
Same
like
shit.
50 to 100, I can't tell the difference. But I think up until then, maybe.
I think like 400, 500 is the mark when you know, like, oh, okay, this is...
I don't. I
Mine's
really
one of the
don't, I
crazy
really don't care.
things where like they make you.
Profion
you have
saying
to, like,
Jungle Man
work
is so
hard to,
smart,
like,
his brain
really understand
can't
the difference
process
between, like, a
everything.
$200 bottle of wine.
So, and then he goes on to say, the human brain is not made for Jungle Man IQ. I could not agree with that more. That is a very accurate description of Dan Cates, who I'm a humongous fan of. I think his game is stellar, and but he makes a lot of fun out of being a high stakes poker pro.
Yeah.
Jungle's one of those interesting characters where
And when they like try
he
to
pretty much reminds me of a computer. Like if a computer came to life and tried to be a human being.
It's like more like the Zuckerberg paradox.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he's so smart. Clearly, he's so smart. He's one of the true legends of this game to excel on the highest level against the toughest opponents at in the toughest arenas of all time. I wouldn't be surprised if Jungle Man is a top 3 poker player ever in terms of his ability on the table.
That's pretty bold. But I wouldn't deny it.
It is bold. And I wouldn't say that about just about anybody in this world. I would say Jungle, Limitless, and I can't even toss a third person in there. None of these big names that I'm sure each and every one of you in the comments would say. Who do you think the best poker player in the world is, chat? Let's hear it. Online,
current number one, not using the rankings. Who is your actual number 1 poker player? I like this. I
like that, and not necessarily who has won the most money, but whose skill in the game is above everybody else. Mariano coming in with the cold 4-ball. We're talking about UTG1, UTG2. Mariano in the big blind, entering the pot through aggression, as we tend to expect him to do in this position. Choosing a small sizing here, 2.5x. And Lin going nowhere with her suited ace in position. Both players flopping nothing. Mariano's got the backdoor clubs.
5,000.
And again, we saw it with the kings earlier. We saw it with ace queen off now. And he's just going to rep range. He's got aces, he's got kings.
Yeah.
He's got queens. Lin showed earlier that she can have kings in this spot, but it's fair to assume that Mariano's got most of the best hands where Lin is pretty much capped to pocket 10s there at the top of her range.
We'll take Rye Guy back.
Hey, shout out to you, Lin.
Switch.
You hear that, right, guy?
I hear you loud and clear, Lin. Mariano, jump in the booth, bro. You got some good vlogging experience. I wouldn't mind jumping on air with you one day.
Definitely would like to get his input on stuff as well. That would be very entertaining. We got some responses here in the chat. So the popular answer appears to be Phil Ivey. We got a Garrett. I definitely put that in the conversation as far as cash game, high level, high IQ cash game player. How can you not root for G-Man?
4 players.
So Mariano's pair of 4s here.
Oh, you checked?
Ahead of the field. L with a flush draw, but I don't see him betting his 6 high flush draw on this connected board into 4 players, and proven wrong.
So badly, he will bet.
Never underestimate L's aggression.
Never say never.
Never say never.
I don't hope that.
You wanted to bet earlier.
I haven't checked.
We got a bunch of Ivies, as you mentioned. Mr. Beast. I'm gonna go with Mr. Beast. Top 3 all-time action players. We gotta get Beast in this game. Also one of the best YouTube
I don't believe it.
content creators of all time. Revolutionized the game.
I
He's
got
younger
one
than
pen.
I am, actually.
Quite literally in the Hall of Fame for
made the
YouTube,
flush, right?
I would say.
He probably created his own Hall of Fame, dropped 8 figures into creating it, and then
But
gave it away to a subscriber.
That's very, I mean, that's about as Mr. Beast as
Mariano?
it gets. That's as Mr. Beast as it gets, for sure. I would say if I had to pick mine, only because not only have I watched a lot of hands from him, but John Sin, shout out to the 2018 main event champion. That run he had and the hands that he's played on Live at the Bike, specifically against Maria Ho and some other luminaries, I put him in that category as well, as far as like number 1, number 2, maybe even just top 5 in general.
Is everyone cool with that?
Yeah. What is going on
We
now?
got
Straddle?
Tom Dwan as well. Interesting pick. That's all I'll say.
A Tony G, that's going back.
No,
When was the
imagine.
last time he was in the spotlight?
Tony G.
I can imagine I got something good.
TonyBet.net. It's always fun when casino owners play poker. You know, you watch a lot of these guys. I'm gonna mention the new school Tony G. Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, who are you talking about?
Eric Persons.
Okay.
The newest
That's-
edition of Tony
okay.
G.
I
He
would
played
say-
with one of the gentlemen you had mentioned on high stakes poker about 6 months ago.
That's right.
He got into Phil Ivy's head, got into Garrett's head, he got into
I don't have executive
Tom
power.
Dwan's head, Bryn Kenny, Kirsch Menon.
I already gave my one hoodie to her.
The only person in that
Don't do
lineup
it.
I don't think he got into
want
his head was
150.
Patrick Antonius. You
I
know,
mean, it's hard to get in his head, to be
Never
honest.
gonna allow me to win
He
anything.
seems very even keel.
Yeah, that's fucker calls.
Like, are you sure?
Sammy
Good
Farha,
hand. You're not gonna use
cool
it?
OG pick.
That's an OG
I
pick.
bought it like 2
Jeremy
years
Amos,
I'm not worried about that. Appreciate it.
ago. Yeah, of course. Might be a little big
It
on
is pretty
you,
cool to hear.
Probably is.
Adamo,
What happened now?
reasonable in the new
Hold on
school.
1 second, I'm trying to bluff him.
Fedor,
He's gonna
but
stand
Fedor's
that
retired,
great
right?
guy's gonna tell him
My luck
like
will
that.
change.
Is Fedor retired?
I keep hearing that.
Wait.
I wouldn't be surprised. You make $40 million playing poker
$2,500.
before you're 40 years old. You might as well just enjoy it. If you-
How about in like a year and a half?
yeah.
But now, whatever.
So a big hand between L and KGB. KGB flopping an overpair, but nothing for L to continue with.
Have a bluff. I
KGB.
cannot get a meow now.
Has a bluff, bluffing with the overpair.
That was
Give him that too. Give him a little meow meow.
I told you.
Yeah, KGB, you have to meow now. It's the rules, or you don't get the money.
You could do this. Fucking show him the meow. Show him how it's done, huh?
Straddle.
At first,
He
I
meow?
was like, oh, but after they win it a couple
I think he
times,
snuck it in.
like, they wanted
Nice,
to,
nice.
Announce too that it's for fun.
It's a fun straddle.
Yeah. Like
Now it's $50 to
I'd rather never win it.
You gotta try like me.
I'm out on the meowing.
KGB proposing the $50 straddle. I believe that's called a big blind, sir.
To be fair, if you win the small blind, like,
You mean the
can
standard
leave
bet?
it on there
Yes.
and not meow, right? That'd work too.
I like these answers. A lot of Jungle Man coming through. Fedor, Phil Ivey seems to be the consensus #1 between the chat.
So, I mean, especially with the run he had right before the World Series. Like, he was winning a bunch of these high rollers, finishing, you know, going into final tables, top 5, top 4 finishes. It's hard to argue with that. When someone's beating the absolute best competition in the world, that pretty much puts them at #1.
It wasn't small for me, man. I lost a bunch.
So Woody, pocket fives, opening it up from early position. Linji entering the pot through aggression.
He was the only one
In
to get completely barbecued.
the straddle, it looks like,
What can I do?
with a very interesting hand. Ace-8 suited. This is a really good 3-bet candidate. I won't really go into too much more details about this specific hand, but gets it done against pocket fives. Good spot for her. She's been picking a lot of really nice spots to attack today, and her stack's up over 14K in profit.
Like I said, I'm rooting for every hand. Rooting for every hand, so I win the predictor. That's you know, that's my ultimate goal. But she's playing super solid poker. She's on it. She's got a very good feel of the table, and she's the biggest winner because of it.
And we got a bunch of Justin Bonomo's rolling through now. The pink
That's a
hair.
name I haven't heard in a while. That could have been another guess when you said crazy hair, because he rocked the pink hair for a while.
That would have been a very good
But he's
guess.
not European.
Not European.
That would have been the that's the qualifier right there. OTB Red Baron. That's another name I haven't heard in a very long time.
Downey's cool. My grandparents grew up like or lived right by Rio Hondo Country Club.
I've had some people argue with me and say that the last year's main event champion, Cray Aldemir, should be considered one of the top players based on the way he handled the final table last year. So I thought that was interesting because he has a lot of online experience and that plays into it too. And I think that's something we didn't mention is some people consider online not as superior to live. I think they're pretty equal, but I just prefer live because I like the dynamic of being in a live setting more.
I certainly enjoy it more, and I think that 95 to 99% of people who watch this stream on a regular basis would agree with that. And they'd also probably sway their opinions towards guys who play in a live realm more so than an online realm. For example, I didn't see a single vote for Limitless, but over about a 10-year period of time when online really boomed, he was the guy to beat, same as a guy like Doug Polk, who's playing at the top of his game, one of the first real players to get into this new school approach to the game, really revolutionizing it like Steph Curry does to the NBA.
Here it comes. Here come the NBA references. We got through almost 3 hours before we got the NBA references. So, but I'm digging it.
And we got one more saying Phil Hellmuth is the GOAT. I think, based off these emotes at the end, it might be a little LOL, but I wouldn't disagree entirely. I mean, he's got the most bracelets. Even though he might not be up to the new school approach, he clearly does some insanely good stuff to amass 16 championships at WSOP when I think the next best is 7?
I would have no. I think Phil Ivey has 10. But if and Brunson also has 10. But so you just nailed something that I heard you talk about last night, which I'm glad you're kind of bringing it up, is how you work with solvers and those things. And I believe that is important to the game now because the game has changed so dramatically. But something that we're seeing in these big field tournaments, like a World Series, like a Legends of Poker that's coming up, and you see these big fields come in, GTO and solvers are only really applicable if your opponents are playing correctly. What I see, especially again watching these big fields, is the pros, especially we're talking the high-level pros, have a hard time coming back down and adjusting to the very generic style of play from the non-pro amateur style type player. So that is very interesting to see. Some of the guesses on here because I would have to agree. Phil Hellmuth is proving over and over he can compete with the high level, the high stakes guys, right? The nosebleed buy-in type situations, and then he can go into these massive fields where there's a lot more recreational players and win. So to me, if you're going to put it for argument's sake, and I know anyone who's not in the chat is listening and the chat might blow up, I would say Phil Hellmuth might be considered one of the absolute best in that regard. If you're going to put it in that context, yes, he doesn't follow the new school thinking, but for whatever reason, it works for him. What does he call it? The white magic? I mean, that's whatever that is, whatever that means, it works for him. And it's insane to think that 16 bracelets, and especially how competitive it's getting, that may not get touched. I know he's trying to go for 25. It may never get touched. So, I don't know. That's kind of amazing.
So just pulling back real quick into the game, Mariano opening ace-queen off UTG into L's straddle, L's double straddle. L 3-betting 7-5 offsuit in the tightest formation. And Mariano just not folding that hand. L getting out of line time and time again. And I mean, that's just a formation where you shouldn't be aggressing towards with anything less than, ace, king, queens. So Mariano finding the snap fold, but as we saw right there, completely out of line. L taking none of those today.
Yeah.
But yeah, I tend to agree with what you said. I hate the fact that these kids, and I do say kids nowadays, I'm 26 years old, so I certainly can fall into that category, default a little too much to what a game tree would replicate. And following just that as a baseline strategy will get you in a ton of trouble as the game continues. And KGB limp raising the pocket jacks to about 60% of his stack. Edgar out of line pre-flop with king 9 suited.
That's a very hefty raise from KGB. It's girthy.
KGB
That's the word I'm looking for.
Telegraphing his hand, saying he's going to see jack.
I don't have enough.
And another word I can't say on this.
Yeah.
We're all thinking it.
But Edgar, not offloading his hand. This is essentially an all-in from KGB. So Edgar, essentially, with $1,000 invested, would have to commit
My salad looks amazing.
10,000.
Got him.
To win that 1,000 back. Got him.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Edgar was contemplating. I think he was just trying to think things through a little bit, but there's really not a ton of really equity in there for him. So
yeah,
the fold seemed like the right play.
Yeah, there's no other option there but to fold against a limp raise from a tighter player, especially when there's not a ton of reason to believe he's getting out of line in that situation. We got some Phil Locks rolling through. Jennifer Tilley.
Jennifer Tilley. Phil Locke, another guy that I respect tremendously, that I've had the pleasure to meet, and he is like probably the coolest, most down-to-earth guy. You'd almost like you don't realize he plays poker for a living. Like he's that kind of guy.
Yeah,
he's just so laid back.
Phil Locke is actually one of the coolest guys to watch playing poker. I met his best friend actually a few weeks ago, the Magician.
S. Fondiari is another guy, very interesting person. Best poker stories I've ever heard comes from S. Fondiari.
I was at his house last month.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Beautiful place, absolutely beautiful.
Is he still in Vegas?
This was in Los Angeles. I'm sure he's back and forth between the two.
Okay, so I know he had a house in Vegas for a long time too.
You're a regular.
Very stand-up dude, and it's very cool to see, you know, those old school guys. Those old school legends coming to light. I'm surprised we didn't have any S. Fandiari fans in the chat. I think S. Fandiari, 100% genuine opinion about Antonio. Looking back at those old school tapes and now looking at his new school approach to the game, is the best player to ever have played on these live stream games, understanding human psychology of his opponents.
That I would have to agree with. That is a very interesting take, especially considering he's played on so many shows, right? High stakes poker. He's been, you know, World Poker Tour, all these things. Live at the Bike numerous times. Won a World Series ring here on Live at the Bike during one of the circuit events. That him and Jamie Gold were actually top 3 in at a final table that I watched, and then probably the most fun time I've ever had at dinner was with the three. It was us and a very large group of people, but them all kind of hanging out and talking about everything other than just the hands they were playing in was a very cool experience. Like that was cool. Like, but they're very much poker driven even to this day. You know, Oscar and I playing for what, the last 20 years consistently.
The hand that I saw, and I saw this hand about 3 weeks ago, that really just made me fall in love with this guy's game, because I tend to pay a lot of attention to the way that people perceive me at the table, and anybody who's played with me in Toronto knows that.
Could I do that? 6-3?
Little secret, I'm a little full of it.
Oh,
a lot of the majority of the time.
Guys make a little bit more than girls, actually.
I saw this hand 3 weeks ago, and this was day 2 of Poker Night in America in Montreal. Probably one of the best played hands that nobody will ever have seen. This was the second day of playing with the same people, so they already know how full of it he was. They're buying in for, I think, $150,000, Playground Montreal, Poker Night in America. And at this point, he had already pulled off dozens of crazy bluffs, and they all know how insane he is. He opens with, I think it was 2s under the gun. Someone 3-bets him in the big blind with aces or kings to a big size, and he calls, so there's about 7,000 in the pot, and it comes 10-7 deuce rainbow. And she checks, and he bets the size of the pot, 7,000, which is far from standard, which is far from what any chart would tell you to do, and she calls. So now Antonio's thinking, all right, she's got no repair here almost every time.
Are you serious?
She thinks I'm full of it. Let's try to get all the money in. So the turn breaks off. It's like a 4, offsuit 4 or something. She checks. He bets 35,000 into a pot of 21,000.
So he overbets it.
So he bets almost 2x the size of the pot, understanding that, you know, she thinks I'm so full of it now. I need to maximize this and get max value. And with her aces or kings, she calls again. And so the pot's now about $90,000 with about 100K behind. And the river breaks off completely. She checks, and he rips it in for a total of about a pot-sized bet. And she thinks for about 2 minutes. She says, if you got it, you got it. And flicks it in.
Okay, that's fun. That sounds really fun.
And he has the set. And that's a line that Antonio is never taking as a bluff there.
Okay, so
but because he understands
Chinese KTV
the image that he was able to create for himself,
they don't have girls or guys.
Got it.
as we see Jay Scoops in a very difficult spot here with bottom boat on the top and nothing on the bottom. Brett's going to scoop this pot regardless of the action. Unfortunate river for Jay Scoops, actually way ahead on the top and getting drawn out. It looked like it was going to be a chop all day, every day. But getting back to the story, effectively him understanding the way that the field, and a great fold from Scoops actually,
That's
understanding.
a great fold from Scoops.
It's a lot more difficult to fold that hand because it's difficult. It's very difficult for him to king there, especially with 3 on the board. So you only lose to one specific card in the deck, and he decides I'm calling off 2,000 to win 1,000, and I don't think that I'm good here in this spot, so he laid it down, and pat yourself in the back, Scoops. That's a really tough fold to make.
That's a tough fold. Scoops, unfortunately, realized he wasn't going to scoop that one.
Jay, no scoops.
Jay, no scoops.
But getting back and wrapping up this long-winded explanation as to why I admire a guy like Antonio who, has that old-school approach to the game and can really understand that human psychology, in my opinion, better than anybody. I think the majority of people maybe win 30K in that pot. You bet 1/3 standard, you bet 80% standard, you bet 80% standard, you win 30, 40K. This guy understood what his image dictated and just went for max value because he knew that he was allowed to take these aggressive lines because of how out of line he gets on a typical basis, and so he turned a 40K victory in that hand into stacking someone for $150,000 on the second hand of a day.
I think as you're talking about that, it's what makes me admire a lot of the old school guys that can still kind of use more live reads and table dynamics in their game more. It's something I miss. And it's something that we're seeing in games like this where people have a history and they build up that history and, it leads to really big pots. So that's an amazing, honestly, I want to go watch that. I want to go watch that hand because I know, I feel like I remember watching that before. I've seen that before. And, shout out to Antonio Asfandiari, the magician. He is the best at making other people's chips disappear.
He's the best at making other people make mistakes.
That too. But not just in a cash game setting, but also in really deep, high-level tournaments as well.
Big blind.
No, it's the right guy.
You're getting another shout-out.
250.
What do they say?
I think they really don't want you in this game. That's what I think they all second what Lynn said. And man, we're really glad Rye Guy's in the booth and not crushing us in this game.
Oh, I'm happy to be in the booth with you today, man. It's a lot more relaxing.
We need to do this more often.
Yeah, man, for sure. and I plan to be in this booth with you much more.
I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully with some Camus.
So thank you guys all for leaving those phenomenal responses in the chat. I'll read off a few more. We got Alex Foxen. Garrett versus Foxen heads up would be a clinic. Not sure if you're referring to Garrett crushing or Foxen crushing, or if it's just a exciting contest between the two. I tend to believe it's the third option. See a 3-bet from Mariano. Lynn going nowhere with her strong suited ace. Edgar. He's got position. He's got the highest card in the deck, and he's got the ability to make the nut flush. He'll flick it in too. We got 4,600 in the middle with about 24,000 behind.
The game was a chip raise, fold, boom, fold.
And a queen, king board.
Jumping on the table.
Nobody loving that one. 2 overs, tier 10s. Checking it over, Lynn with a gutter ball. No backdoor flush draw, and Edgar with ace high, nothing. And I don't even know where that 7% really comes from. It must be just perfect to a chop. But Edgar doesn't care one bit.
He's going to fire at this.
He's got the power of position. He's got talking chips. He's putting those talking chips to work. Reading his opponents for a week, accurately reading that Mariano is going to be betting range quite frequently. Lynn is probably going to bet when she connects in any meaningful way, and, you know, you got no backdoor. You got no nothing, sitting there with ace high, and I think he's going to get this one through.
Yeah, Matthew's chip leader right now.
Crazy.
Who?
Crazy right now.
The guy who play at Live the Bike.
Yeah?
Edgar, well played,
It's
kiddo.
the fold.
Yeah.
Look at Edgar.
How quickly did you fold? Okay.
That was impressive.
I realized with 5 seconds to go that the action was on me.
Oh, really?
So I just did not see you muck your cards. Yeah.
It was like instant. Like he insta. Like
Okay. Yeah. I like.
before my chips even
I
hit, he
think-
mucked.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah,
once
Edgar
I
all
saw
too
you
happy
bet,
to see
and
that
then
site when he puts the money in
I
with
just, like, started
no
with
equity
conversation
whatsoever.
having, I just, like,
Whether
started
it was a
having
time chip issue or
almost chimed
whatever,
into
he's
the
very
main
happy to scoop that butt.
I was not.
One of
Edgar
the top
with some
one in the final.
rambling chips now.
Rambling chips. That is correct.
Yeah, I think the Espen guy.
Yeah, he has
Probably.
Astute observation. I think Locke and Esfendiari have learned a lot from each other. Yeah, a couple of best friends, actually.
Yeah.
I read a friend of mine's book recently published called Staying in the Race.
Al, do you know how much money is
Ronnie
there?
E. Banks, Staying in
I'm
the
Poland
Race.
blind.
Really helped me actually
Sorry.
Blind?
progress my life in a positive
that's
way
my
for any of you
Dealer, can you
who would
verify
like a
that?
very cool read from a very cool dude.
I didn't
Check that one out on Amazon.
I check.
Shout
Check
out to
blind.
self-development.
Bust yourself. Go. Boom.
Shout out to self-development.
I was going to throw out a controversial name only because I admired his game for quite a long time until the recent controversies, but Ali Imsirovic is definitely one of those guys that you could say has
so
like,
much imagination.
you know, supernatural abilities at the poker table.
This part I
And
don't know today.
despite the
He drinks a
internet
lot.
controversies, I still
very
admire his
good.
game quite a bit. I just think it's a shame that now there's this cloud over him when he's playing in these big games and big tournaments now. But that's a guy that I played against quite a bit on a, I guess you could say, offshore site that's very popular in the U.S. here for online poker. And he's a guy that continually crushed online tournaments and then brought that to, you know, the high stakes arena tournament. So, but that would be, I think, probably my number one if I really had to put one as far as like tournament poker. And then cash game, I mean, Garrett, it's an easy one.
I imagine that website you're referring to has really ignited some controversy.
There's a few of them. There's a few of them for sure.
So once again, thank you guys for joining us on this beautiful Friday evening.
It's 6 o'clock here on the West Coast.
So
9 p.m.
we probably got some viewers. You know, we got home about an hour ago. We're getting into our third brewski of the night.
I would say definitely a
this is-
hard log, a hard lager, or I mean, excuse me, hard seltzer or a lager, progressing to a little bit stronger choice by this hour.
think so. I think
Little
that's a reasonable
nightcap.
assumption.
Yeah, a little nightcap action.
But yeah, you could be anywhere in the world, but we are so glad that you were here with us today.
Yeah,
At
there's
the-
parts of the world they're having breakfast with us right now.
Certainly.
They're
And it's
having
5
a-
o'clock somewhere, so why not treat it as such, no matter where you are?
They're passing on the Denver omelet, and they're having a Stockholm omelet.
We got a small riverbed here from Pocket 8's L. All options are on the table, and he decides to flick in the call with King High.
Wow. A good bet.
Mike with the blocker bet. L, he beats a fair amount of hands here, and he's getting 7 to 1 on a 6 to 1 on a call. He beats 6-7, 7-8, Queen Jack, and the price is just so good. And sometimes when the price is that good, you just gotta flick in the call. But once again, we got the chip counts.
Yes, we still have Mariano with the biggest stack at the table. We've got Edgar, Scoops, Lynn. Lynn, definitely, like I said, is my top choice to be the biggest winner here. V-Pips are hovering around the same. We got 36% with Edgar, 34%. We got Woody at 20%. So he is still one of the tightest players at the table. And, Edgar's making some ground here. So Edgar's got the second biggest cumulative winning here at the game. And Lynn is holding on to that lead strong. We're rounding out the final hour and 45 minutes, so I like my chances still here.
I like your chances too, and Edgar nearing some screaming chips level now. Lynn up 13,000, Edgar 9K, J Scoops 6,000, KGB, Woody, Mariano all hovering near even. We got Mike down 7K, Brett down 8, and L taking an L so far. Down 14,000.
Taking an L.
I was there too.
The biggest loser of the day so far, and L just not really getting anything to work with in this contest. One of the most difficult players to play with, and I say that from experience, and flopping top 2 pair, but not a whole lot for his opponents here. I do respect L's game a ton. He 3-bets late. He plays with a lot of aggression. He puts people in difficult spots, and against a lot of opponents facing a pot-sized bet, you probably just unload your middle pair without any hesitation. But Edgar getting sticky with it, understanding that there's a ton of draws out there that L could be betting for this big size, and not going anywhere just yet. And another overcard to his jack, and I don't think L's going to be slowing down here. He wants to commit stacks by the river on this straighty, flushy board. Can't be giving a free card to the draws.
Definitely not.
And a lot of those draws that Edgar might have on the flop has now picked up a pair. Talking about King 10. Talking about King 10 of clubs specifically, but King 10 is very reasonable for him to have. He could have a hand like a pair and a flush draw now, and there's a ton of just natural continues there that L has to continue to pile money in against, and not getting that $4,000 in by the river on brick runouts would be a mistake. And not charging those draws and inferior hands on the turn as well. So once again, my name's Ryguy. I'm here with my main man, Chris Miles. And it's been a phenomenal show so far. I think we've had some phenomenal conversation. Some nice flow at the table, good vibes. Lin G getting up, sitting down. We got Woody putting in some bluffs. L stealing some pots and making some big hands. KGB with his typical table banter. J Scoops living up to the name. We got Mike making some bluffs. Brett doing the same. And Edgar making some serious plays down the stretch recently.
And starting to build up a stack that's going to challenge Lynn for being the biggest winner here tonight. So I like my chances to have Lynn as the #1 winner, but Edgar's not too far behind.
Couple more players being shouted out in the comments section. We got Eric Persons as the greatest player of all time. I got to agree with that, man. Genuinely. No word of a lie. Eric Persons We got to get Eric Persons on this show.
Let's make it happen.
Put me in the lineup with him. He scares me, but
Let's
I'm about
make it happen.
I'm about it. His arms are about the size of my entire body.
Shout out to Wayne, Polarizing Chris. That is my Instagram handle, at Polarizing Chris. So shout out to Wayne, my guy Wayne. We miss you. I'd like to share the booth with Wayne here soon too. That would take me back a bit.
I do believe Wayne will be in the booth for the Elky Yo Viral plus our extremely special guest next week.
I'm going to be racking my brain up until you tell me. But I like the guessing part. I definitely like the guessing part.
It adds intrigue, and especially if you'll be in the booth here with Wayne next week, it'll be even more exciting to stumble into this game not knowing and just be blown away by this absolute legend of the game making another appearance on Live at the Bike.
So this person's made an original appearance before.
I can neither confirm nor deny
I thought that was part of the hint, or there are no hints.
I don't know if I can even give hints at this point. It's that serious. So we got Edgar here with top pair, Mike with an open ender. He also blocks 10-9 suited and Jack-9 suited, which is very important if he wants to turn his hand into a bluff here. I don't see Edgar checking this one back, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Mike do something creative if he bets. Edgar checking it back, though, and River rolling off a 4. Now Mike sitting here with ace high, and table just got really quiet for whatever reason. I don't know.
I think they believe that a major hand is happening right now.
Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like there's 40K in the middle with 20 behind. But Mike putting in the bet. It's going to get snapped up by Edgar when it gets to him.
Gets the nice call comment here from Mike because that's what it was.
It was a nice call. Edgar, he's got some rambling chips now. He's got some shouting chips.
I believe now, if the chip counts were correct, he is now the biggest winner in the game. So now my choice in Lynn, I need Lynn to come through in a big way here. I need her and Edgar to get in a big pot and mix it up here to even the stacks back.
Yeah, so Edgar surpassing Lynn as the big winner on the day. Lynn sitting at 13K profit, Edgar 14. And he's been doing it in unique ways.
Yeah.
He made some crafty bluffs with absolutely nothing. He sensed weakness and he pounced. And that's the kind of player we want in our game. The guy who's going to be willing to get out of line, throw the charts out the window, and go with his gut.
It's good.
I feel like we should get another poll going, get some more energy flowing through the stream.
I think we do. And Wayne has thrown another name in that I was holding back from bursting into laughter here. But Wayne Nostra Anus is legendary name. So
don't surrender.
That's going to be my new username on all platforms.
It's insane for some reason. That's the best game ever I played in the stream. All you need to change 3 months.
Profion says Doyle wrote the Bible, but Wayne is spreading the words.
It was good.
That is correct.
Wow. It's very good.
11.
So we got a couple of overs to pocket nines here. Putting in a down bet. Getting called by Mike, and Mike's got a gutter ball, but Brett's going to continue to rep range and gets it done here. So Brett dragging in a medium-sized pot through aggression, as we've seen time and time again from him. I think we got to get a seat for Brett just about every time he wants. I very much enjoyed watching Brett play. And he gives it the meow.
He gives the meow.
Yeah, lock it up.
Why are we doing this?
Lock it up.
Yeah, we need more of Brett here. For
Need
sure.
Brett.
He's been generally, I would say, of all the people, like aside from Lynn, he's had the best attitude during this whole game. He's been in pots where he's lost, he's been in pots where he's won, but the smile never goes away.
I'm going to give him the upper hand on Lynn today. He deserves it. He's given action. He's given energy. He's giving good vibes, and you know we give Lin a lot of credit a lot of the time. But this new kid on the block coming through, I think he's about 35. What do you think?
He could be younger. He's got nice skin.
Yeah,
so
he does.
I would say probably
Seems like
late 20s, maybe 31 at the oldest.
I feel like he's got a young face, you know? He could be anywhere from my age to 40. I don't know.
I mean, you're right. It could be he just takes care of himself.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like he hits the gym with Mariano on a daily basis.
Edgar's hitting the Aces gym here with the pocket rockets.
You got it. You got it.
Barbecue.
I got it.
Another good player coming through the chat. Dan Zach.
Dan Zach.
One of my favorites, actually, growing up.
I excuse myself because that should have been one of my top choices. Love Dan Zach.
I absolutely loved watching Dan Zach growing up as a Jewish kid from Toronto. Watching a guy like Dan Zach battling it out with these legends on these $1 million cash games was absolutely legendary to watch back in the day. And he was one of the first guys to really throw in those 5-bet bluffs with the suited aces.
I was going to say.
That's what I remember.
Yeah, that's very much legendary for those kind of hands.
You know, I tried to take a page out of his book a couple of days ago against Mariano, putting in a 5-bet bluff with ace-5 suited, and unfortunately for myself, running into pocket queens. But felt like it was the time. Pulled the trigger, went with my gut, and didn't work out. So, so Edgar with pocket aces, he's got clubs covered as well. KGB with a whole lot of nothing, except for a mouthful of food, and Edgar's going to bet it. KGB's going to offload. Edgar's going to continue to appreciate his stack in the correct direction, showing up the latest of the players, but maximizing his time the most.
He is very much emulsifying his stack even more. So I'm very impressed with Edgar's play right now. He's making me nervous here on my pick now. I mean, maybe I feel like if I'd known Edgar was going to be in the game,
I mean, you can't bet on a guy who's only going to show up for 3 hours, though. It's just not the.
That is correct.
But I mean, he's showing very good signs.
But you know what? I'm doubling down on Lin.
Double down.
I'm doubling down. There's plenty of game left. We still got about 90 minutes left. Again, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, subscribe, like, comment, hit the notification bell, because we love bringing the high-stakes action to you here on Bally's Presents Live at the Bike. Let's go.
Speaking of someone who's only going to play 3 hours, Lin's still up from her seed. I don't know what's going on.
Her chips are still there, though, right?
Her chips are still there. You still have a chance. And even if she leaves, Edgar could lose a pot today. It's
Maybe
possible.
she's on her way to the booth.
Oh, I hope so.
Maybe she's grabbing like a drink and said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and jump in the booth with the guys.
But that would still be an hour-and-a-half walk.
I mean, it's a long break.
It's a long break. You got to mentally prepare to get in this booth. It's hot.
It is hot. Normally there's AC in here, but I'm not complaining because it looks pretty.
So we got a nice run out. I expect Mariano to win this hand. And wrong.
Wow.
In this spot. L snapping it off. Getting a good price, though. Only has to be right there about 1 out of every 4 times, and certainly a respect call.
You bluff? No, it's just thin. Oh.
Thin value with Jack High.
Yeah, I love Mariano denying the bluff to save face there, I guess. But yeah, he had complete air on that hand.
Yeah, and L sussing it out, realizing that he only loses to a queen or an ace, and Mariano's going to be repping the ace frequently with just Jack High. So.
Did you have a king that hand, the double board?
Yeah.
L wasting no time to put the money in.
Swear. I had king 8.
Crazy.
So I had.
Guess what I had?
What'd you have?
You swear on your life.
Oh, and you folded. Sad.
So who are you guys most excited to see? Are you most excited to see Elky next week? Are you most excited to see Yo Viral?
King King, but I was like,
I'm not sure who else will be in the
So like
lineup.
king eight
Maybe
pawn,
someone in the booth
flop 2 pair on the
excites
other
you.
board.
Probably not as much as those
pretty
two.
much, yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be as excited to see someone in the
Almost
booth
called you,
as
but-
much as the two most recognizable faces in France, but
I usually only play double board Omaha. Playing
I don't get a
double
vote.
board, the hold'em is like a little like different. I'm like,
So you're like
maybe one of these guys playing right now are the most exciting player that you hope to see next week. Maybe it's Mariano. Someone like KGB, Jay Scoops,
He's a double board specialist.
Lin G,
exactly. There's a lot of those out there. 300.
I want to be that.
or even L. There's a lot of love from L going through the chat
It's like
typically.
the one game where a lot of people don't know like what's
For
wrong,
sure.
right, you know. So
I hope we get Brett back in the game next week. He's been a great
Gotta
time
be
to
like
watch.
Super D-Gen with double board.
Maybe Wayne wants to jump into this game.
I love it when you play like a super action game for like 8 hours, table breaks, it's like four-hander, like, I want to do like another hour or two of double boards, it's like, fuck yeah, let's go. I have to make all my money.
There we go. There's Lin filling up L's drink.
But you just gotta get good cards. You get good cards and you get paid. You know,
That
it's
is
like,
a high-class poker player right there, filling up
I just don't
her
really
opposition's
love,
drinks.
like a lot of split pot games. A lot. Want there to be like a defined winner.
They're really small glasses, to be honest.
Then let's play single board Bampa.
I don't like the single board. Single board is,
Welcome back, Lin.
More blood.
huh?
I think
We missed you. It got very
Yeah.
quiet on the table without you.
It's like, single board you can have any two, you know? You can have any two cards on the board. But double board you can have any two, but at least it's like narrowed down. Like you might win one side, you know? You have a chance. I don't know.
That's true.
Right, you're gonna be
Just
first.
like everything about it.
Okay, let me just see. Yeah, I'll raise. I'm just gonna raise it.
Okay.
Fuck 'em.
What do you want to see your hand? 500.
To see it, just to look at it.
Yeah, just to
250
look
a
at
card.
You can look at it for free.
250 a card.
500 to go.
Pay first.
250.
So Brett with the animated raise
Oh, shit, for
up to
for a second,
500.
I thought that was your step. I was like, dang, you
Suited
ran it
ace.
up.
What an sick
When I went to the bathroom.
Dude, I thought that was totally your stack with a bunch of money.
Pierre in the chat talking some trash against what I imagine
I don't need it. I
is
get it.
a
My jeans
fellow
these are
countryman of
$40
his,
jeans.
Come on, dude.
Good, I
Yo
got it.
Viral,
My jeans are $30.
saying he makes great donations. I doubt it. I doubt it.
Actually, I got them for free.
I personally know he's one of
It's like
the
it's
highest
for
level
18
players in the
years,
world,
yeah,
frequenting in
full
Bobby's
street.
room, playing the 100, 200, 400 streets in Las Vegas,
I don't know if I should say
working
that.
his way up from 10 years ago
Oh, for kids
Always
who
give me
can't.
to a massive bankroll.
Super cold.
We got JJ in the booth right now, coming to give us some fist bumps, telling us not to shout him out, but you know we can't do that. JJ Dilla Goat.
I want to play Big Pop with you guys.
He should legally change his name to that because I love that.
JJ, you want
We
to
just
jump
have
on for a
the
quick minute? No,
call and
that's
fold
not about
hand.
it. He's got to go home, see his baby and his wife. I don't blame him. Rather hang out with those two
Family man.
instead of a
Father
couple
of
of
the
sweaty
year.
dudes in the studio.
Yeah. I,
I was still thinking about yesterday when you told me you had 8-4. I'm glad you said that because the whole day I felt really good about it. I was like, dang, I made the right fold. Like, good shit. And then I look, I'm like, fucking hell, man.
Was this from Wednesday?
Wednesday. I lied to him.
Lynn's
twice.
locked this hand up
Twice?
Both hit leave.
with the solo jack of
Like,
diamonds.
No,
And
almost
calling
had
the
a-
chop there.
I was winning.
So calling off 2,400 to win about the same back. And I don't know if Lynn's bluffing there frequently enough to make that call, but, you know, just go with your gut. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong.
Every single time.
I think it comes down to
Of
also,
course not.
you know,
Of course not.
Brett may
When
have
you
just
said
not
that was
really known where he
believable,
was at in the hand.
I probably had to beat
Here's a
him
really
to
interesting
like-
psychology fact that I will toss out for you that I've noticed from playing poker for,
That's my first
you know,
open. In
I was going
an
to say a
hour and
long
half.
time, but I've
I
only been
really
playing
want
for
to play
about
that
3
hand.
years now.
That's still a good amount of time.
care.
If you're playing like over
One time.
40, 50 hours a week for 3 straight years,
Let's do one time
and which I'm
single
assuming
board.
Let's do
you
one
are,
single board.
that's a lot of
Switch out.
hands. So
Yeah, okay,
I'm
yeah.
willing to hear
One
out
on one, yeah,
any
yeah, one on one.
psychology
Why you wanna do
psychology
it? I don't wanna do single
anecdotes
board,
you
it's no
might
fun.
have.
So
Just
I
like,
think
if you
that there's a higher
double
likelihood
board or
Okay,
we
double
just
board
pick
it is.
collection?
Okay, whatever.
that Brett would have
Double board,
folded.
Double board.
I'm gonna let
Okay,
KGB
double
talk.
board.
He's
Single board is like Omaha. Everybody
overwhelming
got
me.
Nuts. You got to flop basically nuts on one board. Otherwise, 9
Single
people.
board, you mean?
Yeah, single board. Yeah, it's no fun.
No, single board, a lot of bluff.
It is fun.
No
You can
bluff.
bluff in single board, and
Yeah.
you can't bluff from doubles, so.
Double board is so hard to
Well,
bluff.
I don't care.
Just move all in. You most of them win. You're gonna win.
Double board is so honesty.
So a cool psychology fact I picked up on:
Have you had it?
when there's 5 diamonds on the board, or a
Yeah, that's
5
true
liner to a
honesty.
straight, people are more likely to put the money in to call for a chop than, for example, if there's 4 diamonds or 4 to a straight.
How can I miss on
And
that?
I've just noticed that from playing a lot of the time, that people just get extra curious even when the price is just a lot worse. So for example, in that case, Brett was calling off 2,600 to win about the same back. But for example, on that river, when he has top pair on the 4 flush board, he might not put the money in, even though he's getting
Yesterday was really fun.
a much better price. He's putting in 2,600 to win about 5K himself.
Every once in a while.
That makes sense. I've also been on the opposite end of that, where I've called a large bet on what I thought was a chop board, only to be shown the absolute nuts.
Of course, and that's
We've all been there.
We've all been there, and Brett just found himself in that dilemma where, you know, if there's 4 diamonds, I think he might just find the fold button, but since he's calling a chop, I don't think he really put the pieces together the same way that, you know, typically people should, and I think that's a trap that a lot of people tend to fall into. So just a little food for thought for you watching at home.
Oh, on the
Be a little mindful about
I
that.
saw the hand I played against him.
So a really
Before you got
interesting
here.
turn here.
I check raised him on the flop.
L betting is
I have,
overpair,
two
so
big ones.
I had jacks. He had jacks.
trying to get a lot of the money in here, and Mariano turning
And he folded.
the only card in the deck that would have L in bad shape, so it looks like it's going to be a chop pot unless the case king comes out on the river on that top board. So Mariano now trying to get L off whatever he has on that bottom board, which we all see as pocket kings. I don't see L folding because, simply put, it's almost impossible for him to be beat on both boards. He only loses the full pot to 10-6,
Full of shit all night.
pocket queens and pocket aces.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
At what one?
I
raised,
went
he
to
called.
I went to Vegas.
And there is
I
sometimes
all pros.
where Mariano maybe has a hand like ace queen,
1 hour, I
feeling
was
the
like,
same way.
I was
That king
there
jack of
single-handed,
spades?
right?
Yeah.
I found like
King
like
queen
that?
feeling the same way.
King some.
King,
Queen,
queen,
ten of spades.
ace, queen, for sure.
There, 4 cards straight.
So I don't see L folding here, and I see
Yeah.
even amounts
It
of
is
chips being
probably
returned to
bottom
each
pair.
player
Deuce every
once
time.
L is able to
Right.
put these
Bottom
pieces
pair.
together.
You said, well, I saw you on stream. He's dead.
I don't know. I'm starting to think like.
I was in the
the
beginning, as you saw. I mean, I was down.
And I was like, dude, I have like the best.
Yeah, I was
games
down
right
like
now,
6K.
I saw your friend who she was playing. Kim?
Yeah.
At Ario? She played at the Ario, right?
So L deep in the tank here. A little surprising that he's
Maybe it's the way I was in like.
thinking
basketball
this long.
tournaments
I
and the
imagine
phone tab, they probably thought, like, I was
he might have more than the 5,600 behind, because I would anticipate that finding its way into the middle very quickly
Me. If he folds,
versus this
if he
raise.
folds, you got me.
So I think he must have about 15,000 behind.
You run twice, maybe also.
Maybe he has some big chips that we can't see.
Yeah, he must have some of those hidden for sure.
If he call, I cannot go.
That one's for you.
So L fit to be a character in a James Bond movie based off his outfit, demeanor,
Love me some James Bond.
cool hair. He's got blue hair. Who has blue hair?
Aria, pretty nice.
A shade,
Yeah,
a
I
hint
like
of
saying
blue.
that, yeah.
Hint of blue,
Like
yeah.
a navy
mostly
or
just like to give
midnight
different
blue.
meanings to everything. But
I feel like the rooms are kind of small though.
I disagree.
I just
Compared to where? Encore.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised
But it's
if
bigger.
Resort world.
he doesn't
I
have
see it.
more than what's
Honestly,
listed
Link is,
on the
like,
graphic.
very
It looks like he's got
like, I just love the Link.
a couple of 5K chips behind his hand right there.
I love
Link
Cosmo.
is literally like in between everything. It's like equidistant to like.
Maybe he's
the
had a few
wind
too
and
many
Mario.
beverages, and there it is, and we see right there, L
Yeah.
folding.
So I always stay at
Pocket
Link.
Kings, and
Link is my
suspicion
algorithm.
confirmed just behind his
I thought
hand.
about it like that, but yeah.
An extra $10,000
I
in what's
ran
listed in his
800.
stack, so
Yeah.
This is
Um,
again
Those Sky Suites are nice as well.
why
1.4 was
position
really
is
fast
so
open. I
important.
split
And
149 a couple times.
Mariano
Yeah.
never get
playing
That sounds
it to
really nice.
perfection.
Yeah, I get kind of like.
I ran the 400 and the 600 as well.
Certainly.
Just a little bit, but
couldn't have said it better
wasn't
myself.
Showering with
this
And
guy.
these double board bomb pots are very difficult to play because, you know, L feels like Mariano has to have at least a 10 or a 6 there. So it goes back to our point. Is he willing to put in 15,000 to potentially win back
When my girlfriend was staying
the
there, she told me,
2,600 in
she
the
saw
middle
that
that he's
really
viable
happy.
for,
But
and risk versus
Because, like,
reward when
it's like
a couple of some really,
you know,
really,
those-
really
it's across
fast
the little
guys, really good
circle
guys.
thing, but yeah, like
That I got
80% of the time when you're chopping, is it worth that 20% of the time when maybe you're not?
Right, and that's what I love and hate about bomb pots with double boards like that, is that there's a lot more to think about. And you get in these situations where you look at one board and you're like, I'm really good here, and then I could be crushed on the other, but what if I'm wrong? And you're not playing into what your opponent has as much
just call him
because
Mario?
it's a bomb pot. So it creates this really unique dynamic. And it bugs the hell out of me, to be honest.
And L actually running pretty good in that hand. All things considered, if the hand played out normally in single board format, he would have opened up pocket kings. Mariano would have likely called, and it would have came queen 10 brick. He would have bet. Mariano would have called 10 on the turn. It would have went check call, and then Mariano would have bombed the river. And I don't see L getting away from it on that run out.
We got a very interesting hand here with Lin flopping the stone nuts right
I
now,
don't even know what the flop was.
and Brett with pocket kings in a really, really bad spot here.
And we've seen Brett earlier not one to fold. He mentioned it in the second hand that he doesn't know how to fold.
Doesn't like to fold. And
And
I don't see him folding in this spot.
Check call, right?
Woody shouldn't continue, but he might, given the backdoor capabilities. Nope, and he folds properly.
16?
I'm very curious what this turn card's going to look like.
It's top.
See a deuce of hearts here.
That's not much different. 5 of diamonds on the turn.
Causing a ruckus over here.
Lin cannot lose this hand.
5,000 or pocket queen.
Brett
was queen on the board.
about to face a very harsh reality here.
Is it relative? I mean,
That kings are no good here.
I like
is the drop market like relative to how much?
And Lin checking it over to Brett.
23 right now, but like every time you hear about,
Yeah, he's about. I feel like Brett's about to stack off. This is a very good turn bet. I would like to see just a flat
but like
from Lin.
Yeah, I like the jam here actually.
Like the jam. Okay.
I think there's too many action-killing rivers. Any 6, any 8, any 10, and as mentioned earlier, Brett hasn't shown the propensity to be much of a folder.
I think Lin gets paid off here. I think this could be this could be hand of the night.
Did you go to college for that?
No, I was.
If he calls, I believe this is hand of the night for sure.
I believe the only way out of this for Brett might be derived from the speed to which Lin put the money in here.
Stay in it.
Just snapping it into the middle.
Have a
And Brett finding the fold there. Well done, Brett, from a guy who says he doesn't like to fold.
Very impressed with Brett's fold there. Killer job. I mean, that's some high-level fold poker right there.
Well, I mean, I've been there for.
And he gets up, he smiles.
Right. Yeah, I really like it.
I think when he goes back and watches this, he's going to be extremely happy with that fold.
LA?
Right.
Doesn't feel good in the moment, I can promise you that. But when you go back and you see that Lin had this flop straight and you avoided getting stacked off, I mean, that's going to be feeling really, really good when he goes to play in this game again.
Well, Lin, a class act, actually showing Brett after the hand.
Yeah, I mean,
You don't need that.
I missed that.
I don't know, San Diego to me, I mean, I'm biased, right? I live in that
Understanding
area.
that doesn't really matter because that information is readily available for everybody to see.
I'm 20 minutes from downtown San Diego.
Really hot.
It's super clean.
What's that? I know. Red King.
Not as many homeless people, which, you know, LA does have.
Nobody leaves at 6 o'clock.
I mean, I think they all have their pros and cons.
Today game
It's
goes.
California.
There's a list. Like 9 people in the
So Lynn climbing the leaderboard. I think she's probably the big winner once again, putting your prop bet back in the plus.
Somebody leaves.
The same direction that her stack has been going for the entirety of this game.
would say that. She would
I'm happy to see her win that hand, you know. Shout out to Lynn making the comeback here with not much time remaining. We got about an hour and 15 minutes.
And if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. It costs you nothing, but it means a lot to us to make sure we can continue to bring you this high-level poker content 3 days a week. Once again, we got Polarizing Chris alongside me, Rye Guy, in the booth today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
Exiled from the felt by Lin G.
For now.
For now.
I'm more of an ass person.
Woody, no action on his aces today, and no action on his aces yesterday. He had aces 3 times yesterday, and won a total of about $400 with them.
That's brutal.
Didn't see a flop.
I think we can all agree the only thing worse, though, than getting no action with your aces is getting your aces cracked. So I'll take getting no action with my aces as opposed to getting the aces cracked.
Yeah, this is cool. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
I knew it. When
better
you
luck
yelled
hitting
at me,
a
I knew it. I saw it.
Yeah. That's why we had reciprocating.
For sure you're gonna fuck.
So you've like talked to people who've gone there?
Rage call.
Yeah, I know a few people that gone there.
Yeah.
You got 10K behind.
Where is it anyway? LA?
I think it's in it was in downtown LA.
Ace high flop with 2 hearts here.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I heard they play 5-20, so.
Oh. It's like, oh shoot.
L throws a bet out with what is the best hand right now.
Checks faster and call faster.
I would have needed
4 of spades changes absolutely
So
nothing.
curious, what do you guys have?
I was barbecue.
Yeah.
Checks around, and obviously L takes the W on that hand.
Oh wait, did I put the 50 on? I didn't, huh? There's a 250, right?
Yeah.
How did you get to know some of these guys?
They ain't over.
You know, I was just coming down here and playing the Commerce, and I came over here, and one of these guys' buddies found me. I'd spun it up on a 5-10 game, and they took me back there.
Oh, to play the
And
20.
Cocktails.
Right.
Whoever will bring me one.
And they stacked. I spun it up. You took me back there, stacked me, and then said, "Hey, why don't you do it in the stream?"
So those of you who want to play on the stream,
We scoop Woody.
just make sure you get stacked by someone relevant
Look at this guy with his.
that works in the industry, and then, you know, maybe you got your seat. Woody's giving you the blueprint. It was a lot more difficult for me to get in the door here.
It's definitely more exclusive. Before it was a little bit more open to the, you know, lower stakes, mid stakes recreational
let
players,
KGB play 'cause
and now,
he has glasses
you know,
on.
with the high stakes action
Same reason
picking
they
up,
don't let me play.
it's a very different game, which obviously brings a lot more
What
fun.
if we don't?
You have a
This will be entertaining. L sitting 16,000 deep. Brett sitting at about the same stack size, and
No,
Brett's
I can
shown the
block.
propensity to get out of line time and time again, so if anybody deserves action with the aces, it's him, and L obliges with his suited one-gapper in position.
By who? Me?
Oh, A7 of diamond.
And
Yeah, yeah.
a bit of a double-edged sword here for Brett. He's going to win this hand, but it's not going to be as sizable as he would have liked it to be. So
No,
Brett
not me,
taking
not
down
me,
a
the guy
small
was in
pod
hand.
with aces, and we've seen aces tossed around quite a bit today, but no real
It was the last
collisions
hand of the stream.
alongside them.
Not major collisions, and then you've got the king's fold from Brett. So you get a little payback, you know, little retribution for making the big fold with kings there.
Oh, okay.
We got some chatter in the chat. Yes, Elke will be on Live at the Bike. It's next week, correct? Next week?
Next week, Elke, Yo Viral, and a very special guest.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I really do hope I can be here for that. I may have some trips coming up, so I got to double check the calendar. But if that gets canceled, then you better believe I'm going to be here Wednesday. Is it Wednesday or Thursday?
I think it's Wednesday, Thursday, and
And
potentially
Friday?
Friday.
I'll be here Wednesday or Thursday for sure.
I will be here Wednesday and Thursday, either on the table or in the booth.
Nice.
And or in the booth. Maybe I'll do a late G
Yeah, and or
after the game.
and or preferably because you could. I would love to see you commentate your own hands.
Oh, that would be great.
I've done that one time in my career on Live at the Bike, and that was pretty awesome. I wish I could find the clip, but it was me absolutely destroying myself on a play, so it was pretty entertaining.
I would love that. That would
Yeah.
be so cool.
I went full Helmuth on myself.
See, that's the right answer. No, but I
Didn't call myself an idiot Eastern European, but pretty close. Pretty close.
yeah, like you could run bad and people would be like, you're the worst player.
It's a pretty good
You
board
run
for
good and be like, "Damn,
Ace
this
10,
guy's good."
opening it up, top,
When you're
backdoor
up, like,
flush
this
draw.
okay, like you make smart folds.
Al doesn't have a whole lot except for a backdoor flush draw of his own, but
Quickly gives it up.
no way to continue versus that large continuation bet from Lynn.
I'm hoping we get some chip counts here pretty soon because I start to lose count between Edgar and Lynn on who's the top winner tonight.
That's the exact words.
I think you're good, man. I think you're ahead right now.
It's not KG for Woodstock. It's him and
Shout out to a few people in the chat right now. We got Wayne.
Like people
Shout
will
out
make
to you.
bots just to
Shouting
troll.
me out. Shout out to Ship the Cookies. I hope that next time you're at the table, you do exactly that because you're complimenting my commentary. So
I love
appreciate
that. I love the name Ship the Cookies. I love
Ship
that.
the Cookies.
He just gets on it. He trolls it. He talks so much. I'm not even gonna say his screen name.
Let's get Ship the Cookies in the game.
People know he's
Let's do
my
it.
friend, but just like,
Ship the
like
Cookies
worst
showing up
shit,
in an
man. He just
Edgar
talks
outfit
shit with
today.
Everybody in the chat. He just.
He's been lights
He
out.
was that kid in MW2 lobbies that would just go crazy.
Yeah, he's nuts.
Edgar
Modern
seems like the
Warfare
kind of
lobbies
guy
were
who's
ruthless.
all over the Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. Headset,
Have you
microphone.
ever, did you play Modern Warfare 2 back in the day?
No, I didn't.
Don't worry, I was in those too, Edgar.
Or you, Mariano? You play Modern Warfare 2? Call of Duty? Yeah.
Suspicion confirmed.
Very much so. You nailed it.
I saw a screenshot of like just one of the lobbies, and it was like I can hear this. I can just hear this right now.
yeah.
Just because those lobbies are just.
It was like the world capital.
Leave it to Call of Duty to get Edgar out of his shell to start talking.
I used to love talking.
I haven't heard a whole lot from him until they started talking about video games, which is pretty incredible.
Shredding people.
He's had the shouting chips all day, and now someone brings up.
Yeah, someone brings up MDW2, right?
Yeah, hundreds.
He smiles all around the table, I guess.
Take everything and put a purple one.
Literally.
The only thing
Take everything and put
that poker players agree on is video
Looks better.
games.
It's
I would have to say that.
Oh, because I'm
I
the
would
button.
agree with
Oh,
that.
yeah, yeah.
I'm definitely a gamer myself,
nice.
growing up with games pretty much my entire
Purple
life.
looks nice.
Started with the original Nintendo. That's how old I am, but I was like
Mango.
three.
Forgot that I was
I was
the
3 years old when
He's-
Mario Brothers came out,
He's-
so
it's like
I wouldn't say I'm
psychological
that old. Graduated to the
League of
Sega
Legends
Genesis,
was what like gave me just like a
then
really
graduated to
tough
Super
Because if you just,
Nintendo,
like,
which
made
in
a
my
mistake,
opinion is
people
still
would
one of the
just
most
brutalize
incredible.
you for
That's
the
like
entire game.
between that and the Nintendo 64, those are two of the greatest consoles ever. But then obviously with the games now, it's a whole different world. Still can't get my hands on a PlayStation 5 though to save my life.
Doesn't look good, too good for you.
Anyone selling one in the chat, please hit me up. At Polarizing Chris, I will buy one and pay for shipping.
Wow.
I'm gonna be willing to sell you mine. I bought mine the first day. I barely
Oh,
broke it out of
man.
the box.
A buddy of mine said he got lucky on Amazon and signed up for a mailing list, and they emailed him, and he had a 2-hour window to buy it.
VIP. We have to listen to you.
All the bots, man.
That's
No, they're not just ruining online poker, they're ruining.
Dude, they're ruining our shopping experience.
Yeah. Those bots, man. Those bots are everywhere. Shout out to Kevin.
Honestly,
Big fan of you too, my man. And if you're a big fan of Polarizing Chris, make sure you follow him on Instagram at
I don't know. I was
Polarizing Chris.
All one word, but I will say right now, like I've mentioned earlier, Rye Guy, if you had never told me you had done any broadcasting before this, I would have thought you were a liar. So I'm glad that my suspicions were correct, because you definitely have a voice and a talent for this, especially being a poker player, because a lot of us are just degenerate, well, degenerates, so to speak, really.
I think we can all
Yeah,
keep
you know,
the
a big reason as to why I came out here to give this whole commentating, playing, pushing a brand forward lifestyle is because I did see a fairly large gap between the quality of broadcasting between a sport like basketball or soccer and a sport like poker, where a lot of the best poker players don't really have that communication side to them, and a lot of the best broadcasters don't really have that poker side to them. So,
and it's something that you're bringing up, that there's a very small few that can pull off both. We mentioned Negrano. I think Nick Schulman is the best poker commentator in the game right now, as far as being a legend of the game, right? Very high-level player, but also can speak about it in terms that most people can understand, like the general public.
Nice bluff.
I've heard Helmuth do commentary. He ends up talking about himself quite a bit, you know, as expected. As expected. And then Esfandiari used to do a lot of commentary back in the day, and I appreciated a lot of that too.
I would love to see Antonio on one of these streams.
Oh, you can just get $500.
Antonio, always a seat next to me. If you want to jump in the booth one day.
Yeah, you have to blind raise.
I'm sure if he's watching, he would be watching. That is definitely something that we can make happen here. We got to get that happen. We got to make that happen. We definitely got to get him in a game.
Okay, $500 back on the button, please.
I would love that. I would love nothing more and nothing less to be in a game with Antonio Esfandiari.
Especially with the upgrade. Oh, there we go. Here are the chip counts, the cumulative winnings.
Hey!
Okay, I like my chances now. We probably got about an hour left. So this is good. Lynn's up 22-8 with an hour left. We got Brett and Elle that are both down 14 and 16K respectively. Again, still a lot of poker left with an hour to go, and sometimes what happens, these games very much carry off stream. So they could continue off stream on the floor.
I imagine to continue. These guys look to be having a good time. Ladies and gentlemen on the felt. And as always, leaderboard, Monkey Knife Fight. Your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get a 100% instant match when you use the promo code LATB. So Lynn, leading the way, 22,000. Edgar, 15K in the green. Jay Scoops, $6,000 profit. Woody, Mariano, KGB, all chillin' between 2K profit and 2K deficit. Mike, L, and Brett, all down around $15,000 on the day. And Jay Scoops picking up a premium here. 3-betting it up, and no action to be had. A very big size there from Scoops in a tight formation.
I know you're 1989, right?
Yeah.
Going to a sizing of 6x. The open.
Well, you just revealed it. You said
You did just say it.
And Edgar with a marginal holding, which I imagine he'd be willing to flick in against a normal size 3-bet, but no real interest facing that oversized choice chosen by Scoops.
You're 34?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were like 25.
Maybe we should,
I always thought you were super
Meow,
young.
meow, meow.
maybe we should. Maybe we should guess his age.
No, I could guess his age.
34.
Yeah,
Suspicions
we can
confirmed
bet.
once
We can
again.
bet.
Well, I would not have thought we were the same age, I'm going to be honest. I would not have. I thought he was definitely
I
younger.
really don't know.
I also
So,
I also don't.
I mean, shout out to good
let's-
genetics.
Three of us. Let's
do
bet.
just like 100.
Well, $100.
I mean, let's be real, though. 34
Whoever
isn't that
closest
old.
wins.
If you would have told me he was 44,
Okay.
then I would have thought you were a liar.
Yeah.
All right.
Like I said,
go
anywhere
first?
from 25 to 40.
24.
I mean, you were pretty in line. You were pretty in line.
How old do you think Mariano is?
28.
Good guess. 27.
No,
Okay.
I'll go
It's a
25.
wild-
I'm around a lot of that
I
age
go
group, so I
25.
feel like, you know, it's not that far away from me,
I'll go
but,
25.
you know, 6-7 years is like borderline another generation,
Oh,
so
fuck.
it was right there, you know.
28.
Oh, let's see the ID first.
I got misleaded by you. Fuck.
No, me and Lynn, we planned it.
I was going to take it. I was
Benji, the youngest player at this table, the youngest player at most tables.
Oh, wow.
22 years old.
Okay, that is young.
Played poker with him before?
No, but his hairline.
Very
and-
much
with him
mature
once.
beyond
I've also played with him once.
their
should've known.
years at 22.
We can see some action here. We got Brett continuing his story for
I had a little
Insider.
information, but yeah.
a big bet on this flop with an open-ended draw.
I mean,
Al going nowhere with top pair,
if you
good
said he
kicker.
graduated, I would say 24 still, right? Like, but yeah.
And Brett, the kind of player who's shown the propensity to blast off. L, the kind of player who's shown the propensity to be sticky.
It's very sticky.
It's always
That's what she said.
You guys look really old or really
So Brett ramping up the aggression, 70% pot. L going to proceed with a call.
See, I thought you were a little older. Maybe it's like your demeanor, like the way
Maybe
you
it's
like.
just his face.
No, it's not.
So Brett with the bank, just not L's day to day. Brett has the absolute stone cold nuts and cannot lose this hand unless he folds, and he rips it all in.
Stones.
2x the size of the pot, and this is not an easy spot for L. He's got a good top pair against a player who's willing to put all the money in as a bluff. He unblocks hearts.
Thank you so much.
I don't see a scenario where L doesn't call this.
It's a big bet. L's had a few beverages today too.
Yeah, that's a whole nother dynamic. We didn't touch on that yet.
And I think I know how.
Game flow suggests that Brett might get paid here. For example, if a guy like KGB were to shove 2x pot here, I don't think L would have even considered a call. But because Brett has shown the propensity to get out of line, I wouldn't be surprised if L finds the call or the fold in this situation. And L's brain is in the blender.
The gears are turning for sure.
Was that Aria?
Right,
Like, I
guy.
was so happy with the chips. I was like, yeah, these are some chips.
And what kind of hands would Brett be shoving for value here? Obviously, you can have Jack 9.
I think they have like a.
But would he take this line with pocket kings? I don't think so. So he's only representing Queen 10, pocket 10s, and Jack 9 exactly. And L beats all missed draws. We've seen that Brett is capable of making bluffs like this from earlier in the show, so L finding the right fold. Gold fold from L.
Great fold, L. He's not particularly happy with it. Oh, and he shows. Brett turns his hand over. Did I see that right?
It's time for
Yeah, a lot of showing at this table, and L taking the L on the hand, but the W in the end. Putting the money in on the flop when he's ahead, putting the money in on the turn when he's ahead, and then folding on the river after he's been shown enough evidence to make him believe that his hand is no longer the winner.
I'll get this bottle.
So he played that hand absolutely perfectly. I'm also a very big fan of the way Brett played that hand. I would be extremely curious, however, if that river bricked off, would Brett go for it for that big of a sizing on the end?
I think, you know, given the action early on and the brutal river, I mean, it's tough, but L read the situation correctly. And he made, I mean, I don't know if I'm good enough to make a fold like that because, again, seeing the way Brett's been playing and like kind of some of the action he's been given, that's a killer fold from L. That to me is like, I'm very, very impressed with that.
And I think it just boils down to the fact that L has been around this game long enough to understand that the population as a whole, unless you're a professional, isn't capable of overbet bluffing those kind of rivers at a high enough frequency to which L feels like his queen, his top pair good kicker, which is inevitably turning into a bluff catcher on the end. He must understand that not enough of these players that aren't professionals are willing to put in nearly 2x pot size river shoves without the goods, and I think L put the pieces together very well in that situation.
Like there's a $70 bottle.
Liquor, they mark up more than 100%.
And at restaurants, for sure, yeah.
Like one of the bottles that's on there, it's marked up like 15%.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, like the Joseph Phelps is like 120 here.
Yeah, I was surprised. So.
Which like if you buy the Joseph Phelps online, it's like maybe like 90, 80 bucks.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's a little.
So we might have fireworks here. Edgar opening it up with pocket queens, Woody with pocket 10s. In a tight formation, Woody's coming in through aggression as well. So he chooses a chunky sizing here to 3-bet it up. $1,200. And Edgar might put your bet in a little bit of trouble here.
25, 1500, I can't win a party.
So KGV with pocket 7s getting out of the way. And action folding to Mike, who flicks in the extra $1,200 from the small blind. Edgar not going to accept that price of poker. He's going to put in more money.
What is your favorite type of wine? Do you drink much?
Don't you hate it?
He's pretty happy to get all the money in, 100 big blinds deep, with pocket queens against these two players.
I hate the graph is wrong, so I always have to announce it.
It's just so much.
You have like
It looks so stupid.
when you have like 25.
See him going about 3,500, yeah, 3,600
So stupid.
is the 4-bet.
Very rarely I'll drink.
And Woody quickly gets out of the way.
That was very generous.
Mike quickly puts the money in.
Breakfast one.
Whatever it is.
Cool.
Yeah, cool.
So,
yeah, I'll buy like
yeah.
I'll
Two
buy
times,
some
two
there,
times.
like,
And so 2 times they're going to run it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Edgar drawing to 2/3 the equity on this board. Mike needs an ace, 2 jacks, a flush, or some weird combination of straights. So jack high board, top for Mike, but still no good against Edgar's overpair.
I'll pretty much never say no to like a glass of wine. So.
Yeah, I'm sure. Every now and then I pretend to be disciplined. Oh.
An ace on the turn.
Like whining until I turned like
Top
28
2
tonight, and I was like, dang, this
for
is
Mike.
really good, you know?
And Edgar's going to need a queen and no queen
Does
on
not
the river.
All food tastes better. You
Running it twice.
Yeah.
All the hearts are
Especially
still
when
alive.
you eat, like pasta and shit.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
It's just- I don't know what it is.
Like I really
And
like
top
strong
yet
reds or
again,
whatever,
so
like
Edgar
gold reds with,
has a
like,
straight
grapes,
draw, but
things like that. Riesling with Thai.
Mike drawing to a jack or an ace.
I just want to go like Europe and just eat, like, drink like really good wine.
And
eat,
deuce
like,
of hearts on
I
the
love
river.
doing, like, wine
So they're going to
pairings
chop it up. They're going to chop
They're fun.
up Woody's money, so each player will profit about $700 on the hand. And if you're Mike, you got to feel pretty good about that. Unfortunate you won the first board, lost the second, and sometimes people take that as a defeat in the hand, even though he only had 1/3 of the equity on that board.
Yeah, I'd say he made out pretty good on that.
Have you spent much time in Europe?
I was in Spain for 6 months.
Oh wow, what
6
for?
months.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, fuck.
It's kind of a long time.
For what?
For business.
That's so
Gary
cool.
Harrison in the chat here. I would have to agree with you tremendously. Right Guy is the best commentator the bike has. When the game is boring, his commentary brings it out of the muck. Now this game is far from boring, but I would definitely agree with you that Right Guy is putting a lot of color to a lot of play-by-play at the same time. That's not an easy feat to do.
KJB, should we play one time?
I
Single
appreciate you, Gary. You're the man.
For you,
Gary is the man.
double board only, sir.
Oh my god!
I'm just fucking with you. Do one board, I don't care.
One time.
You do PLO. One board.
He didn't like the answer.
Players begging for a PLO bomb pot hand.
Gamble, let's
I would have to agree with them.
They love KGB. They're his favorite. He's their favorite.
We all have to ask KGB's permission.
KGB. 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 Can we retroactively create a chant an hour and a half in the past?
I think we can. Technology can do just about anything.
I want to win too. Why not?
KGB is just tough man.
Not anymore.
That was a bomb pot they wanted to do it.
I think tough outside, but tough.
Flower man, like dead chicken.
So it looks like we got a single board bomb pot.
At first I didn't know, but you play
That's
with
bad
it,
on the
like-
outside, but very nice
Yeah.
inside.
like
For the
all
first time in this show. I wonder how that happened. We got some top pairs, we got some flush draws, we got an overpair. And definitely not the time you want to pick up pocket kings versus ace king in a bomb pot. It's a bit of a run bad for Mariano because we could have played a really sizable pot against Jay
Are you in?
Scoops,
Oh, you in?
who woke up with ace
Finally,
king
you
in this
got
shuffle.
something again, free or something?
And ace on the turn, so you know, a
You
little
know,
bit of
the
run
ball,
bad
huh?
turns to run good for him.
You bottom
It's
pair.
actually been kind of incredible to see how many major pocket pairs have been in these bomb pots.
Oh my god.
A little bit of run bad turns to run good, which turned to run bad once again, I should say.
Yeah.
Run bad because you're playing this bomb pot. Run good because you flop the overpair, and run bad because the ace comes on the turn, but you're running good because the pot's so small, and now you can get away from it.
Or there's another option. He could go for the gut shot.
KGB, just for you.
Could.
know you got
Get
button.
gutter.
You
He
don't
could,
need
and
to
I don't-
tell
But it's
me.
only for a chop now,
I
so
don't think
I
I
already
saw.
know.
True. I don't think I saw anyone fold a
See
jack.
souls, you guys don't
Mariano
know that.
drawing to a king for the win and a 6
Which
on
is
the
true.
river.
We treat you like a fish.
So
But you
Jay
can see
Scoops
I do.
again would have won a far sizable far more sizable pot. I think Mariano opens it up to 3. Scoops makes it about 1,100. Mariano clicks it to 3K. Scoops either puts in more money or calls 6,500 to a flop, and it comes Queen 10 brick. Mariano puts in a 40% pot size bet. Scoops calls in position, 10K in the middle. Check call or check fold the turn. So Mariano ends up actually losing the minimum in that hand just because of the bomb pot culture. And you know, as we said, run bad, run good, run bad, run good.
I think the run good is just saving a lot of money in that hand. That feels like a win.
That should feel like a win. He might.
3 of hearts. I was like,
Did Scoops throw down that hand?
I was like, I didn't want to see that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so Mariano probably feeling a little slighted there, but we know that he would have lost more money.
I know. It's not supposed to be.
Yeah, it's easy for us to say on this side.
Regretted it, huh?
Yeah.
It's easy for us to see it.
I saw it in your face.
Yeah.
And so once again, we got about an hour left in the show. Thank you guys for joining us. You could be anywhere in the world, but I'm so glad that you are here with us on this beautiful Friday night now.
I almost forgot it was Friday. That's how in tune I've been.
Our viewers are 4.5 beverages deep.
At least, minimum.
The room's getting close to spinning.
What if he's like a secret subscriber?
I mean, for me, that's time to play some cards.
Time to get in the casino.
Time
We
to
got
get to the casino. But
You
with
gotta-
an Uber, of course.
Yeah, text your,
You want me to
tell your wife you're heading out to the bicycle casino.
You don't want to know?
You're gonna jump into
No, I'm not
the
answering
2,
any
3,
questions.
5, 5, 5, 10, 10, 20,
Those
maybe
are the
the
best games.
private 10, 20, 40 game.
The 2, 5, 5, 5 games on a Friday night when you've had a few bevs. But that is like some of my best memories of poker, especially coming up in this game at the beginning, for sure.
And a bit of a cooler here on the end. Mike raising it up with 2 pair. Edgar flicking in the call
She explained it to me.
without giving a whole lot of thought to the situation. I wouldn't have minded Edgar to put another raise on that river. Mike's a little tilted. It's tough to be beat on this board with ace-8. You don't get beat by any of the natural 2 pairs, so you're only losing to a straight and maybe pocket 7s that were slow played. So I wouldn't have minded a little more thought, but
2 minutes ago he was
I think Edgar making a default call that a lot of people would typically work towards, as opposed to really thinking through the situation a little deeper.
Also, I've been slightly distracted because KGB, the more I pay attention to him, the more he's doing his best Rob Corddry impersonation of Hot Tub Time Machine fame.
Which one's that?
The Rob Corddry, the comedian in Hot Tub Time Machine, the bald white guy. His name's Lou, and he goes
Motley
back
Lou.
in time. Motley Lou.
Motley Lou, yeah.
KGB is Motley Lou.
Motley Lou from the future.
From the future.
From
But
the
he's
future.
doing a really good impersonation of him unintentionally.
KGB, yeah, go ahead.
But when he speaks, he sounds exactly like John Malkovich in Rounders.
I like it.
It's a hell of a combination. I've become a massive KGB fan now.
I subscribe.
I would subscribe.
I'm in.
He thought it was.
KGB looks like a time traveler too with those
He
sunglasses.
does
on.
look like a time traveler. He could be.
Those are some time traveler sunglasses, if I've ever did see one on this game.
Like Doc in Back to the Future, almost. Not quite, but close.
So Mike putting in his whole stack here, are just about with King 9 offsuit, unless these graphics are a little off.
You want to play 5 more?
Well, there's a call from Brett with Ace. Is that Ace Queen suited? Very understandable. Scoops with the pocket 8s.
Yeah, I couldn't get in.
Yeah, Brett trying to get all the money in, but a little bit worried that if Scoops jams on him, he's going to be able to get away. So
It took me
Yeah, kind of
understandable unless this action is incorrect, which it looks like it is because looks like there's about 5K still in Mike's hand. So, oh no, so the graphics took a while to catch up. It looked like it was a call from Mike, a 3-bet from Brett, and taking down about a $1,800 pot. That's my best guess.
That'd be a pretty good guess. I think
that's right.
Yeah, the
Brian.
graphics were because I thought, okay, if he's gonna rip it with King 9 against Ace Queen, he's got 2 live cards, right?
Yeah, and the fact that he said 3 yellow chips.
Right.
Queen deuce upgrade.
Makes me a lot more convinced that he was raising it up himself as opposed to calling.
Right.
Your Jack Deuce scared Lane's king so much that she almost voted.
So we got Scoopy limping it in with Jack King off.
That's really think if she was actually.
As my good friend Greg goes all in, coined himself. Those of you who haven't seen him, check him out on YouTube. Very funny dude. Great individual.
My second favorite hand, for sure.
Good friend of mine from Toronto, Canada, Ontario.
I didn't know he was from Toronto.
Yeah, from Toronto. We've gotten breakfast about half a dozen times. I play it as home game when you live there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, great dude. And maximized his poker career from a guy who literally learned how to play poker last year. He is one of the biggest names in YouTube poker now.
That's pretty incredible. I've noticed, I see this trend a lot more lately, is when people dedicate themselves to the game exclusively, they can ramp up to a very high level in a very short amount of time. Between, like, I want to say 1 to 3 years, you see people go from, you know, just like we all started, 1, 2, maybe even lower than that if you're playing like a home game for like quarters or whatever, to all of a sudden you're playing 10, 20,
I don't think I'm getting that,
you know, 25, 50, or high. I've seen, you know, people make these massive leaps in the game. So it's cool to see. It's poker is for sure back. I'm happy to see the fields get bigger in tournaments. I'm looking forward to Legends of Poker here at the Park West Bicycle Casino, big time, because I'm trying to get in the tournament streets again. So it's exciting to see.
He like
everything.
He got me last stream. He's like, that's a really nice hat. Where'd you get that? You like my hat, right?
Linji and Edgar both got the yelling chips now.
No comments.
KGB with the
and of course I respond back like, oh, thank you. I got it. He's like, where'd you get it from? Like, yeah.
No more on your wardrobe comments.
Jeez.
I like the way you dress. It seems very functional.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's good.
Shout out to the most interesting comment of the night.
Glad someone
from
appreciates
Lynn.
it.
Yeah. But there's something to be
I like the way everybody dresses here today, actually. I think we got a colorful cast of characters that
like really badly, and now that's
really do a good job of representing
I forgot about the
a lot of different frameworks. KGB, pocket deuce, going nowhere. Let's see a flop. I'm thinking
Deuces never lose.
King, 10, deuce.
Becoming rich.
Action flop.
Buying crypto.
Be amazing.
I realized that it was all like affordable.
can pay.
Let's give KGB some love here. No love for just about anybody on this flop, though.
It could for a second there.
5. I checked.
Deuce on the turn.
I needed a 5 there.
And I think someone turned a flush draw. Edgar turning the flush draw, checking it through, and KGB rivering the boat. And KGB had this trend developing yesterday. He had 3 sets, got 0 streets of value, and he's going to be pretty upset when everybody just snap mucks their hands. And that gum.
I'm surprised he didn't show his hand and complain. I thought we were going to see some chirping here.
The only abuse from KGB in that hand was the intensity of his chewing increasing
You bluffed us.
alongside his chip stack and being accused of bluffing with a
I
boat.
bluffed you so far.
I should have called. I had 5 high.
You bluffed
You
me
would have
once. I
been
remember
sorely
that.
mistaken.
No.
He was drawing very live to all of KGB's stack there with his club draw too.
10
And
high.
Edgar not taking the bait, just snap checking it through, trying to realize his equity.
No,
That's
you
a really
had,
astute understanding
Oh yeah, you bluffed me there too.
that against 4 opponents, it's going to be very
I'll get
difficult to
big
get that one through on
imagination.
a fairly draw-heavy
That's
board.
it,
So
it's
just
a
taking
call.
his equity, losing the minimum, and
Yep.
you know if he hits, he probably
I'm
stacks
calling 200
KGB. So
maximum, that's what I'm saying.
it's a free roll for Edgar based off the situation.
Love a good free roll.
I check blind.
We've been playing the
Check in the dark here.
straddle for like 2 hours. I still don't know.
Imagination may not
So KGB flopping the best of it on this ace-9 board. Only real piece of it is KGB
Check
and
blind again.
L putting in a feeler bet with range and turning some equity. Let's see if he wants to ramp up the aggression.
How much?
And L betting 2x the size of the pot.
Had to go on.
Did I hear that right? 3,000?
I think, yeah,
You
I thought I
found
heard 3,000.
You got 4 aces or something?
No, he didn't have that.
4 aces.
Had one of those.
Jackpot hand.
Free
Yeah,
chat.
If you had.
I think that's the only hand that I would not consider going
Alright.
2x the size of the pot with on that board.
Probably wouldn't go that crazy with a quad aces. No.
I think the sizing we'd see from Al if he had quad aces would be something along the lines of 1/4. Very difficult for anybody to call, so might as well just
Guy.
try to milk a 9.
AG12 says KGB,
That's a
Hank
bad
of
hand
Breaking
before.
Bad. I like that one too. Breaking Bad, one of my all-time favorite shows. That's a very, very good comparison.
I check.
Let's get some more comparisons in this chat. I like this. I
That
called
was pretty
L
stellar.
a James Bond character earlier. I could also see Edgar in one of those James Bond movies.
I didn't even name the movie that he reminds me of. Tomorrow Never Dies.
Okay.
Edgar?
Yeah, that sounds
No, L.
L? Tomorrow
As a
Never
villain.
Dies. I've never
So
heard of that
look
one.
up the villain from Tomorrow Never Dies, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
What do you guys think? Drop some comments in
9 people?
the comment section, and we will read everything that is PG-13 to the chat.
That could also be for interpretation as well. Brett with the trip deuces here.
Try it. If it doesn't happen, it's okay.
Maybe I'm getting my movie wrong.
Mariano's good about that too.
Let me look
I
up
like that,
some
like,
of the
I think he
mid-2000s
wanted to tell Mariano and he
or
just, like,
early
whispered
2000s
to
James
KGB
Bond.
first before asking the table. Because if we all say yes and he says no, it still doesn't happen.
So a lot of action runouts here, but
may as well,
not a whole lot for everybody else to continue with.
Mario.
Woody barreling off a couple streets, running into trips, and deciding it's not a good time to unload the clip when it breaks out like that, wisely giving up because
I like that.
his opponent going absolutely nowhere with bottom trips, top kicker.
Oh, I have a friend.
Oh, I'm thinking Die Another Day.
Really beautiful. 19 years old. She loves your work.
Really?
Yeah.
L, that was a very
Yeah,
strange
Profio,
way.
we don't need a beg
Are
for
you
likes.
serious?
Likes just roll in
Look,
because
you know
we're
when
giving
you
you
have
guys
to
the
take the glasses
quality
off.
that
Are
you would
you
like.
fucking serious to say that?
Okay.
22.
And hopefully you guys appreciate the value we're bringing to the stream.
19 years old live.
That could have been a very interesting collision if the 7-deuce game was on.
Who?
Mariano waking up with
KGB,
pocket
big super
aces.
fan.
That's okay.
Is that all you're playing behind? Okay, I'm all in.
And it looks like the 7-deuce game is on.
Oh, whoa.
So Mike running into it, 7-deuce versus aces.
Unfortunately, gets max pain on aces.
Maximum pain.
Oh,
Mariano,
no.
his run bad
Board counts for 7.
could be flipped on his head right now. An absolute gift
Yeah, 200.
from 7-deuce. I don't blame Mike for going for it. He's got a $200 overlay from each person, meaning that if he won the hand, he'd win $1,600 uncontested. But unfortunately for him, ace is going nowhere.
Oh, but he
7
hits,
in
but
the
he spikes
window.
a 7.
Couple of 6s behind, drawing to a 7.
Oh,
Unfortunate.
there's 6. Oh,
The 6 is
I got
behind.
so excited.
And unfortunate run out from Mike. 2 pair greater than 3 pair in this situation. Mike has to get it in with the 7-deuce because of the overlay. Mariano gifted a $14,000 pot at Mike's expense.
Mike says, I did that all that for nothing.
She knew. He knew. Well, he's the
Half a table doesn't know that.
Unfortunate. We've all been there.
Now we all know.
I have blasted off many a dollars with 7-deuce. As JJ knows, as everybody watching the stream knows, as everybody
Down
from
to 150.
where I originate from knows.
Sure, I'll subsidize you for $50, KGB.
No,
You
we
got
get
it.
300 from you.
Play 7-deuce like aces quite frequently.
You only
But
can get
unfortunate when you run into
Well,
aces
$500,000 from him, but
At least it's
with the
bold.
hand that you're
At least it's
representing
bold.
to be aces.
I mean, that's brutal. The last thing you ever want to see when you're ripping 7-deuce is your opponent waking up with pocket aces.
Yes, sorry. Yes, it
Oh,
was me.
man. I feel for you, Mike.
What is the game today?
But you know,
I love the dedication, though.
respect. You
Mad
might have
respect.
lost. You might have lost the hand, but you earned each and every one of us
1-2
respect.
game.
And Lin G coming with a
That's his dream now.
big 3-bet. I do believe that's a bit of a
Yeah.
typo here.
1, 2.
Lin probably
sweet.
pumping it up to
100, 200.
a sizing of
Exactly.
12 to 1,500.
Dream
Mariano
now.
clicking it to 35,
Yeah,
and
the
Lynn
other
getting out of the way with her 3-bet bluff out of the small blind. Mariano putting his foot down with a good hand in that formation in a spot that a lot of people would default to calling. But you definitely want to ramp up the aggression against an aggressive opponent attacking you from the small blind with a hand as strong as ace-queen offsuit.
Sorry, I was thinking about some of the comparisons.
What?
Mariano has shades of Luke Schwartz about him sometimes.
It's like mainly like my right
I
side.
call whatever.
Yes, please.
So Primo is getting tossed around the table. KGB limping in. Seen a limp everything strategy from him today. Lin G isolating with Jack 8 suited. Let's see if KGB decides to get a little cagey and complete with just a call, or he wants to spring the trap early.
KGB?
KGB. KGB against Lin G. Someone's microphone is messing with me.
Yeah, a lot of interference. Apologize if that's loud in the home speakers.
And so L speculating on a 3-bet here. No, just calling. And KGB. Action on him. Deep in the tank.
34.
And springing the trap, putting in half of his stack, and not going to receive any action from Lin or, excuse me.
I stand extremely corrected.
Yep. Lin ripping it in for 10,000. KGB pot committed with everything he does that with. And
No, of course. Why
Once
the
or
fuck
twice?
are faces?
Once or twice?
KGB asking if she has the straight, and I believe so.
Kings.
You have the straight with no flop or turn or
I
river
think
on
she
the
has
board.
the straight.
I think she, I mean, maybe
I'm about it.
KGB possibly foreshadowing here? Is that?
Yeah, an unfortunate spot for Lin, which she...
It's a very good flop for me.
Oh my gosh.
Although I need specifically a 7.
So we need a 7, we need a jack, an 8, or a
I don't
queen.
want 2 8s. No.
And a queen on the river, excuse me, no, KGB
Oh,
rivering the
okay,
top
the king-
end of
the
the
king.
straight.
Whew.
Whew, the table is safe for now. I thought we'd be seeing chips flying. The chair on the other side of the room, KGB flopping top set and dead. To backdoor hearts, backdoor straight. Queen of hearts on the turn.
Okay, this makes things a little interesting.
A spicy meatball tossed in, and 6 of diamonds on the end. Lin, a bit of a misstep there. If she'd taken a little more time, she would have realized KGB's fully pot committed to anything that he had, even if he was making that move with 7 deuce, which I personally could never see KGB doing in the first place. He's putting the rest of his money in, and do you think Jack 8 of hearts is above KGB's range in that situation? And I have to believe the answer is
Mariano earned you that action, but by the way.
no.
I mean, that's an interesting comment from Lynn, but I think either way, KGB will take it, regardless of where the action came from.
So we saw a couple of speculative hands back-to-back, 7 deuce against aces, and the next shuffle we got kings against Jack 8 of hearts.
I mean, right now, the 7 deuce, I'm still feeling the pain from that, because that's just such a brutal spot to go all the way with your 7 deuce bluff, right, for the 7 deuce game, and then wake up to your opponent having aces and just smack you around like Muhammad Ali and Sonny Liston.
300.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because when you're in Mike's spot and you put the aggression in, you put in about 2K, you got about $4,000 behind. I don't mind calling it off with the $1,600 overlay, especially when you're driving the action yourself. You know, you're the one putting the money in, you're the one putting your opponents in difficult spots, but when KGB's essentially told Lin G that he's not folding by putting in about half of his stack, she should take a moment to realize that her fold equity is literally less than the lowest card in the deck, and she needs to take a moment to consider all of her options and come to terms with the fact that she's just not going to drag in that pot.
600.
But she'll keep trucking along, but unfortunately, it seems like your bet won't. And interesting turn here. Lin with the overpair, Edgar with the open-ended, and L with a gutter. But the 5, offsuit 5 on the turn would spell demise for probably 2 of the players at the table. And right away, no delay, Edgar.
I have no words.
With the nuts, L with the effective nuts, and Lin with an overpair after just getting stacked. And this is the exact same hand Phil Ivey faced his earlier demise with, the biggest hand on high-stakes poker history at the time. Phil Ivey against Tom Dwan. Dwan with the higher end of the straight, Phil Ivey with the lower end of the straight. And this is going to be our hobo hand of the night, no question about it.
No question about it.
So Edgar choosing the best way to proceed with the stone cold nuts against L leading into the field. Lin calling with her overpair. Edgar with a 7 high straight. L with the lower end of the straight.
You got to tell production to instead extend a couple more.
Getting a massage, and it doesn't get much better than that when you got a massage going on. You got the nuts. You got a player donking into the pre-flop razor. The tilted pre-flop razor. Her calling in between, and
at least I played, yeah.
You know, all you're thinking about is Vegas in the Mirage with the
Vegas
check
in
mark
the
next to his picture.
Check fold raise. That's it.
And L must feel like he's thinking the exact same thing right now.
Fold.
He definitely thinks he's ahead here.
A rude awakening about to come L's way. Edgar gonna show right away. And L drawing stone dead in this $27,000 pot.
Might not matter.
Coldest of cold decks for L. It has not been his day, but Edgar, the MVP.
Drawing dead. He's drawing dead. I don't know why they ran it twice. I don't. Yeah, but I'm not sure why they felt like they should run it twice unless they didn't see the hands.
So L stacked by Edgar. Edgar with a $31,000 profit on the day. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your hobo hot hand of the day. And if that doesn't spark your imagination, back to back to back hands, players getting stacked. I don't know why you guys are watching the stream.
Maybe it's possible to try.
Aces versus 7 deuce. Kings versus Jack 8 suited, all in pre-flop. And then the nut straight against the effective nuts. All the money getting in, L getting stacked.
That was major
Mike
fireworks.
getting stacked. Lin getting stacked. Who's getting stacked next?
I mean, I hope not, Lynn. We got 30 minutes left to be the top winner, so, I mean,
I think that ship has sailed. Edgar sitting over 30K in the positive. Lin, I think, dropping to the negative for the first time in this show, and just an awkward silence around the table now. After all the drinks were flowing, the good energy.
Yeah, that's what I like to call Cooler Town. And only one person loves being there. The person who won the hand.
The person who's still stacking his chips.
Stacking his chips. Probably, we could finish the stream. He's probably still going to be stacking his chips, getting the massage, right? He's free rolling the massage officially now.
I can give you more if you want.
If anyone looks like a Bond villain, it's Edgar right now.
Edgar, the Bond villain.
He's got the shades on. He's got some hint of Mr. Freeze and Batman and Robin.
I can see that.
A little bit. You know what I'm talking about?
I like
little
that.
Arnold as Mr. Freeze.
I see that, yeah. It's got that vibe. And wow. What a 10-minute period we just witnessed here on Live at the Bike.
Back to back to back hands. And here's another one. A lot less action probably coming from Brett, but Mariano flopping a nice hand here.
Let's all take a breather. I know I need one. Maybe, just maybe. That's why we haven't seen Lynn in the studio.
I need a drink.
I need a drink. I think the people at home are probably cracking open their last of their 6-pack right around now. I don't know. It's been a tough week for a lot of people.
Maybe some Sculpin. Maybe
it's the weekend.
Mango Cart.
you might as well enjoy it. Get home, watch your favorite live stream. The longest running live stream in the entire universe. The entire
I
galaxy.
would like to imagine that there's aliens streaming poker right now in another galaxy.
I mean, if they were, they'd probably be on this stream today.
Probably would. You're probably
watching
right.
this show. And that's how we would discover other life. They would think this can't be real. We need to prove that it's not.
Oh, here's the chip counts. Here's what. Okay, so Mariano at 60. Yeah, Edgar at 51. Massive jump for Edgar here. Scoops in the top 3. The V pips. Brett, Edgar, L still hovering around 30. I mean, Brett's gone up quite a bit here, actually. 37%. Edgar, the massive winner here.
I think he did.
Lynn's still in the positive.
Okay,
7, but I mean, now you're up stuck, right?
Up stuck, yeah.
So the worst feeling in the world is when you're, 20K in the positive. You lose a cooler like that, and then you
Being keto
drop
and all.
to, still a healthy profit, but you're up stuck. Yeah, Edgar, the big winner right now.
And I got to throw props Lynn's way. I've seen a couple times where she allows the tilt to get to her. And I personally wouldn't have been surprised if she put more money in on that turn when she faced the lead. She faced the raise, and it got called in between, but she just snap mucked it. So that's a sign of a professional, not letting the optics or the negativity around previous hands affect your decision making in that hand. And she made the correct fold when there was enough evidence to suggest that she was no good.
Yeah, it's obviously a veteran move by Lynn. And, not easy to fold jacks there, but, I mean, when there's so much action and you're beat, you got to throw it away.
And so Edgar, big winner, up 30K. Scoops and Mariano alongside KGB and Lynn, all up about 7,000 to 10,000 apiece. Woody hovering slightly below even. Brett down 12,000. Mike down a cool 20K, and L, unfortunately, my friend, living up to his name today, the big L on the day, 30K in the hole.
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine. Just not his day.
He's
and
okay.
I think he played quite well, actually, but unfortunately for him, just a couple of coolers that he ended up on the wrong side of.
Yeah.
Gold.
So L here with second pair, open-ended on the bottom, and
check.
Looks like Brett will scoop this one. No luck for L, and a gentleman. I've seen L up a ton. He's quiet. He's very good at understanding the dynamics of the game when you're up a ton. As Garrett put it, nobody wants to hear the big winner talk. So he understands that. Also, when he's down about half a year average U.S. income, he's sitting there. He's cordial. He's respectful to the game on both his highs and his lows. And, he's used to the 100, 200 alongside Garrett, alongside Berkey, alongside Jackie. So 30K in that game is pretty much soup.
He's very steady. Yeah, I like what you're mentioning, because it's definitely like, nobody wants to see someone overly boisterous when they're winning, and also people don't want to see people crying that the world hates them when they're losing. So he's very much on that, handling it like a pro.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been around the block. I heard him tell me about his previous Vegas trip, which...
And there we go. Sorry, the table is toasting here. They're still having a good time. I like this. This is probably one of the better games I've been a part of.
This is one of certainly the best games I've commentated. It
Less so
started.
after I doubled up KGB.
It's kind of had some ebbs and flows where the table talk's good, the action's good, the table talk dies down, the action kind of slows down based off distribution. Table talk picks up, crazy hands, and then of course after those 3 all-ins back to back to back, everybody should be respectful and just allow for the people who got stacked to overcome their emotions, and inversely, the people who did the stacking should just be quiet and drag the chips.
Right.
Calling loose, huh?
No. Of course not.
Profion says L lost 10 bottles of wine. Must be some pretty expensive bottles of wine.
Yeah, what kind of wine are we drinking?
Yeah, what kind of wine are we drinking?
And does it taste the same as the $100 bottles? We were discussing that earlier. Does those $3,000 bottles of wine that L drinks, apparently, based off this comment, taste the same as the $100 bottles of wine?
I wish I knew from experience. And I love wine.
Huh.
Oh,
Interesting.
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 You don't wanna get paid. You never want to get paid, huh? You just like push me out of the pot every time.
Set of jocks.
I have hands that will be happy to pay you off till the
I think
river.
Scoops has
Really?
Yeah. I have
7,
that
8 of
hand,
hearts.
but
I guess we'll never know though.
Okay, you can choose one.
Left one. No, I meant the other left. Maybe you have Jack 3 suited.
I doubt it.
Okay.
Pocket 3 is good.
Pocket 3 is good. So
Pocket
8,
threes are good. How
9.
the fuck do you have a hand that's happy to pay him off?
Right.
Ace high head.
Okay.
He's just happy
No
to pay me
diamonds.
off. That's it.
Ace high, 2 black
Not
cards.
following this logic.
I mean, I think Scoops won about $30,000 on Wednesday. L's down about $30,000 on Wednesday. It's only fair for Scoops to pay him off a little bit.
Another bad fold to L.
Some like a refund,
Wake
like a
up
tax
later one
refund.
time.
Yeah, rebate.
A
A little
rebate.
A little poker rebate from a couple of friends
Let's try
on
to
the
right.
other side of the table. Both have been on each side of some big wins. Both have been on the other side of some big losses.
That was funny.
Pretty spicy 3-bet.
I'm glad I had my
I
hand
did
on
that
it.
in the Venetian tournament on the first hand of the tournament, and I ran into the nuts and the second nuts.
Lynn opening it up with 4-5 suited. Brett 3-betting.
I accidentally grabbed
Yes, we are. We're playing the
7-4 suited.
Seven
Jay Scoops asking
deuce.
if the 7 deuce game is on.
This guy bets like 400.
Really wants to play that
I
hand.
just instantly get
That's
9K.
almost too obvious. If you're gonna say, "Is the 7 deuce game on?" as you're about to, as the action's on you, that tips some alarms there.
But then again, is it too obvious that people might start believing that you're at the top of your range, like you got Ace King or Pocket Kings,
Making 9K.
Pocket Queens? Because
Definitely some reverse,
Can that guy call?
range. range merging.
Dude, snap jams, and then.
so Brett drawing to slightly more equity.
And you had to call
I
now.
don't understand why, but both
Now you
players
have to
rivering
call,
a boat.
right?
He is going check, bet, call,
First hand of the tournament.
or
1600.
Lynn blocking this river for about 2,000 and
you
getting
lost?
called.
The guy had ace 4 and the other guy had.
See Brett betting about
What?
1,500
No
on
way.
this river.
Yeah.
And
First hand of the tournament.
With the
Lynn probably
huge
beats him into the
pre-flop
pot.
bet.
You lost.
both
the
players
river
going to be a little
clean.
shocked to see what the other has. Two
I
fours out there.
think so too. But I'm curious, is Brett putting Lynn on an? Well, apparently he's not putting her on an ace.
We should play
but
more
maybe
tournaments.
Lynn might be putting
Are you sure it
Brett
wasn't
on
L?
an
It
ace.
wasn't L, right? What's 6-4?
So Brett putting in a chunky bet here, actually.
3 of us at the table.
And Lynn, she got a boat, but she loses to every ace.
I got murdered.
And she's just going to put the money in.
Yeah, she's
And
gonna
Brett
make the
probably
call.
thinks he's good here, but unfortunately for him,
Holy shit.
he's going to get the bad news. When Lynn calls there in Brett's shoes, he has to think he's good
I was
20
so
times
glad
out of
to not
10.
see an ace.
Literally
What are you guys doing?
20 times out of 10 every single time.
I love his reaction because I
Like,
think
hey, I
we were
can't
both
even-
talking about it. Lynn's going to be shocked
I can't believe
what
my
he has, but
studio
I
is the
think
best
Brett
part.
was
Every
more
time you
shocked
show 7
at what
deuce,
Lynn
Don't
had.
put up, you know? Go with your gut, you know?
I
But I didn't know if you were playing
thought I
it.
had
It's
7
just-
deuce.
I heard you guys talking about it, but I
That's
didn't
her
know if
fish.
you played it or not.
Yeah.
My
I
6
misread
ace.
my hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn it, Lynn, I thought I got super lucky.
What in the fucking world, dude?
No, both of them probably in their head on the river, they're like being.
Yeah, that's
bottom.
the face of someone who is becoming visibly frustrated,
He
but
was picking
also
on you,
having a
Jack deuce,
good time
4-7.
hanging out with some friends,
Picking
playing
on
some
you
cards.
only.
No, I think you're right, actually.
Yeah.
I don't mind so far, though.
He raised
Yeah,
it.
she's
15.
definitely winning, so.
At least for today.
That's what poker's all about, right? You
What a
should be
great
having
spot
fun.
for 7
It
deuce.
should be. It's a game, and I think a lot of professionals nowadays take this a little too seriously. Forget the fact that the people that they'd like to be playing with are typically taking it as a hobby. And if you can't add value to a poker
I
game,
keep forgetting.
You pay the kitty?
probably shouldn't be there, and you probably won't be welcomed with open arms next
Who
time.
won the kitty last?
Could not agree more.
Not sure.
Interesting hand developing
Did I
here.
put
We
in
got
kitty?
Brett opening it up,
I made
Edgar
that.
3-betting L with pocket jacks in position, and
Sure.
I see a 4-bet incoming. Edgar's been playing really well, and typically when you got talking chips, you also got splashing chips, and L understands this. He also understands his potentially tilted image can get him paid. And so he goes for a chunky sizing 4K in position with jacks. Mariano now with a decision in the small blind. But he just decides to let it go. It's going to be difficult to play that kind of hand out of position against a competent player like L. And you definitely don't want to put in a 5-bet to $10,000 in commit stacks. So definitely the only option there is to offload. And now Edgar, sitting about...
While he's in the middle of a hand, he is getting poured a glass of Camus. This is officially the greatest game I've ever seen.
We got to recruit this man to a James Bond movie. Edgar, gonna flick in the call with ace-king off. Wouldn't mind a call or a jam. They're playing about 200 big blinds deep, and game flow would suggest that L's gonna be getting out of line. Edgar's night so far. L just running into it all game long. Edgar, top in a 4-bet pot. And L betting range here, quarter pot, as he would do with every hand. Pocket jacks, pocket kings, ace king, ace queen. And Edgar just snap ripping it in, and L a bit tilted here. I don't see L putting any more money into this pot. It's almost impossible to find a bluff in this situation, even though L's been running into it all day. He's a consummate professional, and there's no reason for Edgar to believe that L can't have the exact hand that he's representing in this situation. So I think L's just posturing and for offloading.
Can we get service in here, by the way? Yeah, thank you.
So Edgar, the big winner on the day, up $40,000 in this contest.
I'm happy for Edgar, but I'm disappointed that Lynn is not the biggest winner of this game.
I think Edgar might be... Sorry for everybody in the back. Hearing whatever that is.
I think that's Edgar finishing his massage.
Edgar living the dream at the table today.
Living the dream.
Living the dream. He's positive in the chat every time I'm in the booth, and that's what happens. When you're positive in the chat, you run good. And you probably get your mic muted very shortly.
Yeah. unless the production crew shipped it in and are not paying attention to the last 20 minutes of the stream here. Excuse me, 13 minutes.
Makes sense to turn everything off during that.
I feel like you're the one person that has the best luck on me.
Yes.
I think they're turning his mic down finally. There we go.
We all do?
With that said, this is Bally's Presents Live at the Bike. Authentic, high-stakes action coming to you from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. If you like watching this, subscribe, hit the like button, do all those fun things. But more importantly, just tune in. Enjoy yourself, crack open some brewskis or some Camus or maybe a cocktail or two. You know, we appreciate you joining the stream with us tonight. I'm having a blast. My man, Rye Guy, to my left. My name is Chris Miles, Polarizing Chris, on the social medians. And we're just having a blast. This is literally, this is the dream. You get to watch poker, talk poker, and enjoy it with people of like-mindedness. This is as good as it gets. So
absolutely.
If you have any plans this weekend, we're glad that you stopped before you went out and joined us for this show.
This is my job.
I still remember a lot of hands.
That's pretty wild.
I mean,
Really?
Quite literally, when I was growing up, people go, "What do you want to do for a living?" I want to talk about sports.
Me too.
This is what I want to do.
You know, when I was younger, I wanted to play in the NBA. One day I woke up and realized I was 5'10", and I was not built with the genetics to play in the NBA, even though I had excelled pretty drastically in basketball, especially based off of the way that I was constructed. And so I realized, what's the next best thing? Sports commentary, sports coaching. Went to sports media school. Did that for a while. Crushed it. Decided my next goal is to merge my two passions of sports media commentary and poker.
To pause just for a second, we've got a 7-deuce action happening right now with Mariano's ace jack and Edgar's 7 deuce out flopping Mariano here.
Yeah, and Edgar's going to win this. There's no world where Mariano.
There was a raise and a
excuse me.
3-bet. This could get interesting. Oh, and he rivers the straight. He spikes the 10 on the river.
And Edgar blocks this river for a 1/8 pot. Mariano proceeding with a raise incoming. He's going to pick a chunky sizing. I do like it. Edgar's been running very hot, and from a mindset perspective, sometimes you can sun run a little too hot and make speculative calls. Obviously, Edgar near the stone at bottom.
He shows it. He had to show the 7 deuce.
And the sun run.
Not won a single-handed showdown. He just like.
I mean, it cooled him off just a tad.
Just a tad bit. And I actually like the chunky sizing on the river. Typically, people would go about 2,000. It's tough to be bluffing in that situation, but against a hot player who's been running extremely well, I would not have been surprised one bit to see a call with a hand like 8-7, 9-8. A lot of hands that Mariano can get value from, like ace-10 as well.
Right.
You know.
I'm gonna give you an idea. You gotta cover him, and in this case, you got a chance.
I gotta cover him.
So obviously you guys are all following Polarizing Chris on Instagram already. My Instagram, if you want to follow along with my journey, both in the commentary booth as well as on the felt, is Rye Guy Poker. I try to post daily or every other day some of my experiences playing on Live at the Bike as well as commentating. And maybe we get some Mariano-style poker vlogs coming out soon.
That's what it is.
That would be lovely.
So those of you who would like that, make sure you follow Rye Guy Poker on Instagram.
Thank you.
I would subscribe.
I appreciate that.
In fact, if I would be one of the first to shout it out for sure.
I appreciate that. Kiro, shout out to you. I love you too.
Everybody loves Rye Guy. Come on.
I think I know what I want.
Kiro, shoot me a DM on Instagram as well.
But no, like you guys. What kind of fruit do they put in Sam's hat? Like raisins?
Shooting your shot? No.
Most definitely. So we got about 10 minutes left in this stream as we wind it down. Actually, I think we got about 20 minutes left because this game did start a bit late. I was walking into the studio around 1:20, and I don't believe that they had started yet. So looks like we got about 30 minutes left, which you guys.
Put in the polls chat. Who thinks I was drunk?
And that's exciting to me.
I'll always appreciate a little overtime. People used to beg for that back in the day when it was only a 2.5 hour show. 2 to 3 hour show. So getting a 5 hour stream and overtime, and that's pretty badass.
Yeah, I like the 5 hour streams. It's nice. It adds a lot of game flow.
See that again.
Adds a lot of nice game flow.
What are you doing?
I can't see his card.
He really wants.
The stack is like.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Mario. 300.
So unprofessional.
A little bit of heat coming here from Mariano.
Yeah, a little frustration from him today, and coming through with a raise with pocket fives in a spot where you can definitely mix between calling and 3-betting, but calling is definitely the typical approach. Maybe the steam coming out of his ears might have affected his decision right there. L, top of his range, ace-king suited. It's not going to be $1,000 to see a flop. It's going to about $2,800.
Fucking hope so. Oh, nice hand.
You're not gonna let me go back.
4,000 way off on that one. L picking a chunky
smack fold
sizing in a tight formation.
I don't think
back to Mariano, I think nothing aggravates you more than when you see someone stacked so big that you can't see their cards.
Well, he was referring to L's stack, so.
Oh.
Yes.
I thought it was Edgar's stack. My
You
apologies.
so rate me like KGB, huh?
No, he told
That's
me
just the unfortunate sitting of C1 versus C9.
Yeah, and I do know Mariano likes that seed 1. He prefers it, which is a little surprising to me. I personally like anything that's not seed 1 or seed 8, and then also seed 2 and seed 7 I wouldn't prefer as much as anything in between. just because it's very difficult to see seed 8 and seed 7 from seed 1, and I base a lot of my value off of being able to attain information off of reactions from people.
That's very valid. I've historically, when I've played on this show, I always was seed 1. So it's funny how you're saying that, saying how much you don't like seed 1, and I was like, not that that was my favorite, but I just really didn't like having to bump knees or elbows with people, so that kind of prevented it because the dealer's so precise in their, you know, card cutting abilities that I didn't have to worry about that.
And so with the game officially getting wild, Woody putting in a 4-bet with ace-10 offsuit, committing his stack. Brett with ace-queen suited, and this is a pretty tight formation, actually. I wouldn't be surprised to see Brett put all the money in here, but deciding to just call, and this is going to get Woody in some trouble. It's going to be difficult for him to improve better than Brett unless he hits a 10, and if he goes all in on this flop, I also see Brett stationing it off, even if it's a low disconnected board, just because of the pot odds he's getting. So let's see if we can get some improvement from Woody's side, and 10-high board.
And smacks a 10.
Theme of the day, the worst hand catching up, the worst hand winning, and domination, reversation, as we said earlier.
That's exactly what it is.
We used to go down to the pier and we'll do like tie kicking.
And assumption proven to be wrong. Brett getting out of the way with ace-queen, and Woody flashing ace-10.
I'm glad the graphics are there because I thought originally Brett said call, like instantly. So when it was actually announced fold, I didn't catch that. So I was going to be very, very surprised. Like, wow, he's calling that? That's so quick.
And it's always fun to see after a few people get stacked how much the game can improve. Just the quality of game begins to really take off when the action picks up over a handful of hands. It typically never reverses back to the original trend where over the first couple of hours the VPIPs were low, the drinks weren't flowing, and the energy wasn't quite the same as it has been these past 2 or 3 hours.
Even if you don't drink, I always highly encourage to offer drinks to the table. You will become everyone's hero and loosen the game up tremendously.
And if everybody else is drinking and you don't, you will win more money. I personally will always partake in drinks if everybody else is. But if you can pull that you buy the drinks and everybody else has it, I'm sure the money you spent on that $3,000 bottle of wine will come back to you in heaps.
I would say so. Probably wouldn't spend $3,000, but maybe like a cool couple $100, you know.
Couple hundred on a few bottles of wine.
Couple hundy on a few bottles of Merlot.
We had some sake bombs last time. Those were very enjoyable. And the matchup we had highlighted earlier is KGB versus Mariano in these two positions. KGB with position. We don't know what either player has, but Mariano deciding to check raise here. And KGB looking like he's going to continue now after picking his cards up in a way that insinuated that he was getting out of the way. KGB with ace-high nothing. Mariano with a queen-high flush draw, and chalk this one up to the quote-unquote... I won't say it. I won't say what I was going to say.
I mean, there's 5 minutes left. You might as well we'll say 5 to 10 minutes. You can let the expletives out.
So Mariano coming in on top of the leaderboard, but Edgar, the big winner on the day, $55,000, 35 of that profit. The VPIPs Brett, number one in the VPIPs, number one in our hearts. Edgar, 36, and L, 36 as well. And we got Edgar, as mentioned, 35K plus. Mariano bouncing back after his defeat yesterday, 10K in the green. Jay Scoops quietly coming in with a 9K profit. Lynn and KGB, 7K apiece. Brett, 15 down. Mike, 20K down. L, our big loser on the day. And for Rye Guy and our main man on the right, signing
It's been
off.
a pleasure.
Houston, Rick, Wayne, Brian, Matthew, JJ, Alex, Eric, Jeff, we thank you all for joining us on Live at the Bike. See you next time.
Thank you, everybody.